of the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कब्र मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
visions in my head of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. And everywhere we go, it leads to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and oh, there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and no, there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
and welcome back. This is the VALORANT Game Changers Southeast Asia 2024. This is Split 2, and today is a very exciting one because we have 3 series ongoing today, starting off with the upper finals. I'm Tashbunny, your host today alongside my analyst Zahk. Always a pleasure being here on desk with you. And since we both, I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but since you just came on
but I was
today,
watching.
Oh, you were watching, right? You were watching with me yesterday. So since we're here on the desk today, I think that we need to sort of address the elephant in the room here. XIPTO, BOBA, I would say our first series today, which is, I would say, the 2 favorites, both already making it into, game changer specific. Both teams are very, very good. XIPTO being far ahead of the rest, but can BOBA follow up to their expectations?
I hope that is the case because BOBA, I mean, yes, both of them have qualified, so that's a little bit of pressure off their shoulders. But like you were saying, Tash, XIPTO hasn't really sweated this year. I think the closest game that we've had was at 13-9 that they got in their previous game, where they still won 2-0. And on the other hand, if you look at BOBA's qualification, it's been a bit more of a rocky road. Like, yes, they made it to Pacific, but look at how they made it. Instead of a clean 2-0, it was like, what, an overtime victory after 3 long maps? That's not exactly the kind of style you want, especially if you want to go up against the likes of XIPTO in the form that they're in right now.
That's true. But for now, before we talk more about that, let's have a look at the journey and what format are we going to be looking at today.
This is the VALORANT Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year, Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit gamechangers.fsl.gg for more information for VALORANT Game Changers SEA 2024.
Our journey started off in March, where we looked at Stage 1, where the top 8 went to playoffs in April before making it here to Stage 2 to the groups in July. Now we're here in the top 8 where we are at playoffs, where the top 3 makes it to Game Changers Pacific happening in Bangkok this year. So 2 teams have punched their tickets. We are looking at XIPTO and BOBA. Both teams play today, and we're still looking for our final team.
Indeed, we are. 3rd place still up for grabs here. I mean, you can take a look at the 8 teams that have made it so far. Congratulations to them. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye yesterday to the likes of Cardboard Dinosaur and Invincible, and before that it was Lilacs and Avernus. So we are down to our top 4 here. And basically, you said it, Tash, the lower bracket game today is going to decide who that final slot is between For Fun and Sisu. So that will be our 3rd team that we revealed today. But all eyes are on that upper bracket. 2 teams so far. They haven't lost a series yet in this tournament, and I mean, they are the grand finalists as well from the last time, XIPTO versus BOBA, so a lot of anticipation there.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see the anticipation, but enough about that, because we're looking at $10,000 prize pool for this tournament, where the champions will be going home with $3,500 for the whole team. Now, I think that a lot of teams, as far as I've talked to them, I think all eyes have been to qualify for Game Changers Pacific. Again, reminding everyone it's happening in Bangkok in October, where it's actually going to be a LAN. And honestly, for Game Changers, having a LAN is almost unheard of, and this is such a prestigious situation, and might also be a great motivation for these girls to actually push against whatever it is they have to achieve today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm gonna see if I'm taking a vacation to Bangkok this October, because that sounds fantastic.
I'm excited for that too.
Yeah, we might
we'd love
actually
to see
finally
more
meet
of
in
that.
IRL. Yeah.
Meeting
follow us.
IRL, meeting the girls, right? I think it's exciting because I think for most of the tournaments here for Game Changers, and we're talking about globally, most of the Game Changers tournaments have been taking place online, and most of them, have just been something that I think last year it was more toward APAC, where we included the South Asian region. This year, South Asia has been separated, reminding you guys once again, which means that it's just here in Southeast Asia. South Asia will be having their own, I would say, tournament. I believe they are having their own LAN. I cannot confirm that. We'll get back to you on that about that. But for Southeast Asia, there it is, and the team to the for Pacific, we'll be looking for a team that'll be kind of representing the region over in Champions happening end of the year as well. But for now, let's have a look at the highlights for you guys who did not tune in yesterday. It was a pretty fast day, relatively, 2 series coming up forward. That's the hit of the game.
I mean, like you said, it was a pretty quick day. Both games were 2-0. So I think to start off with, we had Sisu versus Cardboard Dinosaur here. Sisu looking pretty convincing, I would say, in both of the games that they played. I mean, that Haven map, I think it was chosen by them. I think that they've shown that they have the strategies in play to deal with it. And I think Con in particular was an absolute fire, like we just saw from that clip. I think overall Sisu had like really good map awareness, and just they seem to constantly be a step ahead of their opposition, despite, CBD making a little bit of a comeback in the later half.
Yeah, Cardboard Dinosaur was definitely a team that I think there was a lot of expectations onto them, given the fact that, some of the players are veterans. I'm talking about NVS here, who's been playing for years and years in this circuit, disappearing for about a year, going through whatever she had to do, and then coming back to the circuit. And brought a lot of chatter, a lot of energy about what she can bring to the table, especially toward last season as well. So I was really excited to be seeing that. But Sisu overall looked very, as you said before, very, very clean, played together. They do also have a coach, which is one of the best South Asian coaches around, which is Casts. Always a pleasure to be seeing him play. But for this team in particular, I think with the roster shuffle as well as Con coming back into the mix, it's very exciting. And also the swap out of the IGL, Polly, is also something that I was really, really excited to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that IGL role, it was a little bit of a question as to who would step into it after Starryban left, but I'm glad that the team has adapted quite well and are able to kind of like hold their own with it. I think that on the opposite side though, I mean, this particular game, Invincible, I really felt for them. They looked like they were gonna have like a fantastic time, but then it was just Tuya over them like that Reina round. There were some insane clutches, and Iceling was able to pull off moments like this to get that 2-0. Overall, I think it was a very, very close series despite it being a 2-0.
Yeah, it was a very interesting one. Aisling clutches all around, and we also saw the return of Chloe back to the big stage, not for 1 game but 2, which I think we are very, very fortunate to see, hoping to see her again up there. But for now, let's have a look at our journey so far, where we are looking for the upper finals today, which is XIPTO versus BOBA. Winner goes to the grand finals, and the loser goes to a match 13, where they'll be going up against the loser of Sisu and For Fun. So we are going to be looking at 3 series today potentially. I'm very excited for this coming into today, because For Fun was definitely a team that honestly blew me out of the water. I was not expecting them to see them here, honestly. I mean, coming in from last season, last split, I was expecting it to be Rima once again. It's usually been the same few teams going around all over Game Changers APAC. Happy to see the amount of competitiveness coming into this tournament with players new and old. By new, I'm talking about Avernus. We saw big numbers come out from a double shotgun meta from Martin and Avernus. That was wild. And then
if it works, it works.
I mean, it worked, yeah. But honestly, I was not expecting to see that. And we also saw For Fun, who did not make it here into the playoffs last split, making it here now this time with one of our own casters playing on that team. Taylor. So that was also very, very cool. But today, obviously, Taylor will be on the other end of the spectrum. She will not be playing. She will instead be casting. But I am so excited to see what she has to say for the team. But all eyes on our first match for now, the upper finals, BOBA versus XIPTO. Now, we all know the history between these two teams. For you guys who don't know the history, we are looking at the core of XSMG, the team that made it all the way to champions last year, our representative from APAC. Their roster had sort of broken apart, one of their players joining BOBA, and a new addition coming in, which is Tara. And I really want to talk about that addition, Tara, with you, Zach. I mean, Tara, I think last split we saw that she was really lagging behind her team. You could tell that her team was sort of like, you know, making up for her because she just came into the transition in the team. And we were questioning, how are they supposed to go far when one of their teammates are not able to keep up with their speed? But in Split 2, she seems to have transitioned and really fit into her team very, very well. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Tara, very storied player. I mean, if you look at it historically, I mean, you know, you talked about players taking a break. I think Tara was with that original Alter Ego roster way back in the beginning, you know, the same team that Ineri used to play for. So there is that old history as well. And, you know, she was actually a sub on the SMG roster last year, but then stepped down. So I think that she's back now, just in full form. And I think that, like you said, she's looked much, much cleaner over the Split 2. I think that, like you said, she's found her place within the team. And I mean, if you look at all the players here on this team, every single one has like an insane history of their time in Game Changers. Like, Ineri needs no introduction. Queen of APAC, Queen of duelists. I don't think you'll see a better Jet anywhere in APAC. Although I think Alexi does give her a run for the money when she's not playing that flex player.
I agree.
To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, and I think coming into this, this tournament, I think many had eyes on them. They are, I mean, after all, they are a team that ran a 4 duelist comp over in Lotus last year by accident. And I think till today, everyone is talking about it. We had breakdowns and so many, I think, you know, ideas of how they've been playing, thinking it's a masterclass. But, you know, you go down to back to that interview, they said, oh, we just thought it was a ping test, we're just playing how we play. But the thing is, when you have your fundamentals in play, in set, right? Especially if you watch a video from Teets, he would also say as well about how when the fundamentals are great, you know how to kind of like play with each different agent. And that's exactly what we're looking, a masterclass of fundamentals from XIPTO. Now, looking at the other side of the coin here, BOBA, the player Kohaibi who had left SMG, bringing in some of the other stars here from Asia Pacific herself. Ayumi, one of the most insane, I say, duelists all around. Aluka as well from Nigma Galaxy. Baby TZ, I would say one of the best Sentinels we've seen here in Asia Pacific. And finally, their newest addition, Deldiski. What are you thinking of this roster?
I mean, I would say that this is a pretty insane roster as well. I mean, if you can't be number 1, there has to be a number 2. And right now, at least looking at the rankings statistically, this is the next best team after XIPTO. I mean, yes, XIPTO is the team that has defeated them in the past, but aside from that, they've been having pretty dominant runs through the brackets as well, both in stage 1 as well as now. I think all 5 players on this team as well, very experienced. Kohaibi, you know, has that experience IGLing in the past, now fitting in like a charm on this roster. Ayumi and Aluka as well. Aluka, that ex-duelist player, now more of a flex role, and of course Ayumi just incredibly consistent. She's been playing the deadlock more and more, and I'm excited to see if she's going to be continuing to pick that up for this one. But I mean, for now, it's going to be our head-to-head Kamiyu versus Aluka again, like flex versus flex here, initiators usually. And yeah, it's Sky versus Breach here that we're looking at statistically. So we're more or less similar in terms of ACS. Kamiyu just a little bit higher, I would say, and the KDA is what really like blows my mind here.
Yeah, the KDA. Look how high the KDA is for Kamiyu compared to Aluka, and I don't blame them. Because for XIPTO, I think the frag potential for every individual in XIPTO is very high. So it doesn't matter who is going to be clutching, who is going to be playing what, they are going to be thriving, as opposed to BOBA, who relies a lot on support from each other's teammates. But speaking of supporting and going up in the air, we are looking at Alexi as our player to watch today. And I don't blame them. Alexi coming through as one of the most insane Jets, and you mentioned it before, there are 2 Jets we're looking at here, Ineri and Alexi. Everyone had eyes on Ineri, but it is time on this stage. Alexi is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I definitely love that XIPTO takes full advantage of how insane their players' aims are. You know, they put them on like double duelists. You see them learning double duelists on so many maps. But then, you know, BOBA has done the same thing as well in the past. And in particular, Ayumi, I think, is one of the most cracked players, if not the most cracked player on this team. I know a lot of people might like come here to disagree with me or fight me, like, yeah, Kohaibi's better or BBTZ's better. And look, everybody can aim great, yes, but in terms of just putting down those raw frags, Ayumi is the most consistent player on this team, at least for me. Whatever she's playing, whether she's on the chamber, the deadlock, you know, the raise as well, one of those players who just is absolutely insane no matter what role you put her on. And yeah. I mean, I think the chamber meta's downfall, it hit Ayumi the hardest, because I still remember watching Alter Ego, you know, Ineri on Jet, Ayumi on chamber, you know, one on each side, both of them just destroying the map. It kind of sucks that those two like are different teams now, but it's also awesome because now we get to see Ineri versus Ayumi instead of Ineri and Ayumi.
Yeah, I think we love that rivalry coming up forward here, and Ayumi being our sole representation from Malaysia is also something that I think we are also very excited about, because we all want to see all the regions here in Southeast Asia fully represented. Now, let's talk a little bit about what's going to be coming up forward here. I had a bit of a chat with Baby TZ, and she herself actually admitted that they don't feel very ready to take on XIPTO today because they feel like they have a long way to go, which I feel is a good thing. Understanding that what they can do and can bring to the table is what comes forward, but they said that they've already reached one goal, which is to make it to Pacific. So that is potentially what I'm guessing what the girls are trying to do here, which is trying to go further and forward, prepare for a bigger tournament coming up forward, which I think they have a lot of time to do so. Regardless, we are going to be looking at XIPTO esports map pool coming forward, where they have 100% win rate on every single map they have played, but the only map they haven't played is Abyss, and I'm sort of excited to see whether or not we're going to be getting this map today.
I really would like to see it come into the Veto actually, but I don't think we're having it for this tournament because
I know.
they mentioned.
I forgot.
Yeah, so for those of you watching, we ain't having Abyss this tournament.
That's making me really sad.
Yeah, me too. Don't remind me. We're gonna be having it in Pacific though. I hope we get to see some teams like surprised with Pacific. You know,
I just want to see like what Team Secret happened, right? Just fall off the side of the map. That's what happened. And okay, so pause. I'm so sorry to cut you, but we also gotta talk about BOBA, right? When you look at the perfect score record from XIPTO, meanwhile BOBA, we start to see a bit of a shake here. Icebox 50%, Bind 66.7%, and Sunset at 25%.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see these maps banned out. I also think that XIPTO doesn't really favor the Sunset as much either compared to some other maps, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that being taken out of the Veto. But yeah, it's going to be imperative for this team to especially get that Sunset in particular out of the pool unless they've been putting some work on it. I also wouldn't be surprised to see them take the Icebox out as well, because even though they have like a 50% record, even the game that they won, it was low-key rocky. So I would be a little bit concerned for Boba's map pool comparatively, though that said, I would expect to see them pick that Lotus going in because it is one of their stronger maps. They have like pretty dominating wins so far on it. I think they even had a 13-0. I don't remember if that was Lotus though or something else.
Yeah, now let's talk a little bit about our first map coming up forward. It's going to be Lotus, and I'm very excited about this one because the last time BOBA played this map was against Avernus GC with a dominating 13-3, I believe, which I am very excited to see. So I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to be seeing Lotus in the pool. Let's see how it's going to happen here. Now, as well as I think XIPTO has been playing a lot of split as well. Again, very, very dominating for both these teams. They are very adept at this map, and we are looking at, there we go, our Lotus coming up forward. And as for XIPTO, we are going to be looking at the split. There we have it, Lotus and split. And these two maps, I have to say, for both these teams, when they both played these maps, they are very, very dominant, both ends here. But when you look at statistics wise, XIPTO, they looked also very, very incredible on that Lotus against Invincible GC. And this is a team that made them go all the way to a 13-9 on Bind, which is something that I think almost unheard of, because usually I think most amount of rounds that teams can take away from XIPTO has been 4.
It's like 3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, 3 or 4. So that was something that I was very excited to see as well. Finally, Haven, very excited to see this as well. So what are your thoughts on this map, Veto?
I think it's decent for BOBA, honestly, because it's banned out most of their problem maps. They don't have to worry about that Icebox. They don't have to worry about that Sunset. They're starting off strong with that Lotus pick. I mean, of course, both teams so far do have that 100% win record, so it's going to be exciting to see who does go down at the end of the day. But, you know, what really excites me is that map 3 Tash, because, Haven, while BOBA has a 100% win record, so far XIPTO haven't played this map yet. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see what agent compositions they're going to be opting for, whether, they're going to be bringing in something spicy like the Deadlock and Cypher that a lot of teams have started to run, or if there's going to be something else like, maybe 3 duelists. I wouldn't be surprised if XIPTO decides to flex today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised as well. I think both teams have incredible flex potentials. I mean, we've seen them play so many different agents, and I think it's been giving a lot of this, I would say, flexibility to their coaches to be able to play with so many different comps and so many different lineups. Regardless, speaking of that, we're going to be looking at our Veto right now, where we're going to be looking at the usual, I think, for XIPTO. Love the fact that both these teams are running these fades. And I think that these fades I think they swapped roles again. There we go, we did. I think for Boba, they did swap roles again. The last time Boba played this map, it was an ISO that Delbisky was on. And I did ask you just now, right? Her impact as the ISO, we didn't really see it. But now on this Fade, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a role that she's probably going to be a little bit more comfortable on. I think that Boba was just feeling confident that time, you know, with that ISO pick. Wasn't really expecting to see it today, especially against a team like XIPTO. I mean, I think that the Fate just provides much better utility. You can get some cheeky wall bangs in, really high inflation, and it combos well with the Raze as well. So a lot of nice utility combos that Boba can pull off. What worries me is that XIPTO is starting off on defense here, and they have a very strong defensive comp. They've got that double controller, they've got that Killjoy, again with the Fade for info, and of course Idari is going to be on Raze. She's going to be pushing at least one lane for sure out of the three, so there's a lot that Boba have to worry about starting off, even though they're starting off on attack here, which is their stronger side, I would say.
Yeah, regardless, let's have a look at what we're going to be seeing today. Super exciting comp for a super exciting game. Ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the screen, because now our casters will be taking the stage. Woohoo.
Thank you, Tashbunny and Zahk. It is I, Realize, and my amazing partner, of course, Tayrawr, or well known as Tayrawr, the ex-pro player once that I actually knew about the fact, and I had to ask Tash and Zahk, and yeah, they confirmed it. So yeah, we have amazing players turned casters, so that viability is there. And now we are going to enter our first series of the day, Boba versus XIPTO. This is like the El Clasico. This is like the long-awaited match, and it happens in the upper final. So there's still a possibility that they might meet again in the grand finals.
Actually, the same thoughts I had before we started this, and we didn't even talk about it as well, right? It's the El Clasico matchup that we're looking at here. It's a rematch that we've seen from stage 1 here, and finally, again, it's XIPTO versus Boba, and I feel like Realize when it comes to these two teams, it's actually pretty much not one-sided, I would say. It's more of a team that would actually, or it's both of the teams that we have right here that have experiences coming in and really loaded coming in from all the VCT game changers that we've had from the previous time.
Yeah, they are indeed, you know, seasoned with experience. I mean, we're talking about the XIPTO esports back on the SMG days, back on their SMG core with Kohaibi now departing towards Boba. They were exposed to that LAN, experience. We've been talking about this multiple times. They have been facing top tier teams from Team Liquid up to Evil Geniuses, where they ran a 4 duelist comp and they still rocked the stage. So I think nerves and all that, it's not going to be a problem for them, especially later on Elite. We will have to play on LAN in Bangkok, and I don't really think they will be phased by the fact that they have to play on that stage. So yeah, experiences there, especially now they're bringing in back Terra, like Zahk said, has been there in that Alter Ego Celeste roster back in like 2021. So it was still far days back then, and now they have to face again. So I feel like that experience is going to be there. But it's also very nice to see, the rise of Delbisky. I would say the regeneration of the game changer scene, because we do need regeneration in this scene as well.
There's so much iteration coming in from the teams that we have, but pretty much a lot of familiar names still as we start off here on our first match. And we have the pistol coming in. Ayumi already quickly shut down here all the way towards a rubble, and that side contested pretty much from XIPTO.
Yeah, this one-way smoke will really buy some time, only trying to control mound area. And Shirazi has to be the brick wall on C side. The paranoia is there, but the nano swarm is perfect. Terra and Shirazi hand in hand in unison will try to take down a Luca as Shirazi just dances back in the pillar, and she strikes the hearts of Boba with 2 and 3 kills. The bullets coming in hot, and XIPTO, they acquire that prerequisite, which is the pistol round.
Yeah, not other than that, the prerequisite when it comes to this round as well, Realize. You have the setups on C prepared for every entry possible. And even when it comes to A rubble, which is heavily contested coming in from the teams to really create that space to plant the spike, they were not able to win the duel. And Ayumi was actually the first one to fall down there, which was their duelist. But heading here on our second round here, just a quick round for the first, but on the second, Ineri catches one already with her Outlaw.
Nice kill, of course, with the Outlaw. One of the best anti-eco weapons to date. Thank Riot for this, but of course now for XIPTO, they will still fortify that stronghold up in A and also in C. B site only given to Alexi to control this. She steps closely, and Baby TZ with Kahibi will try to rendezvous with the other players of BOBA, and this could be chaotic up in B site. The spray down connects. Alexi, good for the third, but Kahibi will put her down. And this will only be a round where Alexi will die, because XIPTO now on the hunt looking to take down Kahibi with the Outlaw as it is connecting for Enery. And XIPTO gets the two. They breeze past BOBA.
Very clean rounds coming in from XIPTO as well. And you see their sixth man working its way. The turret was paving the way basically for that contact play here towards B main. And Alexi is just there to take the shots in while they're getting tagged by the turret. Well executed coming in from XIPTO. And also at the same time, good read coming in from Alexi as well, and prepared.
Yeah, well prepared by Alexi there to just play off of the contact of the turret. So that was an easy round as well, because BOBA couldn't really splurge on better weapons. But now they're looking to carve another path towards B, where Alexi is. Again, the executor. There goes the head of Baby TZ. Dome cracked as the Prowler will prowl towards Shirazi and Alexi. But now backup comes in. The C's will put him in place. Ryumi looking for the entry now. But I feel like there will be a shift of avenues, a shift of trajectory for BOBA, as they are still sensing which site is the most logical to hit.
It's still a 2-2-1 split here coming in from XIPTO. Someone watching over A main as well, but the rest of the players from BOBA just all gathered around towards B main. They open the doors, try to maybe make a pincer happen, maybe a pick-off even, but they're still waiting for the smoke to dissipate. And once that smoke dissipates, the paranoia is ready for the action here from Kamiyu. A lot of the players already inside, and XIPTO willing to give that space out for that retake scenario they're preparing.
Yeah, they'll biscuit with the spike plant. And now XIPTO will have to play the retake, still with utilities left, right, and center. Meanwhile, Alexi just caved in with the Sheriff, throws away the Haunt, but Kamiyu and Aluka both getting a single kill. Alexi will be able to hold as long as ever with a triple kill, and Enery with the Sniper, or the Outlaw rather, and a very, very easy retake for XIPTO, without even breaking a sweat. Maybe just losing the smokers, Kamiyu and Shirazi, in that process.
I mean, at every point of the map here, from A to C, it seems like XIPTO is more than prepared. Again, they were willing to give out that space. They were willing to play for that retake scenario, making sure at least they have rubble control, they have C-long control. Everyone's just stuck at that point coming in towards B main. Not really much of a space even towards upper or even towards B link here. And BOBA still fumbling around the map here as they go for an eco yet again.
Yes. Oh, but Ayumi with the one tap. Enery is down. A shrouded step play though coming in from Kamiyu. She will get punished for that. And Alexi will pull one back. Still advantages for XIPTO in terms of the trade kills. As now the Haunt coming in from Alexi will charge up the recons. And BOBA, they will still accept this trade with open arms, because they lost Kamiyu, they lost Enery in the side of XIPTO, but for BOBA, only Delbisky down, and they still have the explosive power in the hands of Kahibi and Ayumi.
Yeah, look at this though. Tara very deep onto flank here, and she knows where the alarm bot is as well. Once this pings out, they would know there's gonna be a flank, but it's still a possibility. They're able to really consider how close the site would be. Shirazi, she catches one here. 12 HP remaining onto her. Still managed to pull off the second. Now we're left with a 2v1 scenario. Kahibi with a Vandal here, at least for the time being. Tara all the way from flank. And BOBA pretty much aware of the situation.
Tara has to lead by example. the in-game leader, of course, the captain of XIPTO. Will she be able to wave the flag high? And as for BOBA, they are trembling with fear because they need a round more than ever. The contact play made. Tara spotted out as the spike all exposed, but below her is Baby TZ waiting in hell. And she will drag the first round for BOBA as XIPTO. They concede their first round in the series.
A good thrifty round as well coming in from BOBA here. Goes to show how they can find and really win those aim duels that we're looking at here. Again, with the Sheriff shots coming in from Ayumi and Aluka. This is also not new to us as well. They have to be really wary and careful about these types of scenarios, despite having that big of an advantage, especially when it comes to the guns that they bring or they brought to the table. Still wasn't enough as long as they find these kinds of first pickoffs. Ayumi though, tagged up here by the Haunt, but at least the space was taken.
Yeah, a scary operator play there. Almost able to catch a player off guard, and Camille will play the wall banks. Of course, the walls in Ascent, or rather in Lotus, both in Ascent and Lotus, thin as paper, and Aluka with the perfect blind will be able to catch Camille. That in regards towards Ayumi, satchel into the site, Enery dancing around with death, bringing it into the face of Delbisky as heads and bodies fall inside of A. Just left towards Baby TZ to cradle into the fight, and Shirazi will take her down. The triple kill by the anchor of XIPTO as they get the fourth round, and BOBA not able to continue their winning trend.
This time around, they were willing to really throw out a lot of utility play here just to make sure that BOBA doesn't have that much of a space towards the site itself. And there he had a good stop coming in from that operator, plus the showstopper being pulled out as well. And BOBA just couldn't take the space in. Again, with that much firepower, aside from that, with that much utility play, it's just pretty difficult to really catch some of the players here from XIPTO. Again, this operator in play, but Alucard quickly shuts that down.
Yeah, it's a very nice tap to the dome, but Alexi still the execution happening in Mound, popping up the not dead yet as the glove has that extra life. As they sprint towards C side, Gahaibi with the smoke, looking to play aggressively because she has to refresh her life. She will not be able to do just that. Camille will punish the overextension from BOBA. And now it's just Aluka left alone in this world of hurt, having to deal with the dead bodies of her teammates. Aluka already looking at the right angle, their waterfall all exposed, unblinded. Aluka looking to make the shot, but she doesn't really get it as the quad kill is presented for Camille.
Too many targets there, realize. Same time, they hopped out as well, and XIPTO made enough that of a distraction to make that operator not connect. In the end, I think they would also have that opportunity to make the trade happen anyway. But you see these types of fights, that the duels coming in from BOBA, that you know that they can actually win those duels and really create that enough of a chaos for XIPTO to rotate around and maybe pull that rotation away. But at the same time, it's more of XIPTO really being prepared on how they make retake scenarios happen here. They're aware of the roles that they are pertained to, so it's more about the preparation here as well.
Yeah, they have to be able to play more reactively towards what XIPTO is going to bring towards them. However, for BOBA, they have to slow down the pace. Getting that side was more than enough, but they wanted more, and sometimes greed can kill you. Patience is virtue. For Yumi, she will be devoted to that, playing this slowly. Again, the same wallbang spot for Camille. And now the operator pass towards Aneri. She'll be enough, or mobile enough to play with this, but the spike still And Rubble looking to just pop the showstopper with the Nightfall as well, controlling B side as they get into the site with the spike yet to be planted. Now it is going to be planted though. Ayumi looking for someone, but the rocket won't catch anyone. Retake now for XIPTO.
They move way back to make that space for that showstopper, but this Angels will push players. BOBA outside, Prowler right in front of them. A mismatch of a situation for Shirazi. Good for 4, and now hunting for the 5th here, going in for the ace. 2 HP remaining, but Baby TZ ready to stop them to their toes. It's a double for her. She still has that swarm to cancel the defuse, and she gets the double. Now for the ace, is she gonna get it? The defuse is there. It's done and over. XIPTO takes the round.
A swing of momentum, a roller coaster of the round. Shirazi with the huge quad kill, but then Baby TZ, hook, line, and sinker back with another quad kill as well. Sadly though, her fate sealed with that spike stick, and this time around she can't twist fate. But of course, for Camille, with full faith into sticking the spike, what was that? Insanity. Insane round, and BOBA now left seething their swords, and Henry looking to make a play again. The marksman of XIPTO, and now he's forming bodies left and right. Welcome to the XIPTO apocalypse as BOBA stared down, sipped down, and XIPTO enjoy a cup of boba and a milk tea as well. Put it into the side.
It was the perfect C's combination to push through here, coming in from XIPTO. It came in a little bit late just to make sure players are already in. And Camille, that was her cue to hop out and get the kills in alongside with the rest of the teammates. It's a 7-1, and XIPTO here, I feel like they show some of the strats coming in, some of the execution play, but at the same time, they just don't repeat it as much. That's why BOBA can be caught off guard.
Yeah, they were oblivious of what happened, and Henry, with that first shot, was just causing a commotion, and then gave Camille the space and time to just peek out, alongside Alexia as well. All in a symphony for XIPTO. Now Ayumi looking to open up more space this vast majority of the time. She loses out, but no, she won't this time, as she beats down Terra to a pulp. And meanwhile, in Waterfall, we've got a brawl for Terra. Rather for Luca, looking to open up a space. The Haunt connects and the lockdown is here. This is getting more chaotic for BOBA.
It's the pulse plant setup here, and Aluka catches one by one. BOBA was able to execute that perfectly as well. And again, these are the types of situation that BOBA can get away with a flawless round. If you have that enough of a space, if you get that first pick off and make it happen, this is exactly what kind of scenario they're facing after. Plus that lockdown to really secure that pulse plan scenario, it was done and dusted at that point. It's a 7-2 here, realize, and XIPTO, they do have a Nightfall to be used for the next round, or if they must need it.
Yeah, that Nightfall still very viable. Again, a contest towards Rubble, but Henry will be the sacrificial lamb. No, she won't. She'll get taken down, as Camille and Henry both losing their own lives. Kaibi gone, but the smoke still up and running for Luca. And BOBA just looking for another trajectory to just dive in and look for a potential site to hit, and that side would be C. This time around, XIPTO on the pedestal, having to clutch this one out and re-seize the control of C side.
Very deep towards C is what BOBA is, or where BOBA is right now. Han wouldn't find anyone here as well. XIPTO playing more on the outer skirts of the site here. As the Nano Swarm comes in, it doesn't delay the plant as well. Aluka prepared for that paranoia. Once the retake scenario, or once the sound cue is definitely on towards side. Tara trying to position herself here. Turrets out, the paranoia settling in. It's a perfect execute again, coming in from BOBA here. So many players left and right. It's just hard to concentrate. It's a 7-3.
That's more like it for BOBA. This time, they fight fire with fire. They brought all the guns blazing down in A main. The rubble control was there. They contested for it. They won it this time. Having taken down Camille, who was distracted with the haunt, and she had to shoot it and got taken down as well in that process. So BOBA, a very, very good round coming in from them. And this time XIPTO, they have to play with minimalistic weapons. And this could just eat them up from the inside as BOBA. They could look for a fourth here.
Sheriffs onto XIPTO here, putting them onto a position they don't want to be really in, and rarely do we see them as well doing eco rounds here, realize. So
yeah,
that is something, especially if you want to make it at least to a 7-5, which is pretty much possible. And Harry, very deep, he still manages to catch that one. Now with the showstopper, she finds another. And again, this eco, they're just finding so much value.
The eco is insane coming in from XIPTO. They concede 2 kills, but they are able to bring down 3 players of BOBA. However, Delbisky with the reply. Still a 2v2. The spike guarded, falling in the arms of the players of XIPTO. But this time around, BOBA, they have that ultimate from the Omen, from the shadows. Will look to reclaim the spike, bringing it back to C side. A momentary respite for XIPTO, or for BOBA rather. But XIPTO on the hunt, on the pounce, looking to crush them down again. The paint shells ready for Henry with the boombot as well towards their right. They clear up the angle. No, they didn't check. Delbisky unnoticed.
So much further.
As she is clouded in covertness, BOBA get yet another round.
It was a 50-50 at that point, realize. It was just a matter of how you execute that retake scenario. And with leaving a gap towards the left side, not checking it, even with a boom bot, it just allowed them to really catch players here from XIPTO. And aside from that, players from BOBA didn't know that this is gonna be the double flank coming in as well. They had some pretty good plans here, pretty good thoughts coming in from that retake scenario, but it just didn't work out in their favor. On being used, a lot of utilities to play around with, but they're too busy looking around. Now showstopper around for BOBA. Yumi catches Kamiyu here, and now another one bites the dust as Alexi closes off with a triple kill. That is the halftime that we have here, realized. Now we have to pass it on to our panelists, Tash and Zach. What do you think about this?
There we go. Very, very good and dominant. Oh, I think we went back to the wrong camera. There we go. Coming back to us. Hi, Zach. Welcome again here to the halftime panel, where we are going to be looking at an 8-4 half. I would say it's a very respectable scoreline coming up forward. 4 very looking good. And to me, I think that I think the change in comps is very, very noticeable for both these teams. I think both teams have really come to bring their A game today.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think that despite a very rough start for the side of BOBA, they were able to kind of like bring things back here. They had a couple of really good rounds towards the end, and of course that 50 was absolutely bonkers, the individual headshots from the sheriffs. But yeah, I think XIPTO, strong defense. I think Shirazi and Kamiyu both were like absolutely on fire today, hitting some really nice multi-kills to be able to keep rounds dominant. I think Shirazi in particular is going to be a little bit miffed about missing that ace, but overall I think that even though in the beginning BOBA didn't have an answer for XIPTO's aggression and their strats, I think that they were able to make some executes work out. And I'm interested to see how they're going to be dealing with XIPTO on attack here, because you know on defense, XIPTO is one thing, but on attack they're a whole other beast.
Yeah, I agree with you, because XIPTO loves to be able to control the tempo and the flow of the game. Also, really like the game of control coming in. Both teams are trying to assert control, especially toward Mound and Rumble. But both teams are capable of bringing that, I would say, thrifties all around. So aim duel wise, it's just looking a little bit better for XIPTO. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to do so in the second half. So we're gonna be going back to our casters, Eliza as well as Realoys. What do you guys think? And I do not know where the accent came from.
Haha, Pilsky.
Cheers, mate, for that toss and analysis. And now I'll try my best.
I'm half British and I can't even do the accent.
Now I'll try my best to catch that with the accent. I'm sorry, guys. I'm learning my best from Pils K. Pilski. Gonna turn out the Bobby, mate. But now, of course, for SIPTO and BOBA, 8-4. It's closer than you think it is because at least BOBA for the last 3 rounds, they're able to fight back, Taylor.
Yeah, they were even able to take Thrifties away from XIPTO here. So that's a statement pretty much to itself. And honestly, as early as this, as much rounds as you want to get, especially if you're on the downside, you want to get that 8-4. Make sure you get the pistol round and make things a little bit more even. So this is a very important pistol coming in from BOBA, especially this is their map pick as well.
Yeah, this map pick of theirs, but people would argue that Lotus is much more attacker-sided. Of course, for XIPTO, still under so much clandestinity, unscathed and unfazed, will they look to hit C-side, looking to break the turret and the side wide open, cracked easily by XIPTO as they look to just plant the spike. Still taking their time though. It's planted from Mound, and this will provide them with so much good post-plant situation. However, they want to push even further into the side, deep beneath, down waterfall. They get 3 kills in an instant as Aluka is able to pull one back, looking for the second one, facing off against Alexi. Alexi losing her head. 3v2 now as they decimate the players of XIPTO as Enery dances forth with Terra. And XIPTO with the 9th round, will they be able to conquer and subjugate BOBA?
The confidence to just push through, especially having deep of a contact towards waterfall when none or some of the players are still rotating for that retake scenario. They weren't prepared for them to duel immediately towards Kamiyu and alongside another player as well, ready for the trade up. So again, for XIPTO, it's more of a take towards the site and making sure they have control of very important and impactful positions here.
Yeah. Of course, that BOBA contest again, looking to just blind out the players of BOBA. They're stacking 4 to 5 players up in the mid, close range. Hobbit control looking to be seized, but the C's will catch the players of XIPTO. No, it won't. Delbisky getting a kill with the Sheriff. Kamiyu though, Roar's still alive, but Delbisky with the double kill, looking to tap even more heads. And Enery, shrouded and cowered with fear, looking to pull another one. But now the players of BOBA, they slow down the pace.
Oh, she knows she's gonna peek again, and Eri just waiting for the perfect timing here. They go for a smoke here, coming in from Kohaibi to help a little bit and alleviate that pressure coming in from XIPTO, but they're forced to rotate here, realize, and it's a 3v4. Again, despite the eco disadvantage here for BOBA, it seems like they've won A control.
Yeah. Control all in the hands of BOBA, but what is control when your enemy is going to control something else? That other side is going to be won purely by XIPTO. Enery opening up the space, Spike Planet 4v3 with enough weapons for XIPTO to work with. Meanwhile, for BOBA, they're able to claim 2 Spectres, and they could inflict enough damage to the players of XIPTO. But Kamiyu with the peak, lightning fast, and Alexi will put down 2 players in an instant as well. XIPTO, they tiptoe towards 10.
It's a double-digit scoreline here, and we all know what double-digit scoreline means. There's not much gap, there's not much, I would say, like cushion coming in here for BOBA to really make mistakes happen coming into the next rounds. They might have won that pistol, that duel coming in, but XIPTO, I do like the thought here for both of the teams that we have right now. Realize they're willing to duel it out, and really the best woman to catch everyone off, then that's gonna be the player standing alive.
Yeah. Every now and then for BOBA, they are always so active in the control and in the defender side, especially that choke point of rubble, so pivotal for them to win. For XIPTO, even if they were able to win, they're only left with 2 rifles because of how economically they're spared. But Enery will pick down Ayumi Yumi having to just meet her demise, and Shirazi as well shooting. Little Bisky down Aluka. Will she be able to do the heavy lifting? She TPs away safely into a better spot, better position. No, it isn't. Because this Han, the recon, connects towards her. She's bleeding, teeming with fear. As Boba, they lose and relinquish control of A side. XIPTO control everything.
Luka's still in a good position here to catch someone maybe, but that's not gonna happen as Alexi shuts down too. And now they're ready to plant a spike here, but Baby TZ just perfectly towards that timing towards Shirazi. Now with that swarm, she knows there's gonna be another player towards A main, and that's Tara. They know it, and she wants to duel it. She wants to fight it. She wants it, but at the same time, there's just too much players from XIPTO here.
Yeah, too many things to deal with, and you might not feel it, Taylor, but it is already 11-4, and I feel like it's a very close, not close, but like it's very fast. But the fights are so close, it feels like it's not fast enough, you know? Like it still feels close because the trades keep on coming, the shots they hit meticulously, so close down to the wire, but sometimes, you know, XIPTO always asserting dominance, and for Boba, they have to eco, so indirectly, this could be match point for XIPTO because they have far better arsenals.
They have a stronger firepower here, as you said. And aside from that, with XIPTO willing to really duel it down, as much as the timing doesn't favor Tara here, by the way, they will catch her. They will catch her perfectly. That's a triple flank happening right now, and XIPTO is a little bit aware of that scenario. They have one rubble control here, and Inari already catching Aluka as well.
Yeah, 2 kills, quick to the response from XIPTO. They are caging in Boba, unable to enter the choke points, and it's just gonna be Kohaibi left to her own devices. And what can she do under the pressure of 3 angry players as they want to close out the map as soon as possible to get that first series, to get their foot on the grand finals, and XIPTO 1 win away from Lotus.
Match point.
Hard to isolate those fights, especially in a 3v1 scenario here. But as much as the rounds are going here, I actually just realized that Alexi is already at 22 kills.
Wow, that's a lot.
Coming into this match so far. And again, you've seen her connect the C's perfectly a while ago. I do feel like XIPTO and Boba, when it comes to aim duel, they can go hand in hand together. They can actually fight each other. But when it comes to utility execution here, XIPTO has the upper hand.
Yeah, they always do. And C-Mount clash. 2 kills, traded back to 2. 3v3 now. And Alexi will just pull herself back. Retreat, retreat, retreat. No need to further contest this because Baby TZ still lingering in the shadows, and this time it's gonna be Delbisky tasked with a heavy work to do, and she won't be able to step up to the occasion. She'll lose us out, and there will be a teleport coming in from Aluka. This time around, the layer is there for her, but can she hold as long as she could? The Seas catches her, the headshot connects, she dances into the wide open, and Alexi catches him. 2v1 now. 12-4, and this could be the end for Boba and Lotus.
Very low on the HP though is Shirazi. Very much doable for Baby TZ here to make a clutch happen. They still don't know, not aware how close she might be here. Alarm bot, 1 tap to the spike to try and force out enemy lines, but no one tries to peek and swings out. Again, very low on the HP is Alexi and Shirazi here. Baby TZ has to have that spike right now and prepare for the duel. She takes 1 down. Now it's all up to Alexi. She could just make the pressure happen. 4 bullets remaining, and it's just the perfect amount of bullets to not let XIPTO take the win away.
They're still in this game, needing a rebreather, and they do just that. XIPTO not able to celebrate just yet as Boba. This is all in courtesy of Aluka as well. Getting Tara in that process makes it a 1v2 with Shirazi and Alexi already low. Baby TZ, of course, just babysits these players, and this time for XIPTO, They have the showstopper coming in from Enery, so I feel like if they win the first lane, this could be very scary for XIPTO, or for BOBA rather. However, BOBA do have the lockdown.
It's gonna be a lot of fight when it comes to a Rubble here. Realize this might be the winning moment or another round as one gets shut down and tucked away. That's Kamiyu, one of their controllers here. They still do have that wall from Shirazi, but at the same time, you want that Omen smokes.
Yeah, they have to be content with the Viper smokes only, and this smoke already placed for conditioning. Usually you'd always put this smoke in a site to just lure out and condition the players of BOBA or the defenders to make them have that false sense of security. But this time they want to re-engage. The showstopper connects. Tayrawr does gets one kill. Aluka still dancing in the wide and in the open, and it's just Alexi having to clutch this one out. Baby TZ again having to be the last woman standing. And Baby TZ and Alexi, a repeat of previous rounds, but Alexi calls the bluff and loses out. Baby TZ catches her in the open, and BOBA, they're able to get half a dozen of rounds.
And it also forced Alexi to use that Nightfall as well. Coming into the next round here, XIPTO might not have enough money in the bank, and at the same time, like I mentioned, it's gonna be a lot of fights coming into a Rubble. BOBA has always contested that. Majority of the times, they've tried to win it as well, and so far, they've been winning those rounds, which are very essential, very important for the team, knowing that XIPTO is already on a match point. This time around, they'll realize, I think they're gonna try making a split C take happen here.
Yeah. C would be very, very viable. But then again, how do they deal with BOBA already able to grab the momentum, holding it, gripping it, 5 fingers, both hands, and they won't be able to relinquish this momentum as well. But for XIPTO, they want to claw it away from them. They want to be able to just close this one out. Because if you give BOBA an inch, they could take a mile away from you. Baby TZ presents herself, looking for the headshot. The backup isn't on time, and Ayumi gets spotted out with the blind as well. Enery making her way inside. It's gonna be Kahibi holding her ground, having to execute her former teammates. Will she be the shadow of her former self? However, though, XIPTO, they are not going to be able to enter C-side. Access locked.
So chaotic.
And they rotate out towards A side.
It is chaos inside this map, but the chaos out of that, the silence coming in from Kamiyu as she goes and take from the shadows, bring the spike towards A and plant it, make the setups happen, and XIPTO already well aware of this plan. They're already wrapping around A side, one anti-flank coming in, and they're prepared to take this duel against Dolbisky. On the other hand, up above, heaven above, there's gonna be 2 players coming in. Kamiyu waiting patiently for Kohabi to hop out, despite that not dead yet. She's definitely dead this time around. It's a 2v1 and Dolbisky left to clutch this moment.
Oh, the haunt in her hands, having to refresh first. Kamiyu spots her out, spraying down Dolbisky. A 1v1 situation. There is no way that BOBA is able to win this. Time is running out, and Shirazi will close this map. XIPTO 13-6 after what was a prolonged game. BOBA still able to cling on, but their grips slowly loosening. And XIPTO, they bring and close out BOBA's pick, which is Lotus.
They were willing to take fights after fights after fights coming into this matchup. But then again, I still stick to what I said a while ago. I feel like it's more of the utility play coming in here from XIPTO that really brought the win on the table itself. Because if you think about it, like you mentioned, the score might be that huge of a gap, but at the end of it, realize the aim duels were close.
That's true. I mean, like everyone was shooting, to be honest. Again, like we said, it felt like a marginal scoreline, but the game in and of itself felt very close to one another. We didn't even, realize, and we didn't even take note of the scoreboard or the kills that Alexi was able to rack up. 22, 24. There was a lot of kills happening left, right, and center. But of course, we want to hear what our panelists has to say. So Tash and Zach, take it away.
Thanks very much, guys. In the light of that chaos, we saw a usual game of Valorant from both XIPTO and BOBA. Both teams very, very aggressive. And what's more interesting is the fact that what Eliza said just now about the utility usage. Love seeing how it worked out for them. We see a lot of protocols come through, but what is it that's lacking from BOBA, you think, Zach?
I think the biggest difference was just the speed of trades. I think that both teams were excellent. I think that yes, I apologize for that little mic stuff. Ooh, it wouldn't be broadcast without one. But anyway, back to what XIPTO are doing. I think that their trades are absolutely excellent, and they always seem to have a backup plan, even if the strat doesn't work out. If the spike gets dropped, they have an Omen ult. If they want to rotate, they're able to make that call very quickly. And again, they just seem to have the reads overall. I think that individually we had some really great moments coming out from BOBA. I think Baby TC clutched like 2 rounds in a row to be able to keep them going and deny the game ending at like 13-3 or 13-4. And of course Ayumi had some really insane entries as well, both in those thrifty sheriff rounds as well as with like rifles and even her ult at some point. But yeah, I think at the end of it there was just too many multi-kills coming in for these players. Some of them were lineups, some of them were just insane spray transfers and good positioning. But overall, I think when you have like Alexi or Shirazi getting 4 kills without being traded, you just can't do anything at that point, right?
Yeah, every single player from XIPTO is cracked, but the same could be said about BOBA. But the potential of XIPTO to be getting these multi-frags is definitely, I think, a problem that they're facing here, because there are so many rounds that a lot of the opening picks were taken out by, say, Delbisky, or even, say, Aluka, or even Ayumi. But it's the mid-round calls that really change the trajectory of those, I would say, of those man disadvantages for XIPTO. Because you see these frag potentials coming in from Kamayu, from Shirazi, Alexi, and it's terrifying to think that every single one of these players can easily equalize around. Now, coming up forward here, I do agree with you about Baby TZ. Definitely one of those players that you can rely on when push comes to shove. Again, around 18 and 19, both in a row, Baby TZ being able to clutch that out, and also forcing it those 1v1s and also ults as well by Alexi. The Nightfall she is able to use really shows a lot of respect that XIPTO has for her itself. Regardless of 13-6, regardless of the big disparity in points, each round has been very, very chaotic, sometimes very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at all the fights that happened, most of the kills that came through for XIPTO were at that Rebel area. I think that it was constantly under contention. I think that both teams really wanted to like maintain control of it, especially because it's such a crucial choke point that can be used to deny rotations later in the round. I think even one of those rounds we saw Delbisky trying to hold an off angle against 3 XIPTO players, but yeah, it didn't really work out. But yeah, just insane control on that A side main, whether they were on attack or defense. And overall, I think that while the entire team was crazy, Alexi on Fade was the MVP. Like, it wasn't just her popping off, which she was, like 2.5 KDA on the Fade, 300 ACS, absolutely crazy, but it was a utility as well. She was providing so much value for the team. Her haunts were constantly catching people, really catching them out of positions, forcing them to break it, kind of giving like an Eri or whoever else is speaking like a free kill there. So just insanity in not just in terms of like raw aim, but also in terms of like strats and usage.
That's right. But having a look at the game earlier, we're supposed to look at the highlights. There we go. Now coming into this game, I think both teams had insane thrifties coming forward. Both teams very, very sharp. In fact, I think round 4 was the thrifty round that BOBA was able to take back after losing their buy round, after losing the pistols. Now but the thing is, when you look at these rounds and these fights, this map is heavily reliant on control, whether it be the mount control or even the control of rubble. You're always going to be seeing those fights. But what we like seeing from XIPTO is the fact that whenever they take a site or an area, it's always been as a 5. It's rare to be able to see them just go 1 or 2. And the biggest problem that BOBA faces is that they're not sure which site they're going to be hitting. So whenever they try to contest this control, it's a 2 against a 5 or a 3 against a 5. It's really hard to deal against that firepower.
Yeah, definitely. I think that point you made about the synergized pushes was definitely right. I think that they were able to like really just take them by storm. You know, you peek, Itaria gets 2 players, you finally take her down, and you try to re-peek, clear it out, and there's like 3 more people waiting to peek at you. So, like you said, just really insane synergy in that aspect. What really worries me here, Tash, is that this was Boba's map. This is the one that they came prepared on. They had 100% win rate on, and it didn't go their way. So heading into their opponent's map pick on Split, it's gonna be a little bit rough. Like, yes, Boba has had good games in the past on this particular map and made it close, in fact, but it's still gonna be a very, very challenging uphill battle in that map number 2.
That's right, Split is going to be a tough one for Boba, but let's see whether or not they're going to be able to take this away. But we'll be right back to the Valorant Game Changers C. We'll see you guys in a little while. XIPTO showing dominance of map 1, Boba's map pick, but let's see whether or not they're going to be doing so on their own, which is going to be Split. This is the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. Tashbunny and Zahk here on the panel to say hi to you guys as we break down the game. Now, coming into map number 2, we're going to be looking at Split. This is XIPTO's strongest map. I think they have been undefeated on this map for so long right now. The last 2 times they played this map, they won it 13-2 and 13-3. The only team to have really challenged them on this map was in the open qualifiers of Split 1, and it was Boba with a 13-9.
it's been a while since then, yeah, but they were able to kind of make a difference against it. It was a very close game, like you said, and they were running a really interesting team comp then as well, with Paper X style triple duelist when they last faced off against XIPTO on Split. So I'm gonna be interested to see if they're gonna be kind of repeating that, because they've been kind of changing around their comp. They did run 4 duelists in the group stage, sorry, 3 duelists, a Breach, and a Clove in the group stage. I don't know if they're gonna be continuing to stick with that, but I do hope they stick with that. You know, at least it'll be a little bit exciting to watch. But
Yeah.
XIPTO, on the other hand, they've been pretty stable in their team comp. They haven't really like messed around too much. You know, Cypher, Jet as their solo duelist, Omen as the controller. They also do run the Raze along with the Jet, although it feels like Inari on Raze is actually a little bit quieter than Alexi on Jet. I know this sounds scandalizing, Inari quiet, but Alexi is the explosive bombshell on this map, which is usually rare, because on Split, it's the races that you see kind of like popping off, but Alexi on Jet, especially when she gets that operator, which she doesn't really do, she likes to push more from what I've seen, but I digress, she's pretty scary.
Yeah, I think it also talks a lot about their personalities as well. Neri, very quiet in real life, and Alexi, very yappy person. So yeah, I think it translates as well to their gameplay. Now, coming back to Boba, there is something that I really like that they highlighted, which was the comps for Boba. They played so many different comps here. I'm talking about ISOs, Yorus, Breaches, Skies, and even Sages. It's really hard to pinpoint what they play, and they've been doing this for quite some time now, especially on tour this year, where I feel like they've been trying to really keep what they really want to use under wraps, understandably so. But when you are that adept at using these many agents, you can get away with it, and this is also something that XIPTO has done before. Regardless, let's see whether or not we're going to be seeing some exciting agents here in the comp. Now, the track record for XIPTO is incredibly strong. I need 100% win rate, but their attack side is what you really want to watch out for, because against Lilacs, they went 11-1 on attacks half.
Yeah, they're really strong on attack. Like we were talking about, that double duel is just incredibly powerful. They've got a very versatile team comp. Like the only real flaw of this is that it doesn't have like a proper anchor sensor like the Cypher that Koibi tends to play. But overall, it's a very flexible comp. Again, they like to go in with that double controller. Shirazi on the Viper this time around, really incredible in terms of lurk, like just in terms of map control. Even on attack, you know, Shirazi is constantly the thorn on their side. I think one of the things you were highlighting, Tash, was on that previous map how they like to play as Fi and stick together. Well, at least historically on this map, Shirazi is the demon in the dark. You do not know when she's going to be coming out lurking from mid, from, you know, your own spawn to come and tap you in the head while you're fighting the rest of her teammates. She is what you have to watch out for on this map, because she can just find so much value with just crucial timing.
Let's talk about her counterpart, Baby TZ, also on that Viper. I think for a while now, Baby TZ, we've known her more for her ciphers, for her for her chambers, yep, as well. And Sentinels in general, right? But now looking at her on this Viper, I don't know when is the last time I've seen her on chamber. It's been, I don't even think I've seen her on this on the chamber, excuse me, on this Viper. So it's gonna be such a difference to see her play this controller. Let's see whether or not she's gonna be doing that. So what do you guys think, casters?
Map number 2 is what we have right here. Tayrawr and Realize as your casters for today. And Realize, the panel mentioned it already, when it comes to the agent compositions that we have right here, it's a double duelist on the side of XIPTO, and also for the side of Boba here, we do see a Cypher on their hands.
Yeah, but to be honest, if I have to be honest, I am I'm concerned for Boba.
Why?
I mean, XIPTO split, it is so good, but yeah, sometimes they fumble in the first few rounds, but then when they start getting their groove, when they're on their stride, they are unstoppable, especially the deadly duo of Alexi and Enery. You know how far they can go, you know how explosive they can be, especially when given the time and space to get the entries, and then you have the race to naturally counter the Cypher. It just eases the I would say the task of the Jet to get into the site. I mean, when you have two high mobility agents like the Jet, like the Raid, the Cypher just becomes useless, I'd say.
And I do think as well that at least they do have a Viper here coming in from Boba, and who knows, this day might be the day that the Tripwires catches a lot of the players from XIPTO. Remember, they're a hyper-aggressive team, and sometimes you leave doors open for some executes and some even cheeky position or angles for Boba.
Indeed. And for the time being, they're just poking away and looking to not commit so fast, because now Alexi is going to crawl up into B site. Luca just having a peek and tapping away inside the smoke. She lingers, shrouded behind that smoke, and this paranoia could do a lot of damage with the paint shell as well. It connects, and Alexi gets taken down, the first victim in the chopping block for BOBA. And now the players of XIPTO, they try to waterfall into the side. Ayumi is there to tap away behind the smoke. Aluka gets 2, and Shirazi is going to be able to take down Aluka, but Tayrawr with the huge double kill. It's just Elbisky and Baby TZ now.
They tried to flood in the site along XIPTO here, but at the same time, they lose the duels. And now Bilski left alone to try and fight for her life. She goes for the swing, gets 1, but not the second here. Very low HP for Tara. Actually 1, but it's just not enough. XIPTO to take away this pistol round.
My goodness. XIPTO, even if they lost Alexi, they're still able to march into the side. And this is the advantages. This is one of the, you know, I'd say the luxury of bringing 2 duelists is the fact that when you have 1 explosive power gone, you still have your second barrel. You still have that raise up and running, even without the satchels. You can always zone out players with the paint shells, and just the presence of Raze kind of strikes fear in the heads of BOBA. And now XIPTO looking to control middle.
Mid control, as you say it. 1 hiding beneath the smokes as well that was set up, and that's Bilski to catch Alexi here. A good start for the side of BOBA. They want to take a Thrifty away here. A good pick off, and now mid control. They know, they're aware there's going to be some players towards mid, but very low on the HP is Ayumi. And on the right side, they clear that out. Even with the paranoia together, that you don't even need the paranoia any longer.
Indeed. And for XIPTO, they open up this site, but still with casualties. 2 down, the satchel looking to just take down Baby TZ. Bilski shot away from her demise, and she dies in the hands of Enery. Blood on her hands, and Aluka is on the blacklist, bounty hunted by the players of XIPTO. And they relinquish and lose their eco rounds, but still, it is something expected because XIPTO, they have far better weapons.
Not too bad though when it comes to the eco round that they just had here. Very much taking away so much value from this round as well. Making sure there's at least 2 remaining players from XIPTO. Yeah, they were able to take the plant, but as much as you can get away from XIPTO, you have to make sure you get it away from them already. Because of that, they do have half armors, half shields from the 2 players here of BOBA. And for XIPTO, they were only able to take away 1 Vandal and a Spectre.
And Alexi now looking to just pray down through that mailroom area, and this time mid control sees pretty deeply because they have full control of that Vance area, because last round they traversed back towards mail. This time it opens up a possibility for them to rotate to A and even B. So this is why pivotal, this is why mid control is so pivotal in split. This is why it is so significant. It gives you so much space, so much route to just explore your possibilities. And for BOBA, they are not going to contest this because they know it is much more sensible to just fight XIPTO inside.
Good awareness from Kamiyu as well to shut down at least the camera here from Kohaibi towards Heaven B. And that leaves some of the players of BOBA, specifically Ayumi, having to watch male control. And now they go Vents. This is the perfect snake bite to try and stop them to their toes. They might need to revert back all the way from A main. They might catch 1 even, but Bilski was able to take away 1 kill.
Yeah, and now they just march into the side. Maybe TZ gets 1, but the trade is good. Alexi gets another, but it's gonna be Kamiyu there with the kills. The bullets miss, strays away. Ayumi will be punished for that. And XIPTO, if you slack, they will punish you. BOBA yet to get a score in their scoreboard.
Very unfortunate as well. If you think about it, they were able to catch Kamiyu, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, towards that tripwire. They tried to react to it. Kohaibi swings out, tries to get the kill, But with XIPTO, you have to assume there's always going to be that trade follow-ups coming in, and that's exactly how they win these rounds that we have right now. They played heavy default from the start because of the guns, but as much info as they can get, like you mentioned, if you give them the space, they will be happy to take it.
Yeah, and now this time they are fed up. They want control. They want to play aggressively, but that aggressiveness will stop them from the backs and betray them. And this time, XIPTO, they ease past the A site. Kaibi and Aluka having to respond to the callings from XIPTO as they call the players of BOBA one by one. And this time around, I don't think there will be a clutch attempt. This will just pure exit frags. And Alexi with the operator. Yeah, already. And I would argue that operator and attacking side on split is so hard to execute. Like, split is just way too small of a map to make the operator viable. But this time Shirazi tiptoeing unnoticed from the back will get the headshot, but doesn't expect the second player to be there. Meanwhile, Kaibi spotted out, and Shirazi will hunt her down. But a spray from Shirazi misses. Ayumi will capitalize on the whiff. But XIPTO still, they reign supreme. 4 rounds straight in regulation.
Very clean 4-0s coming in from XIPTO here. Plus the operator in play, as you mentioned, on the attacking side here. I do feel like it suits the playstyle that we're seeing right now coming in from XIPTO. You have another player to be the duel or the main duelist to make that entry happen anyway, which is Aneri. And once that distraction and that chaos happens towards the site, you have Alexi standing her ground from way back, making sure she gets pickoffs here. Not other than that, they do like gaining that advantage when it comes to first pickoffs. So let's see how this would end up as they try to push in again, triggered by that trip war. Aneri will fall down, but there's going to be another player hopping out and flying in. Delbisky good for 1. We're left with a 5v3 in favor of BOBA.
No, Alexi with the headshot as well. Kaibi will be quick on the response, but still, XIPTO losing bodies, losing blood, and losing momentum. But the spike ushered into the site, not yet going to be planted. Ayumi gets her hands on the operator this time around as she marks that elbow area. The paranoia connects onto 2. But no follow-up given. And none taken as well. BOBA just going to play on the back of this retake. And Alexi and Kamiyu given time and space to work with. Elbow seized control, subjugated, and 2 players gone. They lose their heads. Kaibi with the low HP. 1v2. Now Alexi has to clutch this. Showstopper pop. Alexi dances in the wide open. Dashes into the side, sprays down. Sadly, this time she has to lose her life. And BOBA, they break the deadlock as they get their first round.
Not today, as they say it. They had to pull out the showstopper just to make sure that they have enough space to make that defuse happen and really trigger Alexi out of her position here. But at the same time, that tailwind saved her life. At the end of it, she still has to make a reset happen. Would have been a pretty wild clutch, but then again, you see BOBA in a 4-man retake scenario here. I do feel like if they get the trades right here as well, realize, especially the double swings to make sure they have the upper hand or upper advantage, that would be huge for BOBA, but a good start for them, at least a 4-1.
I think for BOBA, they have to maximize this defender side, especially when you know that split is much more defender sided. But then again, if you have 2 duelists, you can still work your way in the attacker side. And meanwhile, again, mid control never contested, always conceded by BOBA. And there you go with the dink coming in towards Aluka. The paint shells connects, and Enery zones out the players of BOBA. This time Aluka having to reposition down the site, looking for a tap with the Guardian, working her way on it. But the Blade Storm will do the work for Tayrawr, or rather for Alexi. The spray down connects for Kaibi, only good for 1. The Viper Spit already flooding the B site.
Still 3 players remaining here for BOBA. They start off with the Trailblazer. Not really gonna find anyone from that. Alexi has good positioning when it comes to the op, but then again, Baby TZ knew better. And as the snake bite goes in, the follow-ups is what we're looking at here. BOBA still trying to find any play, any space to really create an execution for this post-plant scenario coming in from XIPTO, but Ineri just holding down the fort. She gets two, and now the shotgun to the face. As Shirazi closes the round, we are on to a 5-1.
Oh my goodness, XIPTO again just asserting dominance. And even if this map isn't closed out yet, this raises questions of how good XIPTO is. I mean, we've always talked about how BOBA is the closest, or you can say the arch nemesis of XIPTO, and how they can be the giant slayers. But how do you slay this giant of XIPTO if they're playing this clean, if they're playing this discipline? And how long would it take for XIPTO to finally lose, to finally be on the verge of defeat, if BOBA is also just rattled and played around by XIPTO?
It's their map pick here, realize. We also have to think about that as well. Plus, again, you have two players to really execute going towards the site, and it's not like the rest of the player here are not heavy hitters. As we say that, Neri already all the way towards the site, and no one even noticed as fast as she can get. Camus planting the spike already, very much open for them in this post-plant scenario. One orb away for Neri to have that showstopper again.
Yeah. Yumi and Luca already gone, and they peek out towards spawn.
Wow.
And this is not going to be a hard round for XIPTO, because again, BOBA on the disadvantaged side because they don't have that weapon, advantage. And XIPTO with the flawless round as they look to build their economy. I mean, 6K, 4K, 5K on the players of XIPTO means that they can have that generational wealth they're looking for in like the next 2 or 3 rounds. But for BOBA, it's getting harder for them to contain the aggressiveness of XIPTO.
Definitely true. I mean, Neri has that showstopper ready already for this next round that she was able to punish two a while ago. But Ayumi, she had good positioning. The thing is, once she swings out, she wasn't expecting two players waiting for her.
Oh, showstopper! And it catches Delbisky.
Unbelievable.
And I feel like Delbisky would have survived if she was not on low HP. The Baby TZ looking to just hide behind the smoke. Can she catch two people? No, she couldn't. Camille will be quick on the response and quick to turn her back to Hybe though. Last player standing no more. Again, back-to-back flawless rounds for XIPTO. This time, BOBA with the weapons needed.
It has also to consider as well, realize that pretty much for XIPTO here, they're just playing how they wanted to play. They're really playing out the map here, and they are in full control in whatever happens currently. And you see BOBA just waiting patiently towards side takes here, making sure Paranoia coming in from Aluka connects perfectly if it can, but it's not really working out. They have to really get at least a little bit of a space here, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Even orb control, pretty much whatever value you can find.
Oh, a tap from Hybe. Replies towards Terra saying, I could also kill. But then Terra gets the 2. And this is looking so good as XIPTO. They're coming up roses now. Alexi just pushing out screens, and Ayumi will close one out. Alexi gets a Luca. Ayumi next on the chopping block, and Alexi gets 2 bites of the cherry. And Camille will be the one taking down Baby TZ. XIPTO, flawless, and this time only losing 1 player.
How is she even getting those kills when she's the one who's supposed to be in the other side of it? You know, the advantage was definitely, especially the positioning that she had was halfway through the smoke, couldn't see anyone, but still managed to pull off kills like that coming in from Alexi here. 8-1 is what we're looking at here right now, realize. And from the shadows is only ultimate available for XIPTO right now. Baby TZ still has that Viper's Pit, but then again, with 2 players out missing for BOBA, when will you be able to use this? I mean, you have mid control, yeah, but A main is pretty much open for XIPTO to take.
Yeah, Ayumi 2 orbs away from the showstopper.
Look at
Really
Alexi
easy.
too.
Already popping it, but Alexi with the movements towards B side. It's all a ruse. Con artist, and that is XIPTO, but Aluka will take 2 down with her towards the grave. Alexi though responds a 2v2 now, and BOBA with their running shoes running towards B side.
Well executed from XIPTO here, making BOBA think twice what their next steps are gonna be, as Alexi is very deep and going for that late lurk potential towards Heaven Control. It's an open plant here, realize they have really good positioning. With that paranoia, this also perfectly connects, but at the same time, the timing is what they're wanting to take off. Aluka, on the other hand, spotted out, but this smoke is helping her. She has to defuse the spike. She's just sticking it, and sticking it right in the face of Alexi.
Pros never fake. And Aluka, the faithful, shall be rewarded. And she rewards BOBA with their second round. Not much, but it is much needed. And BOBA, they could replicate the same scoreline in Lotus in the first half, and that is going to be their best case scenario, because you don't want to give XIPTO the 10th round. You don't want to give them that 9-3 curse of possibly opening up even more and greater horizons in this map, as this is their map pick, like what you said, Tay.
Ayumi has that showstopper ready, but Ineri already all the way towards ramps. Baby Teasy, she knows what she's expecting here. Boombot pretty much very close on her, and didn't actually find her as well, so this might be a pretty good position to hold on to. Aside from that, from XIPTO's positioning, it's more of that push and pull. They want to pull the rotations coming in towards A, but wait a minute.
Yeah, the push and pull just to bait out the utilities, but XIPTO going to make their way towards A side. Alexi looks at the barrel of the gun of Baby Teasy, catches her obliviously, and Kahaibi looking to instill more damage, but it's Enemy just putting on the hurting on multiple players of BOBA. And Kahaibi gets one, looking for Shirazi, the headshot. They line up for her. Alexi, though, will catch the trade. Kahaibi now bestowed upon her is the burden to clutch this round, but the spike is planted for Heaven. Tara with the blind. Alexi just jumps forward, jump peeks this, and Kahaibi will stick to the half. No, she won't get the half. The one-way smoke is beautiful. Alexi is just playing with her food. Kahaibi, she submits herself to the players of BOBA, or rather towards the players of XIPTO, and the 9th round is secured.
Oh man, that false plan scenario just perfectly played out here in the hands of XIPTO. And again, if you want to clutch out around here, realize you want to have a controller available.
Yeah.
At least one controller, you know? And that's exactly how Aluka, for example, was able to win 1 round away from XIPTO here. But having 2 players available, alive for XIPTO, one being a controller, you set up a one-way smoke, it's a done deal at that point.
Yeah, fate sealed, and so is the round. And this time they can seal the double digits if they want, because B side is under attack. Then Aluka will be covered by Kahaibi. The paranoia doesn't connect. The showstopper from Ayumi. They're biting back. They're fighting back. And XIPTO have to evacuate from B, or will they? Because 2 players still just locking in into that B main. A momentary lull from both teams, but XIPTO now with a heavier task to work with.
2 players down for them, and it's the heavy hitters as well. The double duelist, the deadly duo, literally dead at this point. Ayumi holding position with a Bucky, and Tara might just have to go away with the rest of the team, try to make and create space on another part, another side of the map, as 3 players are already stacked in and locked in when it comes to B side as well. Mid control and Baby Teasy might be the first contact here.
Yeah, and now looking to just inch closer
30 seconds
by
left.
XIPTO. They lose their 2 main duelists, so of course it's going to be quite hard for them to barge into the site. But Tara It's popping up the smoke, looking to zone out Baby TZ, but the
that
snake
hurts.
bite splits them into two. Luca lines up the shots. Camille will be able to respond. Baby TZ step forward in time, and Camille with the heavy task of clutching won't get it. 9-3. Will the curse happen? But XIPTO, they close out first half comfortably.
Definitely comfortably is what we are looking at here, but it's halftime now, so we're passing you on to our hosts Tash and Zach. How's it going out there?
It's going chaotically. Thank you so much, Tay, as well as Realize. It's a very exciting one. 9-3, I believe it was the half, which is a really good one if you come forward. Curses or not, there is still a lot to talk about this, because when we talk about BOBA right now, one of the biggest thing I'm seeing right now is the inconsistent timing. The timing of rotation is not quite there compared to how well and how fluid the team of XIPTO are able to play off each other.
For sure, I think the rotations, like you said, are really problematic. I think that yes, I do think that for BOBA, like you said, timing's not really working out. A lot of them really being caught out of position, and I think some are just played unlucky. Like your barrel was sticking out, stuff like that. Not really anything that you can do apart from, like, positioning yourself a little bit better, I suppose. And that's one side of the equation. So credit where credit is due. XIPTO, I mean, it's the norm for them, I know, but XIPTO are playing absolutely out of their mind, especially their duelists. Like we were talking about Alexi in that previous game on Fade. She had 25 kills. She already has 16, and it's been one half here, Tash, and Aneri is not far behind her. She had 14 by the end of the half, if I'm not wrong. So both duelists just popping off, the rest of the team like also stepping up where it needs to be. I think that the highest number of kills on BOBA so far is 8, and I think 4 of the players on XIPTO have at least 8. So that's like the differential right now that's going on. I hope that, once that side switch happens, things come together. BOBA looks a little bit more synergized as a team. They're able to keep varying up the pace like XIPTO were doing, because they were really thriving at that as well, changing the pace of the game.
Regardless, despite the opening picks that's looking really good from BOBA, whether or not they can kind of tie it down is the question. Let's see whether or not they do this in the second half. Casters, on to you guys.
Thank you for that analysis, and yeah, it is indeed chaotic, but it is much more favored between XIPTO, because if you talk about chaos, sometimes it's upheaval and pandemonium for both teams. Sometimes it's very
chaos.
hard. Yeah, it's the chaos. It's just the chaotic. I'm out of words for what happened in that first half, Tay.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that they're both willing to try and fight it out and duel it out, but XIPTO here, the aggression, it just pays off time and time again. Will we see another same aggression coming into the second half? Seems like it, because Ineri's already getting her heals.
Yeah, they are indeed very close towards that victory. And Ayumi with the flash, or rather, Lobisky with the flash. Baby TZ down on Luca, getting that one kill, very important. But Alexi, she's still hiding below. The one tap connects. She escapes death. She's able to cheat death with that headshot as well. Baby TZ
still
and
has
Luca
the heal too.
biting the bullet. Yeah, the heal is there as well from Camille. Registered towards Alexi if needs be. And XIPTO, they could make this a 10th round. Ayumi though, looking to hit towards Aneri. Shirazi takes down Delbisky 3v2. Ayumi and Kaibi, both hearts beating, but the pulses weakening. And Kaibi will pop the cam looking for information. And Shirazi re-aggresses, but Kaibi still not dead yet. But the tap's coming in, and XIPTO double digits again. And how did Alexi survive?
She was just holding down, basically. She was waiting for a push. The thing is, for XIPTO, again, what they have here is good awareness when it comes to the teammates that they also see having a hard time. And Alexi was definitely having a hard time, especially with such a low HP. You see them covering for her until to the point where she can escape freely and at the same time get the heal going here. And that just allowed them to isolate the fights, especially with the spike being planted a little bit too late here for the side of BOBA. Everything was just pure chaos at this point, and XIPTO just ran away with it and was able to go away safely as well. With a 10-3, a double-digit lead, again, realize it's a little bit one-sided right now, but this pistol was pretty much needed for BOBA to win.
And XIPTO, they're just tap dancing at this point. For BOBA, again having to face this eco round. I don't really like rounds like this. And Shirazi with the outlaw, Tayrawr as well.
Here.
Putting the hurting, adding insult to injury. Baby TZ down. Ayumi and Kahibi both having to step up. But XIPTO stepping down on them. Shirazi with the outlaw, working with the damage given towards her. And Kahibi will be punished for her presence down in mid. XIPTO 11. And look, I told you I don't like these rounds because BOBA had to eco in that round and they can buy in this round. And if they lose in this round, they have to eco for the last round. So it's always going to be a loss-loss situation for them. And it's hard because XIPTO, they're just everywhere around the map.
Yeah, long story short, they have to win this round if they still want to push through the next set of rounds here as well. And they have to make sure that they don't lose Vandals that much as well. So it's really a tall order here for the side of BOBA, but let's see if they can do it. A perfect paranoia settling down, and Tara takes one down, but Kamiyu just moving way back, just making sure she makes a stop happen here. And XIPTO, despite the big of an advantage, not overheating.
Yeah, still holding their triggers. Close by though is Kamiyu. Oh, an outlaw tap, and Kamiyu will take her way into the side. It takes two to tango, and they tango beautifully. As Kahibi will take down Kamiyu, but she's bleeding. She needs a bandage, but none given to her. Match point for XIPTO.
Match point.
What a dance coming in from XIPTO here as they take down BOBA yet again. I do feel like when it comes to this map, realize it's very important to really have mid control. It makes you at least wonder and think like what could have been as well if they had a little bit of an extra lurk when it comes to heaven control here. But I guess they want to send in full firepower potential going towards B main, but we all know a paranoia can set B main alone basically.
Yeah. A single paranoia just pushing them back. Spike wanting to be collected. And Ayumi, again with the same game plan, looking to control mid, but Shirazi now posted up upon, waiting to deliver. While Kahibi just tapping away with the Guardian, looking to respoke down vents. But Shirazi unfazed. Still just moving like the brick wall she is, but Enery with Kamiyu will execute Ayumi. This could be the end for BOBA in map 1, rather map 2, and in the series, knocking them to the lower bracket if they don't save themselves right now. And then execute towards B side is awaited by Tara.
Corpse.
Patience is key, and XIPTO still has that patience despite the big of an advantage. They do have a neural depth here, at least a little bit of a heal to make sure Kahibi is up top. It's a 3v2 scenario. Can XIPTO isolate the fights yet again? Kahibi has a good positioning here, but she doesn't take the shot in. Instead, Shirazi pins her down. Now it's all up to Delpisky, who's not going to be able to clutch it, and XIPTO wins 2-0.
Oh my goodness, XIPTO! They are your first grand finalists for VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia as they breeze past the players of BOBA. And this again raises the question, when will XIPTO lose? When will this team be defeated? Because it looks like they're so invincible. They are so immortal. And this just shows to you that the levels they have is way, way of a high level.
It takes a while, but at some point, at some degree, you always have that target on your back. Congratulations, though, for XIPTO to make it to the grand finals. But did we expect this? Probably yes. So at the same time, for BOBA, they still have that another opportunity here in the lower brackets. Realize we might be still seeing them in the grand finals. Who knows, right? But the second set of series of matches here is what's gonna take us to the next step, which is the grand finals later on, and of course the lower bracket. But this match, indeed, pretty much for XIPTO, they showed what they're capable of, the push and pull, the discipline coming in from the team despite the extra gap that they had here. It's just beautiful Valorant coming in from them.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. And for Boba, I don't think they have to stress out that much because they have booked themselves a slot towards Bangkok. So yeah, still a possibility to fight their way into that and fix their mistakes. But of course, we want to throw it back to Tash and Zach for the analysis.
There you have it, our first not champions, but grand finalists here for the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. Wow, we are all just all over the place here, just like that game just now. I am very excited to talk about it because when you look at that game just now, it does come down again. I hate saying this word, but it is just fundamentals at this point. The rotations, the timings, everything never been on Boba's side, but the teamwork coming through, the fluidity coming in from XIPTO has been on a whole other level. XIPTO going undefeated still from their last loss, which is all the way in Champions last year when they were on the SMG roster.
Yeah, XIPTO keeping up that pedigree of excellence, haven't dropped a map yet this year, and they continue, like you said, to maintain that feat. And it didn't even look like they broke a sweat while doing it. Like, it generally looked like Ineri and Alexi were just going and playing in like some pub lobby, you know, pub stopping poor immortal kids for fun. Jokes apart though, I think that XIPTO, like you said, fundamentals looking really strong, map control excellent. They really control the pace of the game here. You could see that on the attack, they were going in for these quick, heavy executes, and then immediately a couple of rounds later, just completely cutting noise, going up for a walk down towards mid instead with all 5 players, and the rotations as well. It seemed like Boba were always just unfortunately one step behind. You did see a couple of really nice rounds where, you know, they did get that initial first kill, and you know, when Ayumi or Kohabi or even Aluka, they're able to lock in that first kill. It's such a huge difference because Boba after that just play like a whole other team, but when they're constantly just one player down because of the antics of Alexi and Ineri, it's just really difficult for them to come back into the game, and it's especially difficult when it is your opponent's map. I mean, kudos to Kohabi and the rest of the team here. They did try their best, and 13-3, there were a lot of these rounds that were reasonably close. It was like a 1v2. There were a couple of rounds that Boba also threw, for lack of a better word. I still vividly remember, like, on the defensive side, there was a 2v4 retake round that completely fell apart for them, and yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? It's just really fundamentals, like you said.
Yeah, I think coming down as well into this, again, reminding everyone that when you look at excuse me. So when you look at how they've been playing here, is that when Boba, it comes back to the fundamentals in the mid to end late games where, yeah, Boba would maybe get an opening pick. Aluka was able to take 2 even sometimes in those opening rounds. But then suddenly those mid-round adjustments where you start to hear the calls coming through from XIPTO saying, okay, we're down 2, what can we do here to equalize? How can we go aggressive? And the thing is, they still go aggressive. They don't press the brakes, and it really just overwhelms the entirety of Boba. And as for Boba, a lot of the time it comes down to that small mistakes, the positioning, you know, being able to see the barrel of your gun from within the smokes. These are just tiny mistakes, but these mistakes are something that XIPTO thrives upon when it comes to those punishments. A lot of time you can see how the heat map goes. B side very dense with this.
Yeah, they really like taking that B side and trying to take control. I mean, A side as well, but once Kohabi started playing there, they were like, yeah, nah, we're not gonna deal with your tripwires and other stuff. We're just gonna go over to B where things seem a little bit more easy. Like I said, Aluka did her best, but against the Hurricane that is Alexi and Ineri, there's not really much you can do. And even in the rounds where they killed Alexi and Ineri, there was like always somebody else stepping up. Like in that pistol, Tara and Shirazi, they each got the kills in the opening pistol, and that's kind of like just the story of the XIPTO team, right? Like, we talk a lot about these individual stars, and like Alexi, for example, how good she is, how insane her Arcadia is. Like, all right, just because, you know, somebody else in that game didn't have, like Kamiyu, for example, was a little bit quieter, it's not because she's not on the same level or something. It's just that entire roster.
Yeah, I think once again, sometimes when you look at firepower, it seems that for XIPTO, you can put one player of XIPTO against 2 or 3 members of BOBA and they'll still be able to thrive. Very tiny little micro angles and adjustments they use, how they take a site together, their timing, look at how they crunch from 2 different sides is just so on point. It's really hard to really play off of this when you're constantly getting shot at from 2 different angles, from 2 different players who are equally as sharp off each other. Yeah, we see big moments like a clutches clutches to come through. Aluka sticking it, and I feel like okay, sometimes their biggest problem, and this is what maybe TC told me herself, is that their biggest problem right now is themselves, the overthinking, the overanalyzing, and this can become a detriment, and it starts to show, especially toward the second half of the game as well.
Yeah, for sure. It looked a little bit difficult, but I mean, at that point, I feel like, you know, you would rather just like get this over with and try to go into that lower bracket. There is another chance for you to make it to a grand finals and find some redemption, maybe take away a map or even take away that title. It's happened before, you know, and especially Tayrawr, she's just one of those unfortunately cursed players. I mean, you know, Alter Ego won every single tournament until the one that mattered the most. Now, that's not the case here because both teams have already qualified for that Pacific Championship. But, you know, for XIPTO in particular, I am very excited for Pacific because there is another team, Tash, in the Pacific region, or well, in the Japan region anyway, East Asia, which hasn't yet lost a series. They've lost a couple of maps, but they haven't lost a series yet, which is Zeta Division. So that's the one that I hope that we get to see here. But I do hope that we get to talk to some of these XIPTO players because that was a fantastic game.
Yeah, for now, you are right. We are going to be talking to a XIPTO player. We have Tara on the line. And I'm really excited to have a chat with her because we usually are talking to maybe Alexi or even a Neri. Now coming into this one, for you guys who didn't know, Tara is the newest addition to this team. There you go. Hi, Tara. How are you? Happy to see you here back on the big stages. Now, I did talk a little bit to your team about, you know, your return to the big stages, and they did say that you. Hi, Alexi. And you know, and they did say that you had actually, you know, kind of like dropped life to be able to compete again. Can you tell me a little bit about why you decided to do so?
I feel like I needed something like more thrill because for the time I retired, right, like the 1 year gap is basically I'm just doing nothing and just waiting, you know. And then when they asked me, I mean, I was free and I'm excited to play with them because the last year I never get to play with them even though I wanted to. So like, yeah.
I'm really excited to see you here playing. So let's talk a little bit about your transition into the team. I think Split 1, I think there was a lot of chatter about how you weren't able to keep up with the pacing of your team. Everyone was so fast. I could tell you were struggling to keep up with them. But now in Split 2, you seem to have transitioned in very, very fine. You look very comfortable as well as Sharp. So can you tell us a little bit about what the process was to transition from Split 1 Tara to Split 2 Tara?
My coach just told me to keep trying and just keep practicing because progress will show, right?
Aww.
Yeah. So like, just keep practicing, just put more time into it. Just, you know, be confident in yourself and like, yeah.
All right. So sorry, I
gotta.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I got a question for you, Tara. So firstly, congrats on your win today. So, you know, being ideal for a team like this with such absolutely insane cracked players, you know, does it kind of feel like you're playing chess with like, you know, god tier pieces? Like, how is like the calling in your team? Like, do you tell them what to do exactly, or is it like more of a team contribution thing?
Actually, they're smart players too. For me, I just do the micromanaging. Like what I do most is just basically reading what the enemy might do and telling them what might happen and like guiding them into which one I want to go to. But they all have their own ideas also, and I will never stop them from doing their ideas because I mean, they're good players also. I don't want them to be like, I cannot do this, I cannot do that, and then they lose their confidence, you know. I want them to be a player that's like, you know, the best versions of themselves.
Aww. I love that. I love hearing that. Zach, do you have another question?
I actually do. Okay, this is more of a fun question. You know, I'll let Tash handle the more serious ones, but this is a fun one. So, according to you, who is the most likely player on your team to overheat?
I think it's Alexi.
You're right.
Yeah, Alexi is very fast. Alexi is like, I mean, she's really a good player, but sometimes she can hold. Like if the team is overheating, she's the one that's just the most calm, you know. So like, I feel like once or twice it's okay. I mean, overheating for me is like, there will be a time that it will happen to any one of us, So it's okay, I guess. Just the other teammates must cover that mistake, That's how I feel about it.
I love hearing that. Now, final question here coming forward. You are the first finalists going into the finals tomorrow. So what are your expectations going to tomorrow, and how nervous are you as your first time playing with this, second time coming to the team and to the grand finals?
I mean, I'm excited to play, but I mean I'm still nervous because like the only tournament we're playing is this, like, so I still have like the nervousness and all, but my teammates here are helping me go through all that, and then like I don't know, it just feels, I don't know, they're very, how to say, well, what's the word for it, you know, they're
Wholesome?
very
Supportive?
yeah, they're very wholesome, they're very kind, yeah, so it's okay.
All right, I love to hear it. Thank you so much, Tara, for spending time with us here. And congratulations again on your very dominant win. Say hi to the girls for me. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
She's so cool.
She is so cool, and she's also very awesome. Hearing about her coming back from retirement to play again was a very exciting one, especially after Shirazi had told me a little bit of that story, you know, dropping life just for this because she wanted that thrill. I think that's the life of a pro player, and we love to see it. Speaking of that, that will be the end of our first series of the day. XIPTO BOBA 2-0, very, very dominant. Honestly, I was expecting a 2-1, but you know, after what we saw,
I wouldn't
you
go
know,
that far.
yeah, I wouldn't go that far because XIPTO is just such a very, very experienced team going forward all the way till the end. I think for BOBA, they do have a ways away to go, but it's very exciting to see other teams as well really step up here in the Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia. We see, you know, teams like Invincible really bring XIPTO all the distance. We see Sisu coming in from third last split this time around, really challenging BOBA. That's also very, very exciting. And speaking of Sisu, we might be seeing them, we are going to be seeing them, excuse me, after this Sisu Esports versus For Fun, a team that did not even qualify last split. So it's going to be very exciting to see this one and who makes it into that third place spot. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. still remains undefeated here in the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia 2024. Not yet dropped a single map going into today, a 2-0 dominance against BOBA. But enough about that, because we're going into our second series. We're looking at For Fun versus Sisu. Sisu, a team that came in third last split, coming in previously renamed as Aura Differential, versus For Fun, a team that did not manage to qualify.
Yeah, I think that For Fun, of course, there are a bunch of familiar names on there. More on that later. But I think that they have been a very pleasant surprise to watch, very refreshing to watch as well. I mean, like you said, they're a team that formed relatively, they haven't been playing together for too long. Some of them were on other teams as well. Some of them haven't been playing for a while. So it's really nice that they've been able to qualify this time around and actually putting up a fight. I do think that whoever wins this one is gonna also qualify for that Pacific slot. So it's gonna be a really exciting game between these two. And of course, like you said, For Fun, while they are the newer entity on the block, Sisu has a lot more established names. There's Grahams, the duelist who came in like as a rookie and who is like absolutely just destroying people right now. There's Sawamura, who used to go be Capricious last year, kind of playing in that duelist controller flex role now. There's Polly, of course, stepping in as that IGL, really like filling in some new shoes. So it's been fascinating to see like the progress of this team over the last couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Coming into this one, it just really shows us how much the quality of players in Game Changers have really gone up, especially in the last few, I think it's last year or so. Because I think last year it was such a dominant one team, to worry about. Basically, it was just SMG. Yeah, a sprinkle of RRQ Kaguya now and then, but SMG's dominance was insane. Now this year, yeah, XIPTO is still very, very dominant, but we're seeing a lot more teams coming up here. Aura Differential / Sisu was one of them. Rima last split was absolutely phenomenal to watch, and now For Fun as well. And if you look at For Fun, this is a team that our own Eliza Taylor actually played on. Yeah, so she was the sub. But let's have a look at Sisu now. Sisu, the team, once again reminding everyone, third place last split, coming up forward. Gone through a massive roster reshuffle, changed into a rebrand as well, with Graham, Sawamura, Polly, Paiti, and Con.
Yeah, 4 Filipino players on this roster, which should tell you enough about how much they can aim. And of course, Polly, the IGL, the solo type player here. So it's gonna be a really fun experience for this team here. I think they've all got like really good firepower. I think that they have a lot of GC experience as well. 4 out of 5 of them have been around for like at least 3 years. Last I counted, and Grahams, even though she is relatively the new kid on the block, has also proven to be like an absolute beast. So I think this team has been very fascinating since like Aura Differential came about. I think that with that IGL being turned around, I think that with the changes coming in, the team has still been pretty consistent. And I mean, I think they're looking to improve upon that third place, or at least like confirm their spot in that Pacific tournament by winning this one.
Yeah, it's gonna look great, because you look at Sisu the other day against BOBA, they seem to have really gone toe-to-toe, which just shows how powerful this team is, especially since last season. Now, coming into For Fun, we're looking at Chloe, Aishling, Sina, Ivory, and Tuya. These are all players with a lot of experience. Chloe, once again, lied to me about only playing one game. I'm just kidding. Coming into here. And I think her debut back into this big stage ever since she has played the Japanese League last year, I believe, is a huge one, because it just shows that she is still as sharp as she left and as she returned as well.
Yeah, I think Chloe, I think all of us who have were there in 2022 remember the infamous 1-11 comeback. If I'm not wrong, I think Chloe was the MVP for that one. So yeah, I think a lot of players on this team. Ivory also, old teammate from the Enigma Galaxy days. Tuya, who has been absolutely insane on their duelist, which is what we're gonna see in this head-to-head here. Both Grahams and Tuya playing the most unmeta duelist. Well, I guess she's not the worst one.
It's more of like a secondary duelist if you think about it. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, the one without the mobility, you can get like kills and frag out. Yeah, so both players who favor that Reina pick. Both players kind of similar in terms of ADS, although I think Grahams is just absolutely hitting that aim labs, like double the headshot rate of Tuya. That's crazy.
Yeah, when you look at these two, it's phenomenal, especially Graham's, who only debuted last split. And I think she really caught us all by surprise on how sharp she was. She honestly felt like an unstoppable force, very, very unmovable. It's giving me Juicy from Bleed when he played Ascension last year on how we're looking at how she's been playing. Now, Tuya as well is very, very exciting to watch because her mobility is insane. She's very good on her first picks. But the player to look at right now is going to be Con. And honestly, not surprising. She has always been sharp, and I didn't think she would be sharper than she did last year when she played when she is now. She did not play in the main iteration, the previous iteration of this roster, and now she came in. She's sharp as ever. I think her IGM previously was Miha, and she is one of the best Sovas I have seen this stage.
For sure, I think Quan is just really that versatile player that you want, who's always like reliable in like a clutch situation, like in a 1v2 or something, but also just for getting those shock darts for those recon informations, like all kinds of situations. But then on the opposite side, you have Sheena here, you know, Killjoy main. I love Killjoy mains because I'm a Killjoy main myself, and she has been absolutely going beast mode in these last couple of mains. I think she was a major factor in why that game against BOBA was so close. It went to overtime, and I think that Sheena was just absolutely phenomenal in the game, and of course in their game against Cardboard Dinosaur as well yesterday. I think that it was a pretty dominant performance coming in from her. I think that it was a pretty good game. Sorry, against Invincible, my bad. I was like thinking Cardboard Dinosaur was against the other team, my bad. But against Invincible yesterday, I think she looked really, really strong. I think that both on Killjoy as well as on Cypher, she's like just one of those players that you want to have as that hard anchor. Just impossible to get into sight while Sheena's like hanging out there. Like, you should not pass. Not happening. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. She is a phenomenal anchor. It's really hard to break into the site itself when you look at her play. There are so many times that she can maybe get 2 or 3 by the time her teammates had rotated over. Because as an anchor, you want to try and buy time and just deny that space as much as you can, and that's what she's managed to do. Now, Sisu, looking at their map pools here, looking at Lotus, which is at 80% win rate, Sunset with 66.7, Haven, Bind with a 50%, and Breeze, Ascent, 100% win rates. Granted, Ascent was only played once.
Yeah, so Ascent, a little bit of a question mark map there, but that said, not a bad veto. I mean, unfortunately for them, Breeze no longer in the pick, thank God,
Yeah.
with riddance to bad rubbish. But aside from that, you know, Sunset looking decent. I think that, of course, they would need a few more reps on a couple of these maps, but they have played a lot of them, and that's what really differentiates them from For Fun, because this is a team that does not have nearly the same amount of practice. They've according to what they've displayed on stream anyway, it's been a low-key, I would say, quiet map pool for them. Of course, they have looked pretty good on Ascent, but even though it says 50% win rate, even the game that they lost, it was okay. And I think that one of their games was against one of the best teams, so it's a little bit difficult. But I do hope that the shallower map pool doesn't really adversely affect them in their game.
It might not be a shallower map pool. Again, it's the lack of data that we do have because they haven't been playing
That's
a lot
true.
of these official matches as well. So these question marks might be working in their favor. I think For Fun had a very interesting run. I think it was yesterday when they had, I think it was it wasn't yesterday. It was a day before yesterday. They were winning. They were the team that went 2-0. One with a 10-2 comeback and the other one with a 13-0, which is honestly very phenomenal when you think about it, because it just shows how sharp they can be. Great mental fortitude when you think about it as well. Now let's have a look at the map video, and I'm really excited to be seeing what these two teams will be playing coming up forward here. Now Sisu, as we all know, they're a team that's very clean. They're a team that has a lot of insane protocols. They do have a coach as well, so everything in play and in place to move them forward all the way till the end. And after the interview we saw yesterday for Fun, they are a team, as they said before, they are just here for fun. They want to just enjoy the ride here. And look at that, they're going really far.
Yeah, I mean, they're like one game away from, you know, qualifying to that Pacific LAN, so definitely For Fun having a lot of fun here. But yeah, this is the one for all the money, quite literally, as well as for that slot. You know, you do better, you're gonna lock in a guaranteed 3rd place, also along with that Pacific slot, so a lot on the line here. So looking at the maps, I mean, Isu, of course, choosing Lotus makes perfect sense. We saw how dominant they were on this map. They have a lot of reps on it. They played it 4 times and they have won perfectly. In fact, their game against Cardboard Dinosaur yesterday was an absolute stop. It was like a 13-3 or 13-4 if I remember correctly, and they looked phenomenal while doing it. So yeah, coming in off of that win, I think that it makes sense that this is going to be the map number 1 that they pick. If they can get to a strong start, momentum might be enough to drive this team through.
Truly, truly. Now coming in, we're gonna be looking at Lotus here. We already saw Lotus beginning today. Looked a little bit, it was still one-sided, but not too bad coming in from BOBA and XIPTO. Let's see if this would be a difference. This map again, it's all about that control, being able to control rubble, being able to control Mound as well. And for fun, we're gonna be seeing a Gecko for Chloe, Shinobu on that Clove. And then when you look at Sisu, we're looking at just a usual comp with Sawamura on that Neon. And I think her Neon was just literally one of the scariest Neons we've ever seen. It's all about that speed, it's all about space taking, and it's all about that sharp aim as well.
Yeah, speed is the name of the game when it comes to Neon, and I mean Sawamura has really good movement, and especially with the buffs that Neon got, you know, double slide, full accuracy while sliding around, really just things that belong in a tactical shooter for sure. And I mean, well, if it's there in the game, you might as well use it. And Sawamura really like pushing up the pace here. We haven't really seen too many Neons on in the meta since Fracture was taken out of the map pool, unfortunately. So it's nice to see a little bit of nostalgia coming back. But you know, Neon and Raze versus Neon and Jet. What interests me is going to be that Killjoy versus Chamber battle. I think that Killjoy is just a little bit better on this map for retakes and for control in general. So I think Sisu overall have a little bit more of a stronger Asian comp, especially since they're starting off on the attack. So I'm curious to see how Forefront are going to be doing.
Me too, because there's a lot on the line right now. We have the third slot for Game Changers Pacific coming up here. So ladies and gentlemen, ready or not, I'm going to toss it to our casters, Realize and Take.
Thank you, Tashbunny and also Zahk. Back again with us, Realize, and also the ex-player of one of the teams that is competing today, that is Tayrawr. Now, of course, how does it feel for you to cast your former team? Why are you scared? Why are you scared?
I don't know. I just know too much. That's the thing. Realize when you know too much, it's scary at the same time. But
that's true.
The team name itself, it speaks for itself. We're here for fun, you know, and unexpectedly, we're here at the top 4. But anyway, speaking about these two teams that we have, Sisu Esports as well, Realize, very much veterans of the Game Changers scene. We have Sawamura basically changing her name so much times already, but she's still here. It's the same face that we're looking at. I think also fairly same goes for fun. You have Ivory, you have Tuia, you have Iceland. Some players also played from the Game Changers way back, and even some players were ex-teammates of BOBA, for example. So everyone's just pretty much aware. But I do want to say that the map picks that we have right here, 2 of the map picks, the first 2 maps, are pretty much in the comfort zone here of For Fun. See, I know too much.
Yeah, you know too much. And I'm gonna ask a lot of things from you as well, because
no worries.
I'm gonna add a lot of insights as well. Get the game going. Already Yuna gets Sawamura and runs from the crime scene. And that is going to be a very important kill. Hit and run. And she's gonna get charged for that. But Ivory now faced in the hands of Piety. Piety has to go down as well. And for fun, seasoned veterans, Chloe as well, one of the veterans who was not playing in that first match, and now she's stepping up on the occasion. But Sisu will look to unlock the A site.
We do see 3 players here from Sisu's side still alive and kicking. They take space when it comes to A. Players from For Fun though wrapping around the site as well. Con, good for 1. Graham's even also catching 1 as well. We're now down to a 3v3 scenario. Post-plat on set. Tuia about to hop out of the smoke, helping alongside her. It's gonna be Shinobu now in a 3v1 scenario as Con goes down as well.
Ooh, Graham's tasked with the anti-defuse with the tap next. But the stick from Tuia is coming in. She's gonna cancel it out though. And verge of fear. But of course, Sheena will be her guardian angel. And for fun, they get the pistol round. Sisu, they are, you know, characteristically a team that is faced with slow starts sometimes. They need time to get the engine running. But once it's running, it's going to be very scary. So I feel like for fun, getting the first few rounds, the pistol rounds, come to the gun rounds later on, the bonuses, that is going to be very important to winning this map.
They're willing to go for the fight as well, especially when players get stuck towards tree here. And having this pistol round gain gains them that advantage to have at least an outlaw for the next, and even some specters coming in. Sheena on position, doesn't hit the shot this time, and goes all the way back to C and resets.
Yeah, with the outlaw already bursting in flames, Shinobu takes down Grams, and Sawamura will look for an angle, but Piety will get the smoker, and that is Shinobu. But no problem for Sisu, or rather for fun, because they still have 4 players with guns blazing as well. But Sawamura already creeping into that C site. Sheena hard locking that angle. Sawamura will tiptoe slowly but surely, closing in on an angle. Has the relay bolt for stun and the high gear slides as well. So now you can hear a pin drop, and that momentary silence will be broken apart soon.
They're waiting for any sound cues at all. They know they have the advantage when it comes to the guns. Chloe ready trying to spot them out. Really with Haunt here, Sheena wouldn't be able to run away any longer. This is an open plan for Isu, or rather Sisu right now. And Polly is exactly doing that. While on the Haunt is going to be Con. She picks up at least an outlaw here. Good catch from Tuia. A good trade coming in from Piety though. It's a 2v3 scenario right now. Tuia trying to find any spot at all. Still has that satchel to play around with as well. But it's all about the angle. She catches the first one while all the way to CT. It's going to be Chloe trying to position herself. Takes one, but Polly good on the shot with a double even. They close it off to a 1-1.
Polly experience speaks volumes, and this player finally stepping up huge, and Sisu get the thrifty after what was an insane opening from Polly in the first place. But that was Sawamura as well, taking the risk to walk up close and open up the C side and inviting her teammates, her comrades to come close. But Polly, what a shot, and that is as crisp as ever. And now for fun, a twist of fate, they are the ones having to face and play with the pistols.
They want to fight for a rubble, as it seems. For fun, really stacked up against here. And actually for Sisu, they're more than prepared to take this duel as well, but it's just trades after trades. Now left is gonna be Sheena trying to fight for her life. 9 HP remaining with just the classic on her hand. Once the smoke dissipates, it's gonna be deadly unless she gets the perfect timing. She doesn't take it, and Polly instead will finish this off with the 3.
Sisu, they will ease their tensions. And this time with the credits that they're faced with, they're able to splurge into some better weapons, of course. But this was actually a pretty good fight, and this was not a bad round coming in for fun, because they're able to put the hurtings on like 3 players, get the kills, and try to deprive their economy. So for Sisu, on this scenario now, this is where they are tested. Nightfall in the hands of Polly as well, to engage into the site and Con. That one-way smoke will just shoo away Sheena to not take an aggressive fight, and will reposition herself towards a much more backline position. But Polly prepares the Prowler as the smoke dissipates, and they will execute their way into the seaside.
They check left, they check right, but the Nightfall falling down on towards side. The trash will catch Grahams here alongside Sawamura, but at the same time, there's going to be a lot of players looking after this. Chloe already catches Polly out, and one heavy fragger out for the side of Sisu here, but they still have that space and control when it comes to side. The hop out coming in from Shinobu, and now the showstopper. It hits together with Tuia as well.
Oh, I thought that was the end of it, because Tuia was able to get 2 kills. But then she had to bite the rocket as well. And Sisu still has 2 players up and running. So for fun, again having to fall into that limbo of buy and eco cycle, a never-ending cycle to say the least. And this time with light shields, they will not look to contest the air rubble once more, like what they did previous rounds.
Looks like, and it seems like Sisu wanting to take control of C instead, one-way smoke immediately, but it's quite fast. Take coming in from Sisu right now, really bold towards the side. Action continues as the double duel tries to go in. They give a little bit of space here. They know the showstopper's online.
Yep, showstopper will be a scary tool to push away the players of For Fun. They scamper, and this time Sisu control deep into waterfall. Wingman to be the walking recon, but the headshot is there for Sawamura. Very, very perfect lineup. And Shinobu and Chloe walking up close. The shots from Sawamura is way too clean, and this time she wants to make it messy, but the metal will be there to give Shinobu the kill, but it's too late. Sisu, they pack up with 3 kills, and For Fun now on the pedestal.
You see Polly stepping up to the plate, and if it's not her, then the next one will about to come up, and that's Sawamura to take on crisp shots coming in. It was an eco disadvantage, yes, but you have to give it to her. The crisp shots just hits perfectly towards that heads, and now she has that overdrive available for the next one as well. Piety is 1 orb away from a lockdown, and this could be huge for the side of Sisu. They could really utilize this, making sure that they have full control of sites, especially when it comes to their post-plant positions.
Yeah, their post-plant positions as well has been very solid, but for Sisu, they haven't really been playing that utility-heavy post-plants, if you know what I mean. They're more of an aggressive type of post-plant. They want to take even up more spaces, either towards waterfall, either towards spawn, and that catches the players For Fun off guard. And they have to be more wary. They have to be more, you know, aware of what's happening. And Sisu, they always get these kills, and, you know, for the fact that today their aim is on fire, they get the engine running now. It's going to be a lot more scary for Fun, and this time for Sisu, they will be faced against 5 players of For Fun also having the same weaponry.
It's a full buy this round, and 1 orb away for Ivory. Same goes for Shinobu for that ult to come up online, but we do see Graham's having a judge here, so we're really basically looking forward to her just pushing in, pushing through, and that's exactly what's happening right now as Sisu wants to take A. Also the rotation being pulled from For Fun, and now Sheena at least stopping 1 to their toast here. It's still a 5v4 scenario, but so far it's more about how can you get a pick off before the spike being planted.
Yeah, the lock with the C's as well. Sawamura will rise up to the occasion. Only good for 1. Traded back. It's a 2-on-2 trade for both teams, but the close range judge will do the work for Grahams, and Tuya bursted into pieces, but the lockdown now coming in from Piety to zone out the players of For Fun, not wanting to give them space. And yes, Ivory has to step away, but Shinobu with the Sheriff will connect the shot onto Grahams. Piety, 30 HP clutch, has to do this on her own. Not much to work with, only a plant of the tap. Looking to bait out Shinobu wide into the open, but the tap and the stick will betray her. Shinobu with the triple kill. And For Fun, this time around, they're alive with the second round.
Still a little bit of a pressure situation coming in here, especially with the lockdown coming in. It's not really like For Fun went away and really tucked themselves away immediately with this lockdown. It's more of we wait patiently until 1 swings out, and exactly how Shinobu caught 1, leaving the last player alone. Piety with such low HP, it's just a difficult take, especially when 2 of the remaining players are playing together. Now we are down to at least for Fun having a little bit of an eco here, but this wall, they are not sure how many pass through already. Sheena takes 1 shot in, moves away, and now the spike being dropped all the way from C.
Oh, suddenly a 3v3. That mound has been heavily stacked, and the spike caught in no man's land. They have to reclaim this, but Khan has the ultimate, has the flash as well to work with. Sawamura will open up the arms, and Ivory gets taken down. Machina quick on the response with the Tour de Force. And the Rendezvous as well, back used, but Khan will not expend the ultimate, and she will use it, in fact, to teleport back into where she was. I thought she was gonna run back to A.
It's all about the mind games here. Realize they think, and probably thinking that it's all the way towards A side.
Indeed.
But let's see what the plan is here. They still have that overdrive available as well.
30 seconds
leaving
left.
For Fun a little bit clueless what the scenario might be.
Wow.
But see, pretty much open for them to take.
200 IQ plays coming in from Khan, Giga Brain, and the players of For Fun. They're in shock, they're in awe. And this time rotation's built upon that rolling door. Khan is aware of this. But does she know Sheena still has the tour de force up and running, the rendezvous being popped? Khan will play an aggressive off angle this time. Shinobu doesn't expect her, and Khan will not be able to get the other kill. But they're not dead yet, not popped up as well by the glove, and they will rattle up towards the spike. It's up to Sawamura to clutch this round, but she runs towards the spawn. Will she be able to catch the players? For Fun, Sheena is down, and Shinobu doesn't get the damage, means she's unable to refresh her life. Back to the afterlife she goes.
A power position coming in from Sawamura, honestly. Such a good rotation coming in from her. You see one teammate planting the spike and her just taking up space. Like you said, this is what Sisu likes to do. Look how deep she was through waterfalls. Unfortunate for Shinobu though. She was checking CT side during that time, and even or despite with the spike halfway diffused there, she wasn't able really to find the kill that she was looking for, especially for that not dead yet. Giving away this win to the side of Sisu right now. A little bit of a gap there. It's a 5-2 and a technical pause.
Technical pause, of
While
course.
this is happening, since there's majority of the players are Filipinos, right? Now I have you to teach. I have to teach you some words.
Okay, please do.
Right?
I know a few, but I don't think they're good ones.
Don't say it.
Oh,
I'm not sure what you know, but don't say it. Okay? I'm protecting you here, realize?
Yeah, you should. You should.
You say sana all.
Sana all. I think I know
Yeah,
this.
it just means like hope all. So when you see like, oh, Tash got coffee, sana all. Something like that. Okay?
Wait, how do I use it? So,
Like
let's say,
you
let's
want
say.
something as well. For example, I got 10 hours of sleep today. You answer back sana all.
Oh, it's like, I
Because you
wish I had
also
the
want
same.
it. Yeah, exactly. You wish you had
okay.
the same.
Oh, so if like I say, Tash goes to Singapore, I'm like sana
Sana
all.
all. Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, you got it.
okay.
You got it. Perfect.
Okay. That's actually a very, very good,
See?
good intermezzo
I
because.
teach you the good words here.
Yeah,
realize.
these are good words because I used to have a lot of Filipino teachers, mostly from Cebu.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had a lot of them, and I couldn't really get the time to learn.
Well,
the
you have
Filipino
Ineri,
words.
right? She's also Indonesian. But
that's
nowadays,
true.
instead of salamat pagi, she says salamat umaga. You know, it's
Salamat
already
umaga.
mixed. Yeah, at this point, she's already Filipino at this point.
That's why a few of the people in the chat, they're like NRA Filipino pride.
Yeah, exactly. She listens to some of our rap songs here as well and sings it. So, pretty good. Anyway, done with the tech pause now that Realize knows another word here. Let's see if Sisu will say sana all when it comes to this.
Oof. And they will look for even more benefits, but Piety, that shot is perfect. And they will run towards A site with their running shoes, as A side is just an empty space of voidness. And Sisu will look to fill this up with every possible players that they have put into that site. Plant the spike will be their next agenda, and retake now for fun.
It's a 5v3 scenario for this retake as well. The gun's not really in favor of for fun. Polly uses the haunt. No one really to spot out. Sheena just playing her angle as well with the headshot. The headhunter ready. And so far for Shinobu, waiting patiently as well, using up the ruse to make something happen. But Grahams doesn't really peek out. Instead, this goes for a triple swing. And it works out in favor of them as well. Now Sheena left alone. Again, just a headhunter onto her hands rather.
Yeah. Only with the Vandal. Ooh, grabs. That is criminal. And she will take down Sheena as the last player standing, Sisu. I want to say something, Tay. I want to say something. Sisu, iyon ay perfecto.
Nice! Good job! That was actually perfect. Exactly like that. I am very proud. I'm a very proud co-caster for today.
Thank you.
How do you say it in Bahasa then?
Sangat sempurna, you know.
Sangat sampurna.
Yes.
We're learning here, ladies
We're
and
learning
gents.
a lot. Yeah.
Next time we have some Thai casters as well. Well, we're willing to learn from them. But anyway, 6-2 is the score, and Overdrive available right now. Con, oh my goodness, that was such a shot that she missed. But now with triple kills coming in from 4Fun, this opens up the opportunity for them to be hyper aggressive. Two remaining players on to B main. They managed to pull off Polly, and now Sawamura with a triple swing. Not gonna happen any longer.
Yep, and that is the response you want to see coming in from For Fun, because that is a very dominant win in the round and a quick one as well. You can take a look at how they're more aggressive to take these fights. Sheena, that door opened by her counterpart, by her teammate as well. And this time for Sisu, they have a lot of things to work with. You know, they have the showstopper, the overdrive as well, the Nightfall coming in from Polly to just exacerbate the site and split into two, maybe, to force maybe rotations coming in. And for Sisu, they're eyeing out on towards the A site this time.
They're trying to find a pick-off yet again, because they were able to successfully take down some of the players from 4Fun, especially here towards B main. So they're trying to make a little bit of a chaos there, making sure there's going to be a reaction from 4Fun. And you see that kind of reaction as well. You lose some paint shells, you use some utilities, you use some smokes up.
Yeah, and Grabs now look to open up the fight. The Nightfall popped and expended already, but Sawamura, she'll be put into a much more defensive position, just playing in the back line and expecting maybe a 1 or 2 lurks coming in. But all the players are For Fun coming in from spawn. Showstopper pop, Thrash doesn't connect, and Graham's still with the rocket, holding on to dear life and shoots it towards stairs. No casualties taken. The wingman opening up the map slowly but surely, trying to just control the choke points from A side, and Ivory will step forth. Sheena gets the kill towards Graham's. Con has to dance to the death, but gets the kill. No, she won't! And the players are For Fun! Perfect retake! Sisu left on their tracks without even getting a single kill.
Wow, what a flawless round here for 4Fun. They were able to really get those fights in, win the duels, especially with the pick-off coming in from Sheena. It started it off. Aside from that, A main was also smoked off, so as soon as you hop out, players from 4Fun was already ready to take that duel because they were able to clean up site as well. And the type of spacing, this kinds of spacing is what you truly need, especially you have Sheena on the operator setup. You have a chamber instead of what? A Killjoy or a Sentinel or a Cypher, actually. So it removes that position where you have that much amount of traps. You have to get the first pickoffs.
Yeah, Ivory now in an aggressive position, regardless of the one-way smoke. But the one-way smoke only put to pressure the players that want to play close and peek out, as Sheena is there with the operator as well. Shinobu is standing tall up in the heavens. Meanwhile, for A side, again, empty. Only Tuya playing in stairs. But now for the players of Sisu, Grahams and Sawamura, both the only players with Vandals. The rest having to settle with the Sheriffs. A deep smoke from Polly, or rather from Con. The smoke that kind of makes it easier for the defenders to hold that stairs area. But I feel like this is all just a ruse. Just wanting to build that conditioning, a false sense of security, a different perception for Fun. As Sisu will traverse their way into the B site. Tuya gets spotted out with the haunt, and B could be the hot spot for the next clash.
And I think they're fairly aware of this. There's not any noise when it comes to C-Long. They have access when it comes to doors, and that's where the fight is gonna happen. But there's a smoke through that as well. Inside is gonna be Sisu trying to take in some space. just around the corner though. Not really that deep of a space, I would say, aside from Con.
Yeah, still holding on. Oh, Ivory comes from the back, gets two, instantly getting all the kills, and they clean house. Sisu uninvited into the B site. As for fun, we'll just wrap things up. And for the past 2 rounds, the rounds has been quick for fun. Either it is a quick fight in the front or just a retake in under 30 seconds. And this time for fun, at least they can stop and alleviate the pressure coming in, because so far Sisu has been everywhere in their front faces.
Like I said, it was quite surprising that they were able to clean up B side, check the corners, but really wasn't able to take up space that much. And you know how difficult it is when it comes to post-plan scenarios and you don't really have B main control, for example, a late lurker perhaps, and even B link towards waterfall is also a big contention point, because this just allows the defenders to really gather up and wrap up around you quite well, especially with the eco that Sisu had a while ago. And speaking of, that was an eco round for them. At least they were able to get the plant down, get some kills maybe, but then a timeout coming in here. They're finally realizing as well that, you know, the gap is just also being thinner and thinner each round.
Yeah, they're closing out the gap, and now Sisu walking on eggshells, because anytime in the near future in the rounds coming in, for fun can just trail behind them and maybe just catch them, with the score now only in a margin of 1. So of course Sisu, they have to prepare something, and Piety 1 away from that lockdown. But for fun, they have that ultimate from Tuya, the showstopper. Sawamura just jumping around, and a trade of smokes happening up in front side. The Hobbit area broken down, the door finally busted. And for Sisu, they're still taking their sweet time to maybe create a final rotation towards B side, or maybe just open up the site towards A, just committing their resources towards A, because 3 has been opened with the rolling door in place as well. Shinobu holding heavens, and this time around it feels like Sisu, they will execute towards A side.
Polly going deep. She has the spike, by the way. This must be a rotation heavily towards Heaven control. But Tuya, well aware. And now Sisu moves back. They know the showstopper is online here, and it might be troublesome for them to push through. But again, they know that they're here already. They want to get the spike planted down. They want to play that post-plant scenario. Con still has that from the shadows and might be able to spot out Ivory very closely as well. With the lockdown being placed and set in stone, this would delay a little bit further for the side of For Fun.
Yeah, but Khan gets Ivory though. The showstopper yet to be used, because they're waiting on this lockdown. Ashina is just marking on a possible choke point. Here goes the showstopper, but where's the rocket? Where is it going to be shot? No one is in tree as they evacuate the side. But there goes Grams in 2 pieces, disintegrated. But the spike stick coming in from Chloe. No way! For Fun! They win the round off of bravery coming in from Chloe and Sisu. They are equalized.
Pros don't fake. It's a 6-6. We came back stronger here coming in from For Fun. But what are the panelists gonna say about this? Tash and Zach, how you guys doing?
We're doing great. Thank you so much for asking, Tay. Now, let's talk a little bit about that game. We only have 1 minute to break it down. So, that game started off really strong on Sisu's side, but For Fun has shown us over and over again that they are a slow cooker team.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, you know, they had to take a little bit of time to like really adapt to what their opposition were doing. You know, it was a couple of rounds. It was 2-6, which was not in their favor. But you know, after that, they started demonstrating like their early engagement prowess. They also had some really nice retakes that they showcased, especially in round number 9. I think it was a really clean retake coming in from the For Fun ladies. And of course, that final round, just the audacity to just stick the spike under the noses. I mean, we've had a lot of pros don't fake moments, so kind of makes sense that it's gonna keep going. So very close game so far. Definitely for fun coming back stronger. And the thing about Lotus is that it tends to be a reasonably attacker-sided map. So I'm kind of excited for the second half.
Surely coming into this one, I'm loving the fact that Sheena has so much control and authority over every single space she has held onto. And I think every single team that has gone against them on Lotus has had that problem. Sheena just really showing us her prowess here. And on top of that, I think for Sisu, there's been a lot of times where they just actively try to avoid Sheena, but they're not able to because of it end up being like a stronger side take here. But for fun, are also very, very patient in a way that they're okay to do this retakes. They did it twice in a row, as you mentioned before, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing it again. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to really bring it forward. I mean, Sisu here, this is their map pick. Let's see if they can win it.
There you have it. Realize it's a 6-6. We are now bound for the second half here. And again, for fun, you have that double duelist setup, and now with also a chamber in play that's actually popping off, it's a little scary, I would say.
Yeah, Sheena has been in this situation a lot of times. We have been bestowing that burden upon her, saying that she has to get the flank kills, especially chamber and attacker side. And in defending as well, she has to get the duels running. But for fun, they have been clinging on to Sheena to get the kills, and so far it has been going pretty well. And now for Sisu, on the defender side, for fun, will try to make their way into the site with the Dizzy as well, dashing in. Graham's still unspotted, but Tuya will execute her into the death. Piety pulls one back, only good for one, and 3 quick kills coming in from Sisu. For fun, only has Tuya to lose, and the spike being planted. Con will pull one back. Chloe also down. The headshot almost gotten, but Polly will dance again. Will she be able to get the clutch? She won't. The overheal from Shinobu will also give her that extra protection. For fun, they finally lead again.
And time again, we see the cloves, not just for fun, but from other teams, really rack up the points and make sure they get the pistol rounds here, especially with the help of the pick-me-up. Again, speed boost that it gives. Aside from that, the other chance that it might give you off to make sure you get the headshots in from the pistol round is very, very much crucial coming into these rounds. Now, for fun has that advantage when it comes to the guns, the artillery bringing onto the table, and now they want to try and take up space when it comes to C long.
Yeah, C side, but this time they're walking into a crocodile hole because Sisu, they're stacking up. See, their read is pretty good this time, but for fun, they sense that danger might be imminent, and they're reluctant to head towards C side this time around. They're making their way back and rotating, maybe looking to just get their hands towards the A side. Sheena just holding the flank again, and Sisu left bamboozled as to why that C mound area is silent. And Polly will be the witness of what's happening towards the A main, calling in for backup. The cavalry now running towards A.
Everyone's just running towards A side at this point. They were quickly stacked up towards C. A good pull coming in from for fun, but can they hold this pulse plan as the wingman is already planting the spike? No one really to duel out, but time for fun to really take up that space. Upwards position for Ivory, and now Sawamura ready to take on the action, making a little bit of a distraction onto the left. That's gonna be Sheena catching two, now with a triple kill as well. Now left is gonna be Polly, left alone with just a pistol on her hand. The overwhelming factor, but for fun, the decisiveness gives them the flawless round.
Goodness gracious, did you see how calm Sheena was with the movements and the shots? We need a replay of that. And there she goes. Feels like she was in an Aim Labs grid shot set list. And for Sheena, that is so good to see. But yeah, again, you have to also keep a note that, you know, Sisu are on an eco, so
yeah,
the retake won't be as smooth and won't be as convincing. But this time around, Sisu back in a 2-3 formation. Mound control once again faltered with the one-way smoke being put down by Khan. As she steps closely, she faces death in her eyes. But the re-smoke is good enough to put her some extra cover, but their own smoke from For Fun will make space for them. The updraft from Ivory looking to seek out players coming in from Sisu. With Sisu, they don't want to commit to the aggression. Only Polly though being posted aggressively down in rubble.
They're not too sure when it comes to A main. The trademark has been destroyed since a while ago as well. That's probably why For Fun a little bit stuck here, trying to conceptualize what the next steps would be, especially another one-way smoke was set towards C. It's gonna be a B main take right now, but they have to clear corners here, left and right. There's gonna be someone waiting. Ivory doesn't check, but the swing at least. The trade's coming in, and now Sawamura with a relay bolt trying to control the site here. Spike drop with the wingman dead, and now left is Sheena alone, trying to fight for her life all the way to be inside.
Sheena alone, will she be able to replicate the same thing she did? No, she won't. The Bulldog this time betrays her. And For Fun, they concede one round after being able to win back-to-back, what, like 6 rounds in a row. And for Sisu, this might be their resurgence. They have to cement that lead. They have to further cement that domination towards For Fun. Because For Fun, they are looking to swing the momentum even further. And if you're talking about the economy as well, both are still equally not so good but not so bad as well. And Sawamura looking to capitalize off of the fade. The headshot, no, the body shot indeed will be able to catch her, catch Ivory rather, as a rumble in the rubble will happen. But it is going to be Sisu coming out as the victors.
It's a setup, a well-executed setup coming in from Sisu as well. You have some C's, you have some paint shells coming in, you have some prowlers as well, and the haunt connecting perfectly towards Ivory. It just made her push out for the swing, especially with that relay bolt connecting towards her as well. Too much utility play, and For Fun just couldn't answer back at that point. Still 3 players left alive. They're trying to find space here. Spike dropped also right in the middle of them. It's gonna be problematic for the side of For Fun to try and create this space.
Yeah, that Spike. So good in the hands of Sisu. They hug it tight, they grip it close, and Polly looking to get a kill. 2 against 2. Oh my goodness, that is so disgusting to see. Sheena with the movement once again gets another shot. This could be her shot as well to clutch this round. The headshot, will she be able to get it? Under pressure by the bursting bullets of Sisu. Pyre and Con just playing in tandem. That contact play will happen. Pyre though will take the first contact. And For Fun, again, just a cat and mouse game from both teams in Lotus.
Such a good trap to set, such a good cross to also hold coming in from the players of Sisu here, especially with the time dwindling down. Really don't have any choice any longer than to basically fight. And honestly, one player could just run away and still they would be possibly taking the round away from For Fun here. But then again, that start, these kinds of rounds, it's like what we've seen from our first set series, right? It's a lot of fighting towards C control, towards A main control, and whoever wins those fights, especially when you have the advantage when it comes to manpower, that's usually the team that you see. But overdrive and play not gonna happen as Ivory stops her on the toes.
Oh, punished for that overextension, that over-aggression. But at least it's a 1-for-1 trade. And not much extension yet to be made so far. Still good enough for Sisu to settle down with Sawamura losing. But the guns being collected, the Thrash coming in now. Where's the Nano Swarm? Unpopped yet, there it goes. So Grahams though will not get detained, and she will reposition into a much better position in front of the smoke. She hides, and she takes cover in that dark cover. Spike still being ushered by Chloe to maybe re-enter the C side because they're still stubborn to get the side open. The wingman being popped close left side, still unchecked cleanly. Grahams will be dinged, but she will still stand tall in the double box position. Showstopper! That is much more than just a rocket. That is overkill from Grahams.
It was indeed an overkill, especially if you want to use up that showstopper coming into the next rounds where players would have better gun advantage on their side. It's more of a Spectres that we're looking at here for the side of For Fun, but you know what? A round secured is a round secured, especially if it's this tight, it's this close that we are seeing. It's gonna be a timeout. Honestly, at this moment, I could hear our coach and what he's trying to say. And this is actually the perfect time to say that I agree with the panelists as well a while ago, right? When it comes to the retake scenarios coming in from For Fun here, I was also quite surprised because they don't practice. That's the truth. That's real. And you see that kind of clean takes coming in. You know that they have time to polish this up as well. But more on the attacking side, this is where the hard part begins, especially when specific players gets picked off, especially your double duelist here. It seems like for Fun, it's more of a harder time to try and internalize what the next steps would be, especially if you don't have that pushing power.
Yeah, and I do agree with that as well, because if we take a look about control, I feel like Sisu does have more control in terms of the raise nade, you know, oppressive and both passive control. The raise nade, the stuns from Neon, the detection coming in from the Fade and the Seize as well from Poly. So that is going to be much more hefty for Fun to face against. But Sisu looking to just exert that A main control. They'll leave it, Forsaken it for this time. As the spike from For Fun just yet to decide where it wants to go. Anti-flank being set up by Sheena. Mound conceded and will be given for free towards For Fun. But the real fight happens inside of C. As Kon, Sawamura, and Polly, their backs against the wall, as well as Graham's already readying up themselves for this potential execute from For Fun.
There goes the smokes and the dash in coming in from Ivory, but she was also blinded by the paranoia now. With the ult coming in, Shinobu alive yet again. She doesn't find the kill though. Up, down, position, left and right. There's gonna be someone from Sisu catching everyone off guard.
Ooh, that was so clean. The way they layered the utility and also the angles was all set up for Fun. Rather for Sisu, and Sawamura will slide Sheena back to eternity. And a flawless round from Sisu, only damaging towards Grahams with that half HP drop. But this time for Fun, they are on a nice edge with that low economy. But look at this, you know, bobbing and weaving done by Sawamura, just staying alive, letting her teammates do the heavy work, in which she got the first kill and just using her high gear to move so slyly inside. And this time Polly has the Nightfall. Sisu might just reclaim this round.
I think for Sisu, they've broken the code here. And now with a tour de force online for the side of For Fun, Sheena's trying to find a pick-off here. Very deep. It's gonna be Kon open actually, but Ivory wasn't able to take the shot in. It's now a 5v4 scenario. Is it gonna be B side as the Dizzy goes in? Graham still alive and kicking Sawamura. Now time to run and reposition herself. Space being created for the meantime, but now as Tuya, Sheena, and Chloe catches one for themselves, we are now down to a 2v1. Plant is there, and now Sheena again. The late lurks coming in.
Oh my goodness, that low buy presents For Fun with yet another round, and this time they stop their fasting because they can look at how Sheena was just able to pop the Tour de Force and she gets the kills needed, and the other players were just short inside of the Spectre, couldn't really work their way inside, but then they're able to get as much as they could. And Tuya now with the final in hand, with Ivory as well, looking to wreak even more havoc, but Piety has to lock down to push away the players of For Fun, forcing them to flee. And this time again, slow approach from For Fun. They don't want to break an early disadvantage for them, as it could benefit Sisu in the upcoming rounds. But Kon now tasked with the operator, has to find the big shots. has to find the big kills as well. Polly with the Prowler up close and personal, but for fun, they're pushed back. And Con might just catch someone with the operator. Could they seek out? Oh, Chloe! Who put down Con and the operator? Down in the drains in vain. And this time for fun, they make their way onto the A site.
That could have been a game changer when it comes to this stake. Now, for fun, very happy to go push in towards a site, but this is a read coming in from Sisu as well. Relay ball right in front of you, but a kill coming in from Ivory. Now onto site. Polly will also fall down, and as long as Tighty is still alive, it's a 1v5. She has the lockdown, yes, but is it really worth it? They still have money for the next round here. Maybe isolation from the fight itself, but Sheena, the first contact, a hit, a run, and Sheena very low, repositions herself. Ivory is gonna be the next contact here, and she sees her. Tighty fall down, a triple for Ivory, and a 10-10.
Oof, we have the game in our hands. For fun, they don't want to lose out as well. But look at Sisu, they can still rebuy. That's what I told. That's what I thought about the generational wealth that they have, because they can still rebuy the guns for Kingdom Come. I mean, for this time, yes, this is going to be their last buy if they lose, and that is why they're gonna call a timeout, because they have the lockdown now and also one away from a showstopper. So maybe they will create some sort of play or just focus on the retake, because for fun has been playing that push and pull scenario, only baiting out the utilities, only baiting out the trades, the rotations as well, coming in from for fun from Sisu. So I feel like that over rotation from Sisu has been a problem as well towards themselves, because for fun they're so much good, they're so good in trying to create so much presence in that C-mount area, and then they will just walk back, cut their noise, walk into A side. So this conditioning coming in from for fun has been so good into forcing Sisu in a false sense of security, just again overcommitting, over rotating, sending like 4 to 5 players onto a site in which they wouldn't even hit. So for fun has been in the minds of Sisu from the past 2 rounds.
That's definitely true. I mean, that was a power position coming in from Con, if you think about it. Cutting off the possible rotations all the way from C, where for fun's basically just selling a fake. That could have been huge, but maybe on another story, on another timeline, as we call it. Graham's also has that showstopper ready as well. The trap set towards C. Not yet in for the players of For Fun here, but they were able to at least clear out sight and make sure there's no one towards elbow.
See, full control. And how do Sisu already take this? There you go, the lockdown, the showstopper. They have to push this one out. By For Fun, Ivory will catch the lockdown. No, she won't. The lockdown still goes on, and Con gets the last 2 kills. It's just Sheena having to clutch this one out. Oh, she gets the tap, but the stick is there, and Polly will protect the tap and the stick from Sawamura. Sisu, an effortless retake, but they had to lose 3 players.
The thought was there to destroy the lockdown. Make sure you fight for water control, for waterfall control specifically. That's the plan, but when they swung out, basically there were 3 players protecting that lockdown as well. I'm quite surprised that they were still able to pick up some kills there. But then again, that post-plant position, again with the help of controller, with 1 alive, they were able to smoke it up and defuse the spike and take it away from For Fun. Now, they still have money to buy coming in onto these rounds, but they still have that showstopper to watch out for from Sisu.
Yeah, they only expended the lockdown. This time they have an elephant in the room to address, and that is going to be the showstopper in the hands of Graham's, because it can really blow every possible attempt coming in from For Fun. I mean, look at Sisu, they're pushing so much further up into the map, and
they're also aware,
but they're not aware from For Fun. Oh, there goes the steps and also the information given. Polly, will she pop out the Prowlers? Sawamura will most likely contact and swing off of Polly's contact. Graham's and Sawamura. The Apocalypse is here. The showstopper as well. And Tuya only good for one will surrender herself. And there
This
goes
beauty.
for fun.
Just having that neon as well, realize.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned it, right? They over-rotate sometimes, but when they actually have good reads against For Fun here, that walk, that marathon run is definitely worth it coming in from Sawamura here. She has been capitalizing on it over and over again, and I think this is the code as well that's being broken from the side of For Fun. They know that they can capitalize on the flanks here, especially once the trip or the trademark is destroyed. For Fun looks to seem a little bit lost at that point.
Yeah. It was actually a 50-50 scenario where, because Sisu wasn't really aware, and this time they are well aware that For Fun are going into that C side and detain, but from who towards whom? Oh, it's Sawamura being detained. 1-for-1 trade coming in. Sheena catches Con, but Sawamura quick on the reply. Sawamura will dash in with the overdrive, but it's a 1v2 messy fight inside. Grahams. She has to clutch this. Chloe jumps up towards that box, playing that off angle. The boom bot reveals her. Graham still having to dance this one out. They're playing ping pong at this point, and For Fun, they live to see another day.
They live to see another day indeed, as we close off to one more round before OT, and for Sisu, one more round to finish the map that they picked here. It was a good reaction, especially helping out the player that was basically stunned by that trash. They were waiting for potential pushes coming in from For Fun here, but it was just trades after trades. It's just an overflowing amount of players just trying to fight each other for space. Just so happens For Fun won that as well and was able to plant a spike.
Yeah. They were very, very strong on this one. And this time, for Fun, they could look to reach and extend to an overtime here. Oh my goodness, Piety, the iron wall at the back of the side, immovable. Triple kill for her, looking for the fourth one. Piety could be the ace for Sisu, but Con will take down Chloe. It's just Sheena again, pitted against the world, having to rendezvous back and being chased by 4 angry players. Sheena still surviving. No, she won't for a long time. And Sisu, they get the closing finally after what was a very much heavy retaliation coming in.
Heavy retaliation indeed. I mean, we've seen them realize, like, for Sisu having that one side of a first half and quickly coming back from the side of For Fun here with those clean retakes, but on the latter part, especially here on the attacking, For Fun definitely had a hard time finding those pushes, especially when it's a little bit slow. Yeah. And here on the final round, I kind of know the thought process. I think the team's just saying we go ball, and that time it just didn't work out. Honestly, that's probably the thought process.
Yeah, screw it, we ball, and that's what they did. They just forced their way inside, you know, brute force their way into winning the round and also the map, because this was actually Sisu's map pick. But I think For Fun, they're able to just box out the players of For Fun for Sisu, and they're still able to at least get that surmountable lead before being slipped away. But of course, we want to hear what Tash and Zahk has to say.
What a game, what a game, what a game that was. If you think about it, it was a Sisu's map pick. But end of the day, it's For Fun really took them to their limits in that particular one. So for a team such as For Fun that's just playing for fun, they can really, really test the limits of all these teams. Now, coming into that second half, For Fun did win the pistols, did not repeat their mistakes of losing the eco. But coming up in the end, it was going to be Sisu that wins out on top, especially when you see players like Sawamura and Piety who are just so adept and sharp.
Yeah, I think Sawamura in particular in that first half was like absolutely incredible, like really being able to do some solid damage, find those entries and everything else that was necessary really from your duelist that you'd want, you know. But I also think that, you know, For Fun, especially considering this was their opponent's map pick, did exceptionally well. You know, they had a little bit of a rough start, but later they were able to recover and they started doing really, really well.
Yeah,
I think synergy, they were like unparalleled.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Really looking at Graham's here when you see how they play, but you really gotta give it to Sisu because they're understanding that For Fun had really done their homework. There was a lot of anti-plays going around. They're understanding that they're not able to play their usual game, especially as they sort of like, Sisu has played this map many times, and there's a lot of VODs available, so they do understand how Sisu plays this. But the fact of the matter is, Sisu are sometimes can be very unorthodox. They can catch For Fun off guard, especially in that round where you saw Polly as well as Sawamura push up forward. Sorry, Polly and Graham's push up forward, play in that corner in front of B, and then after that you can see Sawamura come over on the other side to just really go for that trade. These crunches and very aggressive silent plays are the reason that For Fun really struggled toward the end.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I think that they looked really coordinated, and I mean, For Fun, they were having a lot of crazy rounds. I mean, Sheena in particular was absolutely popping off that game. But I think that two problems were there. Number one was that Izu had like a really good start. Like, yes, they managed to equalize 6-6, but you know what? Even after that side swap happened, there were some really incredible defensive rounds that just put them ahead. And For Fun, even though it looked like we could have a possible overtime on our hands, by the end, Izu, like, they had their opponent's measure, and they were able to like take it forward and win this particular map pick, which has to be a relief for them because remember, this is Sisu's map pick, and the fact is that it got really uncomfortably close as to how this map went because For Fun almost had it locked out.
Yeah, agree with you there as well. Now coming as well, I think for Fun, it's really interesting because For Fun is also definitely a team that I think is a very slow cooker sort of team. They take a while to really figure it out, and once they do, they can really dominate. And both teams, you can tell that both teams are just sort of like outplaying each other and readapting every single 2-3 rounds. It's been chain of rounds, maybe 2 rounds, 3 rounds before the other team takes it, and that's how close it has been. Seaside will be the one with the most in terms of heat map, but you really gotta give it to Pai T for this one. Pai T, as what Realize has said, the unmovable iron gate in the background that has not.
Oh my god!
That's how many nanoswarm kills has she gotten? 2, 3, which is just phenomenal given the fact that her hold did not allow For Fun to get into the side at all.
Yeah, I think Pyre was just really one of the key factors in making Sisu look successful on this defense side. Like you said, the nanoswarm kills, also just the amount of assists that she must have gotten off the alarm bot. Like, so many times you saw people just going down for the spray or, double damage being done because of the alarm bot there. And in general, it was just her utility constantly giving them like the warning signals, like, all right, they're gonna rotate, all right, they're gonna do this. And Pyre being able to just play that anchor and do enough to delay while the cavalry rolled in was like a huge factor for her team. MVP for Sisu is Graham's year. I mean, we were highlighting this player for ages. Like, this is like her first competitive season, and already she's like racking up the MVP awards. This time on the Rays, not her usual favorite Reina, but still absolute pleasure, absolute beast to watch. And I think that Graham's is also, along with Sawamura, a major reason for why the first splits are so high for this team.
Yeah, Graham's looking very phenomenal. Let's have a look at the highlights just to really run it back. Now, coming into this one, yes, it looked very dominant, especially in the last few VODs, especially when Sisu plays in this map. This is definitely a map that everyone should be very terrified, because when you look at Khan, the probability of not only being sharp but also high clutch potential. You have Sawamura, who is the tip of the spear. But then on the other end, you're seeing these reimaginations, these adaptive style plays, a team that's just so fluid on the other end for Fun. It's very tough when you have a very unmovable force against a team that's very fluid.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the adaptability was like a key factor. And I mean, of course, For Fun, they had like a lot of crazy moments, like Chloe being able to clutch that spike, just stick it through, and of course, like the clutch, the multi-kills as well from Sheena in a lot of these rounds. I mean, Sheena on that chamber, like perfect agent, despite the nerfs coming in. I think she did a lot of damage along with Tuya, but unfortunately, it just team coordination wise, I think that Sisu just looked better on this map. And like you said, this is their map pick. They had a lot of strats already for there, and once they were able to adapt to the kind of play style that their opposition was running, I think that Sisu were able to get that map locked down.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to them as well. For Sisu, they do have a little bit more experience coming into this tournament. They are equipped with a coach, CI Cast. You can actually see the influence on the coach and how clean they're playing compared to the first split as well. So you can definitely tell that this team had put a lot of, I would say, time trying to play off each other very well. Really adapting with having Polly and the team as the new IGL. I was curious, I think Victoria did highlight it yesterday and asked them what was it like playing with a coach who is, from Thailand. talent compared to your other teammates who are from the Philippines, and they said that they have really transitioned very, very well. Language barrier has not really been a problem, and it's really showing that this team had put in the work, had put in the hours, and they really, really want to be able to show themselves as the third slot team into Pacific. Regardless, let's see whether or not For Fun can take it back, a team that has done some pretty miraculous comebacks. So when we come back, let's see whether they do that or not.
For the rain through, I don't want cut my leg. Running fist fire, scared no risk. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy, so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Horosco, 24. Got him all blood, but the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit, room, boom, but 400 dash whoa. Cut through C, 100 D and move. Get lifted, body new pick, cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Scared of my life. Skittle. Scrape head flavor. Great. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. Pesky. I need to spinner. Blind with the face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade, go on the mall.
Renegade, Horosco, 24. Got him all blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit, room, boom, but 400 dash whoa. Cut through C, 100 D and move. Get lifted, body new pick, cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me, oh, 99. Renegade, Horosco, 24. Got him all blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit, room, boom, but 400 dash whoa. Cut through C, 100 D and move. Get lifted, body new pick, cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me, oh, 99.
team that plays for fun. For fun really showing us that they can go the distance, bringing Sisu toe-to-toe on their own map pick. Regardless, it's Sisu that takes map 1, and we are ready to go into our second map, which is going to be Ascent. This is For Fun's map pick, where they have an insane almost 80% win rate, 14 times played, and even more impressive, yesterday they played it. They went 15-13 OT before finally, before that, I think it was the day before, they went into a 2-10 comeback score. So pretty insane for a team.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it is one of their most consistent maps. The only painful thing that I see here is that the one time that they lost it, I think that it was to Sisu. Sisu was able to win against them 13-6. So
yeah.
In that upper quarterfinal in this very tournament, so that has to be a little bit difficult. But you know, you learn from your mistakes. They've gone back to the drawing board, hopefully, because they did choose this map against them. So hopefully, you know, they've got some new strats, they've got some new ideas, and they'll be able to push it forward to bind here. But you know what really impresses me about For Fun here is that 13-11 on that first map, right, Tash? It was with a substitute player. They didn't have Iceling there, who is usually playing instead of Shinobu. So despite that, it almost went to overtime. So it's just generally impressive to me how well For Fun is playing.
Yeah, so Aisling has been the player to watch on that team as well because of her capabilities to multi-frag and also clutch. She's pulled off these insane comebacks and clutches many times where you have seen before. I mean, again, this team went from a 2-10 comeback in the second half. That was actually something worth noting here on this map as well. A 13-0 against Avernus, and it just shows, like, I mean, 14 times played, you cannot say that this map is not their playground at this point. Regardless, as you mentioned before as well, on the flip side, when you talk about Sisu, they've only played this map once, and it was a win against For Fun as well. So it goes around and round, but at the end of the day, the one who won before is going to be Sisu. Now, looking at the comps before, we have seen for Fun, they ran the Killjoy, Sova, Clove, Jet, and Reyna, which is a double duelist. You can see a lot of dominance coming forward, and these dominance you see is going to be on the defensive side, where they love to play very, very aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, it does differentiate them a little bit from their opponents. I mean, them having that double duelist, because Caesar just runs the most meta, cookie-dried bread and butter Ascent comp that you'll ever see, which, I mean, I understand. It's Ascent, you know, there's a meta for it, everybody plays it in a way that hasn't really evolved over the last 3 years, which saddens me a little bit, though I am seeing some shifts every now and then. But yeah, so they don't really take any risks. But you know, compare that with For Fun, you know, when you have that double duelist, you have to have impact on them, because you know, when you're taking away from that second initiator slot, when you're replacing that Sova or that KO with another duelist, that duelist really has to be able to pop off, because not only are you gonna have to like entry for your team along with your other duelist, you're also going to have to like compensate for that utility that you will be lacking at that post bind, and you need to have enough kills, you need to take enough space to be able to like kind of compensate for that. So I think it's gonna be interesting if For Fun can manage it. So far, I think I've been very impressed, in particular by Tuya. She's been like really consistent in that fragging power. So I think that it is gonna be a little bit difficult for Fun, even though it is their map, because you know they have that previous loss, as well as them, you know, going down 13-11, like getting it so close to that overtime and then like losing out on it. It's gotta hurt for them. But you know, this is a team that is playing for fun, so if anybody is capable of having a chill mentality, you know, to reset and head back in, it has to be these guys.
Yeah, truly. Now, coming into this map as well for Sisu, I think we saw a lot of situations where we could see that, you know, Sisu was very dominant on that Lotus. They are a team that's very, I would say, protocol heavy. They have their way of executing, having their way of playing with each other, and that has been really their defining moments over a lot of other teams they've faced up against. Now, against BOBA, it was super close between these two teams. For Fun just showing up here as well, showing them that they are also part of the top 4 toward the end here. And we are going to be seeing the same one. Aisling not going to be playing in For Fun yet. Tech difficulty is still very much there. And we are going to be seeing, I don't know, what do you think of this Clove?
I mean, I like the Clove. I mean, of course, Omen does give you that extra bit of versatility, but I mean, look, you're already running double duelist. You might as well go all the way, you know?
Right.
Shinobu can now play a little bit more aggressive with the rest of the team, and you know, even if Shinobu does go down, it's okay, because you know what? You still have smokes for the site. So, I mean, I like that about Clove. It's also like really useful. You get a kill, you can like heal back up to full HP for a little bit, take another fight. I think it really promotes like a kind of aggressive playstyle, which is honestly refreshing for this map, because everybody just does the same thing all the time, goes in for these either really set play executes or like retake setups or whatever else you call it. So I'm kind of like rooting for fun here just because of the fact that they've dared to experiment with their comp. They've got, I mean, they've played this before, yes, but also the fact that, you know, they've decided to think and like innovate a little bit more outside of the usual bread and butter cookie comp, and them starting off on attack with this double duelist with Shinobu on that Clove. It's gonna be really, really exciting.
I do agree with you. It is going to be very, very exciting. Let's see this matchup here. Polly against our Clove user. What do you guys think, Tay and Realize?
An experiment, as you might call it, but in the end, Ivory was forced in our team to use the jet, and now she's practicing at this point. But anyway, welcome back. This is map number 2, Realize and Tayrawr, as your casters for today. And Realize, we're finally here. Ascent, a very, very much a formidable map for all the teams across the table and all VCTs.
Again, I just want to say this is a map that is fun to play but boring to cast. I mean, it's always going to be the same composition every now and then, but at least for fun, they are going to switch it up a bit with that Clove Reina. Gives them that extra dueling power towards the control and the flexibility of Sisu with that Sova KO comp, and as well as the much more traditional Omen, Jet, and Killjoy. So yeah, we will have to see how this pans out, because for fun, I would expect them to really have so much duels going on left or right and center. Especially you have like, I think I'd say not 2 but 3 duelists, because you could also categorize Clove as that pseudo duelist, you know.
Yeah, at least that firepower to pick me up again on pistol rounds, very essential for the teams. And this is what we typically see when we do have Clove on a map like this. But starting off for fun here, it seems to be a split A take. Triple on towards a main and a double towards a top.
Yeah, now they're droning up in a main. Grams with the KO knife going up close. Sawamura will try to just hold into wine. And they're playing this pretty far away from each other, as they will just try to bait out the players of For Fun to get that contact onto orbs, and Sawamura will just pounce whenever she's ready. Now this time, the pop flash will present Sawamura to an opportunity to get multiple frags, and she does fall as the spike is dropped. A has been reinforced. Chloe and Tuya both down. Grahams will follow up into the fray as well. 5v2 now.
Such a good flash setup coming in from Sisu here, and Piety ready to kill as well. 1 by 1 for fun. Falls down in a flawless round here, and Sisu just capitalizing on every flash they could pull off and goes for the swing. And this was just at least a very clean take coming in from Sisu. Historically though, for Fun, they really have much more of a harder time coming in on the attacker's side when it comes to this map. We've seen them come back when it's a swap on the defense. So looking at them right now would be really much of a release of a burden if they get much points or much more points when it comes to this attacking side. But so far, Sisu, again, with a better gun advantage here on this round, will be catching Tuya off guard immediately.
Yep. And Tuya already back. 5 HP, has to flee away. And for a brief moment now, Sheena will just try to carve a path up towards a main. Sees Grahams in wide. They switch their positions. Back then, it was Sawamura. Now it was Grahams. And Chloe will walk close. Piety will just swing up with that turret. Contact spike down with the double kill with the stinger as well. And Shinobu with the classic won't be able to get much more. She does tag down. Kon almost gets killed by her own shock dart. Sawamura is down though with that half HP play. And Shinobu, what a tap from Kon. And Sisu with minimum losses will be able to win their gun round.
We've seen this type of flip play actually coming in from Alexi a while ago. The ping on the turret and the quick swing coming in from the rest of the members. But unfortunately, they didn't have a short smoke top if they wanted to try and pincer down mid-bottom here. No one was really looking. And Ivory wanted to go for the trade, but then again, it was just a dink. Unfortunate for fun here, but for the side of Sisu, looking really great. They're bringing in some guns, some artillery coming in on their bonus round as well.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, that bonus round will pretty much be a strong round for them. Because again, this outlaw is ringing bells of death towards for fun. They have 2 players with half shield, so it would only take 1 bullet of the outlaw to eat them. Meanwhile, Polly posted up in mid, looks at Shinobu up top, almost reveals herself, but the spike nowhere yet to sail, and the players of for fun still trying to cement which side they want to hit. The flash comes in. Sawamura with the peek gets Chloe. She's the lead, and then now for fun, they will run in emergency towards A side.
This has got to hurt for some of the players, especially having half armors here and an outlaw in play. You might have to rotate and revolve around this, or maybe even cut noise. But Sisu already with the upgrades here, especially for Con, they have full mid control as well. And if mid is what they want to take, it's going to be a hard feat to go into. Tuia want to try and check out the corners, but didn't check behind her. That's Polly to catch her instead. The trades coming in as Ivory shuts down one. A pre-fire straight to the face. It actually connects, but just for a few. So much flashes, especially on that flash. Realize they're really good at setting it up.
Imagine winning a bonus round with only 1 loss. That is insanity. And I would wish for Polly to maybe, you know, demonstrate a trigger discipline right here, because I think she could catch like 3 players. But still, it's all good. Because why? Because the backup is very fast. They're really quick on the trade kills. And Sisu, they only lost Polly, so this is going from bad to worse from for fun.
They're having really good reads, honestly. You have 2 initiators from this team. You also do have Grahams that could use the knife. Aside from that, early recons coming in towards B main. So there's really not much of a space aside from mid control. But if you cannot really puncture mid control here, with Tuia going down, it's really going to be a difficult feat. Even on default that for fun is holding right now, no one really tries to swing out or over-aggress.
Yeah. And they will play close. Ivory
Sorry.
will try to walk close. And that's a spam of voice comms coming in from Piety with the Killjoy sounds. If you can hear that, and Chloe now will walk close. A shock dart will try to break down and break apart the alarm bots. The shock dart as well towards lane. They are yet to hit a site, and B is way fortified by the players of Sisu, as A site all empty. They're still second guessing on where the players of Sisu could be, because Piety,
30 seconds
she might
left.
go unchecked in this logs area.
That's, I think, what's been lacking also some of the times coming in from for fun. The corner checking, making sure everything is cleared out before they get caught off guard. But this smoke, some players crossed it. A double, a triple, and a swing coming in from the players of for fun. They tried to fight. They even released the not dead yet. But then again, they were able to win some duels here. Now down to a 2v1. Ivory looking for one more player to kill, but that's not enough time to really gain them back around.
Yeah, 4-0 for Sisu now. Sisu just pushing past towards that mark of theirs. And so far, for fun, that eco round wasn't that bad, because they're able to get at least 4 kills. However, if we take a look at the damage that has been done by Sisu and their set plays, their counter reactions towards what's happening, that pop flash was perfect. That layering was indeed beautiful as well. And they were quick on their reply, so for fun, they have to be more faster. But Con, wow, with the wall bang with the Odin as well, catches Ivory. No dashing potential, but they still have their recon in play. Sheena gets Piety with the nano swarm as well. With 4v4, Piety and Ivory quick on the trade. The Lear comes out. Polly shows herself with the second one as well. Con backs her up, and it's Sheena having to run for the hills, and Sawamura waiting for her in the wings. 11 HP. What can she work with? Jumping peek by Khan. Just for the fun. And for fun, it's not longer going to be fun enough for them.
It's not that fun anymore, realize. It's a 5-0.
No.
But really, when it comes to this, Sisu knows their advantages. When they know they can push through, they can overwhelm players from for fun. That's exactly what they do. Aside from that, there's no other spots or holes coming in from Sisu's defense as well. Each and every time for fun tries to reposition themselves for maybe another default setup, there's just another space being taken away from them, and Sisu probably would get a pickup from that. Now left with not much money here. Tuya still was able to buy that Spectre. Let's see if she can find value.
Yeah, that value, of course, wanting to be maximized by the players of for fun. And Sisu as well, but this time Sawamura with the bigger gun, the long stick. That operator will of course be very consequential, and Khan will take the angle with the Odin. She's playing a guessing game and she's guessing everything right, but this time Graham's on the back of Generator. Perfect blind again and again, Tay. It never misses, and all 5 heads for fun, all blinded. This time it's just Sheena and Shinobu breathing.
They're heavily aware as well that it's still a main for the rest of the players here. Sheena's gonna have a hard time crossing as well. Not really a smoke setup to help her cross, but at the same time, again, the overwhelming firepower coming in from Sisu here will clean them up into a flawless round, a 6-0 even.
6-all. And you would argue that maybe Sisu does benefit from that starting in the defense, because Ascent, yeah, same thing as Split, you know, it's defender sided. But if you take a look at the composition that for fun wants to present to you, this is an attacking composition. This is a composition that wants to fight, that wants to get that fast execute into the site. However, if you take a look at the first 6 rounds, it's on the hands of Sisu, and then this will only aggravate the damages later on if they will switch to defender sides, because then they don't have that much of a read detection, they don't have that much of a delay compared to Sisu, who is much more flexible. I mean, for Flash, they only have Reina to create set plays later on, so it's very hard compared to like the Flash of KO. You have also that Omen Flash, so for fun, they need to start stacking up the rounds if they want a much more easy defender side later on.
Definitely true, especially after coming in from a comeback that's pretty much one-sided as well. You don't want to put yourselves in the same shoes, in the same scenarios at this point of the match, especially for Sisu having an Odin, having finally an operator in hands of Sawamura here, who has been pretty much getting free kills everywhere across the map as well with just an outlaw. What more can she do, especially with this operator? And for fun, liking or wanting to play default setups here, it's difficult because you have that double innie to get that info. Look how deep she is now.
Yeah. Very deep inside. Oh, Sawamura the whiffs the shot, but the second layer connects Piety and Grahams. It's just a slaughterhouse down in market. A slaughter market, I'd say. And Chloe, the lamb to the slaughter now, will get killed by Polly. 7-0, timeout, it's not working. But at least Sisu, they lost 3. But it won't even really matter because their credits maxed out. 9k, 9k, 8k. So for fun, I really want them to work with the lockdown and the ultimates now coming in from Chloe as well, the Hunter's Fury.
Such a difficult take coming in from For Fun here as well. I have to give credit to Polly. The paranoias that she's been throwing throughout across the map from A here on B as well, even towards mid, has been spectacular, has been winning them majority of the rounds easily as well. And these are the types of execution timings that you have to get correctly. Just how the drone takes up space, and now For Fun left again to try and position themselves where to go.
Oof. There we go. With the smoke as well being extended out. Polly playing in the same position. Okan again just spraying away with the Odin, spraying them to oblivion. Pyre as well. Trigger happy, getting Tuya, and the spike claimed. The smoke forces Shinobu to push out. Ivory tapping to dear life, triple kill. It's just Sheena. She's a lamb lost in the middle of a wolf pack. And Sisu, they get the 8 nearly unscathed. This is slowly rolling into a death ball, Tay.
Yeah, such a deadly defense system that's been set up here from the side of Sisu. Imagine you get the timing correctly when it comes to their utility usage, but you also have to fight the crossfire that they're trying to set up against you. And the timings coming in from the smokes from Polly is also perfection. That for funds just really left to ponder themselves, what are we supposed to do? The operator set up towards a main here. Any dry peekers, probably Sheena in case, but aside from that, 4 players towards A short. That's gonna be the play this time around. They want to overwhelm, and now with that drone starting off, they also have to watch the back of that Sova. Sawamura repositions herself towards Wine. Polly ready for this paranoia. It has to hurt. The swing settles in, and that's the first kill towards Ivory. One caught off guard though as Chloe gets the trade in, and now the Odin goes down.
It's always a bloodbath, a brawl down in A site. 2 for 2 now, but Graham's still beating, needing a repair. Still with the null command. Pyre gets Shinobu and Tuya. Her dome cracked wide open. And Sisu, they run away with the Nymph. Charge them. Assault and battery. As for fun, unable to lay claim on another round. Sisu has been so good, and you can take a look at how this is not a one-woman show. Everyone's stepping up. They're equal on the scoreboard. 10 kills for Pyre, 10 kills for Sawamura, I'd assume. And everyone is just quick on the reply, quick on the trades. Their body system is so good. And this time around, for fun, they need an answer, and I don't think they have the time to conceive one.
They do have the not dead yet here. The hands of Shinobu. They do also have a lockdown to prep up, but they find space when it comes to A short. And so far, this has been an execution that they have tried the second time around. So far, it's working out for them as Sawamura is already out, but there's someone on towards Hell. Ivory ready to check, and that's Grey Hands to check her out instead. Now, as the time dwindles down and as the post plan is happening, the lockdown has been placed.
Yeah, this lockdown will push them away without yet planning the spike. What will they take? Tay, what decision will they make? Will they repush or will they reposition and rotate? But Pyre, having faced 4 marksmen there, looking to tap one out, looking for the second one, not yet connecting, and the not dead yet popped up, wanting to just instill success in this round. Operator in the hands of Khan almost gets the second. Tuya respecting that operator. But Khan looking to tap away again. The flick is perfect. Looking for another one. This is very scary for Khan. Almost clutches it out. And Sheena shuts down the site. But that is almost the stop of beating from Sisu.
Those were the rounds where everyone has their eyes closed at this point because they really didn't need to fight the operator. Again, you do have so much money coming into the next round. It's going to be another operator in their hands. Yeah, but true. But they also had Shinobu basically with the not dead yet finding the kill. Unfortunately, the smoke timing just dissipates and Khan just feeling herself at this point, and so far been getting those frags in as well for the rest of the team.
Yeah, not for fun. At least they're able to get one round. You can never know what's gonna happen. The comeback could also happen here, but Sawamura forced to dash away. This time no one's playing in Wine. Khan connects the Hunter's Fury and gets Sheena, bows her down. And this time they traverse around mid. Will they seek out that Poly TP reposition? And Tuya, her crosshair towards market. Oh, Poly! What? That's disgusting!
What a read.
And Ivory just stolen by the angel of death, and that is Polly.
I mean, what do you expect once you smoke mid-bottom? It's gonna be players coming in from mid, and you see Sisu also holding position here deep towards A main as well. They've been really capitalizing on the read that probably for fun will take A short again. They've been finding success when it comes to that, but Tuya has to fall back here. They feel the Odin, but they don't know. Piety is also waiting patiently for their push. A short it is, as I say it, and now 3v5. Can they hold it, especially towards A main? There's gonna be a lot of players holding it down. Polly to go down, but Sawamura was able to catch that one. Chloe on the other hand, good for 2, but that's gonna be it. A 10-1, heavily in favor of Sisu.
Last round.
That looked scary because Chloe was so sharp. And a 10-1 closure. Almost closing in on the first half. But this Hunter's Fury though, was it blind? I feel like it was blind, but Sawamura was able to get a vision. So Kon just popped it with an idea of the minimap, looking at the players that presented themselves. So now, of course, Sisu, they haven't been poor at all. They have been so rich with the credits that they have.
And what are we gonna say? Sana all.
Sana all for fun. Of course, they want more than just Sana all. They want the win. They're looking to get the push towards side. The lockdown will not zone out Polly. She's able to dodge it. Hunter's Fury connecting. This time committed towards heaven, but Piety drops down from hell, looking to get even more kills. It's chaotic in the side. Piety triple kill, and this time around Chloe will not survive, and they lose out for fun. Hard to win as Sisu again, a perfect round, almost executed. 11-1.
It's gonna be a hard comeback situation here if it happens even, but right now passing it to Tash and Zahk to break things down.
11-1. Oh, man, that is a long road to climb if you think about it. Very, very far off, but Sisu playing this map to perfection. We see a lot of unorthodox aggression we saw previously on Lotus. We saw it here as well toward the mid side. Sawamura's first contact, absolutely insane. The multi-frags from Polly was amazing. And unfortunately, Tuya not able to come online, which is very, very needed for Arena.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before we went in. We talked about the high risk, high reward kind of strategy of running this kind of comp, the double duelist, and that is if your secondary duelist for Reina is not able to have impact, like you lose out on that valuable utility, and that's exactly like a classical example of what we saw happening with this team. I think that also just Sisu had the reads like every single time, and they had the peaks, and like you said, I think Realize said it the best way. Polly was the angel of death. Like she was hitting some crazy free fires, nutty shots, multi kills, like really, really crazy rounds. And I think overall, I mean, look, if you want to be positive and if you're a Forefront fan, they have come back from 10-2. So there is that good news, but you know, this is their map pick, and ideally with the success rate they have, they shouldn't really, you know, let it have gotten this far. I think that, you know, it's pretty obvious, but Forefront, if they want to keep going in this, they've got to win that pistol, because otherwise they're looking down at match point, series point being broke.
Yeah, and they really, really need to win that if they want to be able to push this into a map 3. Time running out and not a lot of room for error. They have come back from 10-2s before, but in 11-1, again, very, very tiny margin. Must have to be able to play these perfect rounds. Pistol is definitely on the line here, but let's see whether or not they can do that. So, Realize and Tay, what do you guys think?
I'd say I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I feel like this is, you know, ito ay mukhang mahirap.
It is. It really looks hard there. I will translate it for you for the broadcast.
Thank you.
That was so good, but it is definitely a hard and a tall order to go up against, especially an 11-1. And they really have to win this pistol now. There's no other choice at this point. But let's see. Sisu right now really have good setups from defense. How about on the offense here, as Ivory wants to try and get a pick off. Unfortunate for her, that didn't really happen. 70 HP remaining onto her, and they reposition towards side.
Yeah. Of course, this is going to be consequential as well for Ivory, because 70 HP is something that is pretty much taggable when it comes to pistol round. You know, the HP counts because this is where you can't really buy the full shields. But here comes the dashes coming in from Sawamura, the flash as well connecting towards Hell. They get caught in the crossfire of Grahams, and as well as Shinobu now having to force her way back. Piety catches Shinobu. Match point in front of their eyes. Sawamura with the tap away, and that tap could lead to the destruction of For Fun. It is not fun anymore, as 12-1 is the match point.
It is not, definitely, for them as well. And it's such a one-sided map that we're looking at here as well. You have to really give it to the players of Sisu here. They have been crisp on the shots, and no matter how chaotic the rounds may be, or even the side take itself, you see players like Piety, for example, being very clean on the shots. Grahams as well, also popping off. And even Con, for example, was also able to take some clean shots here. And definitely, it's the chaos that For Fun is trying to bring here on the table, but it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, this double-edged sword could stab them from the front and the back. This time around, Sisu have full control of side. They just need to break down Sheena. Sheena fully blinded. One by one, they fall like flies.
Attackers win.
And they won't be flying to Bangkok. They will lose out to Sisu. Sisu closes it out in a 2-0 series.
A very clean series here for the side of Sisu. They really had a good execution here, realize. You have to see them do the flashes, do the swings coming in. Everything is just well coordinated coming in from this team. And I say a well-deserved win as well.
It is very well-deserved because, I don't know, you can never say it's a lucky win. You can never say they don't deserve it if they're able to run down a 13-1. That's basically like 14 rounds where they only lost one. And that is so impactful coming in from Sisu as well. The fact that they were struggling in Lotus. Lotus was their map pick, and they almost got brought into overtime. Meanwhile, for Ascent, it was For Fun's map pick, and they're able to run them down 13-1. I mean, they were trying to craft something with the Reina Clough jet pick, but it never showed its opportunity. You know, it was never able to just capitalize on that because Sisu was so quick. Their aim was so sharp. They're shooting their targets, their heads as well. So yeah, Sisu, a well-deserved win and dominating one at that. So For Fun, it's sad enough, but they have to bid goodbye.
Yeah, we have to bid goodbye. Goodbye, guys. No, but really, it was a no-practice team at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it goes to show which teams that we have right here as well, really preparing up for whatever happens and whatever matches they're going up against, especially these top 3 teams that we have right now. But the day isn't over yet. We still have another series to go on later. But right now, we're just going to throw it to our host and analyst, Tash and Zach. How do you feel about this match?
Rough end, very, very rough end for Fun, but props to them to be able to make it into a top 4 with only a sub, unfortunately not being able to play with their main lineup. Regardless, it is still Sisu that comes up in the end, and Sisu gonna be clinching the final slot into Game Changers Pacific happening in October. So congratulations to them and welcome to Bangkok, ladies. So for now, let's break it down a little bit more about what we saw on Ascent. For Fun, dominant on that map. They've shown us what tenacity looks like. We've seen a 13-0 from them at one point as well. But Sisu has definitely done their homework. High risk, high reward plays all around, and it shows.
Yeah, I think they look definitely more in control in Ascent. I think that being able to win that map number 1, their pick, was a little bit of a sigh of relief for them, especially considering how close it got. But yeah, map 2, you know, ever since they won that pistol, they had the momentum. They were just constantly getting these initial picks, those advantages, and they were like popping off. I mean, MAP, it is going to be so up for both sides, but Con was hitting different today. I think every single Hunter's Fury found like a kill. There were like a couple of nice shock darts as well. One almost killed her as well, but you know, the rest of it was pretty good. And overall, I think just the value that she was getting from the Odin, from the spam, from just the pressure that she was constantly able to exert towards B-Main. Her and Piety were both just like such key pieces of the defense, like Piety being able to just anchor down side, constantly make you know, For Fun bleed as they try to get into it. Really, really well played. I mean, you can really see why this is the meta comp, because at this point everybody knows how to play it. There's so many examples available available of how to play this one out right now, and I think that Izu just did that perfectly. Like, played the strengths of the comp, and I mean, everybody was excellent in terms of aim. The first statistics tells the whole story, right? 12-2 in terms of first kills. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think when you come back to that comp as well, the conversation about that, where Sisu's comp, the reason why this comp is so good is the amount of support that they can provide their teammates, whether it be a flash, whether it be a smoke, everything is there and ready for them to use. As I mean, you look at the side of Forfun, yes, it is a comp really made for attack, but it isn't really a comp that really gives a lot of support other than the Sova. Because if it comes down to it, Clove doesn't really give that amount of support as you would get from the Omen itself. You maybe have the metal, but it's more toward enabling that Glove to be playing on her own. And on top of that, it's just really unfortunate because we couldn't really see the duelists for Forfun really go far, especially Tuya, where I think I had put a lot of expectation on because you want to be playing off her Lear and she's not able to do that.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that, like, look, I mean, you can mess around with the composition, but at the end of the day, you gotta make sure that you have enough flashes. And I think that, you know, you're already replacing the KO with the Reyna, which, I mean, yes, you still do have 2 flashes, but the Lears are just weaker than the pop flashes that KO can do, because number 1, they're breakable, and number 2, you just don't have the same range. It's like very limited range, so it's just so difficult to entry with Reyna. But comparatively, especially if you don't have that additional flash support, you don't have the paranoia from the Omen because you replaced it with the Glove. So I think that's exactly what it is. So many rounds they were just forced to go in for these dry peaks because, you know, they use those Lears to take control of B main or A main, and you know, they really don't have anything left to get into sight. And I think it just made things so difficult, especially with the amount of utility available. They were constantly being suppressed by Grahams, they were constantly being like scanned or shock routed off the angle by Khan, and of course don't even get me started when she had the Odin. Like, that was like, just, I played against players like her, and let me just say, it is not a fun time. Like, Forfun might want to look into changing their name after that one.
I mean, they think they would still be definitely having fun, but Khan will be our MVP here, dropping a 15 with a 3.8 KDA. And honestly, I think for the past few games they've been playing, Khan has been the major step up for the team. Last split, it was all about seeing Sawamura going aggressive, Graham's with that big opening peaks. But for Khan, it's all about that sharp shooting, that aim, those angles she's been playing. She has so many, I would say, lineup plays as well that's really denied a lot of space and just taken away a lot of info from the enemy as well. So it's hard for them to really execute when all they can do in terms of positioning has just been shown off.
Yeah, I mean, Khan, I mean, this round was a key example. Like, you know, you think, alright, she's sharp with the rifle, she's good with the Odin, and then you see her pick up the op. And yeah, I think this entire game, MVP in every single way, utility, as well as information, as well as just, you know, getting the kills. I mean, 3 KDA on a Sova is really, really impressive. I mean, yes, it's only like 15 kills, but there were only 14 rounds, so that's still like pretty amazing. Very, very consistent. I think the entire team, though, was like pretty much on fire. Everybody was performing at their peak, and yeah, I think they're going to be very happy to be confirming their slot in Bangkok. I, for one, would be very happy to see this team performing on that stage there, but I mean, it's not over for them yet, because even though they're probably happy now that it was a very quick 2-0, you know, because that gives them a little bit of time for a break, because you know what's up next for them, right, Tash?
Yep, we are going to be playing one final elimination match. It's going to be against BOBA here. Now, this is, I would say, for these two teams, it's a very, very long day coming up, because it's going to be back-to-back matches for both these teams, and it's going to be a game where they have to be fighting for that grand final slot. But before that, let's talk a bit with Sawamura about how she feels about all of this. So she's on the line right now, so let's have a look. Sawamura, hi! Finally being able to see you on the line itself. How are you feeling after that match?
It's good. We didn't expect to win, and the first game was so shaky, you know. We were like, we don't know, we were so scared or something. Then on the second map, we just, you know, fuck it. Let's play. Let's have fun, you know?
Yeah, you know, let's bring the fun to for fun. Yeah, I love hearing that as well. Let's talk a little bit about your team. So, you know, previously in Split 1, Starry Bun was your IGL coming into this one. Polly also said that she had transitioned over. So, okay, and then Polly also said about how your team managed to come together. But coming into today, I think this team looks a lot more strong than your first iteration back in Split 1. So, how did you manage to really come together and get this strong so quickly?
Honestly, there was a lot of problem. Hana was supposed to be our IGL. Then yeah, then Poli was supposed to be our coach. So 1 week before the tournament, it wasn't working. It wasn't working for us for the regional roster. So I asked Poli, can you play? Can you IGL for us? We need an IGL. I think this team can do a lot of damage if there's an IGL who can help us, you know. So yeah, I think it's Poli, you know. We really needed that. It's Poli who was the missing piece for Team Sisu.
Yeah, it looked really good for you guys. Can you share with us a bit about what happened that first map? It is your map, but it came very, very close. What happened?
We were so shaky. We were so scared. Like, we need to win. We need to win. In my minds, it's like we need to win. We were not focused in the game. We were getting distracted by the fact that it's the last game to qualify to Bangkok, Thailand. So, yeah, in the last 3 rounds, me and Poli we're shouting at each other. Because we could not understand each other anymore because of the pressure. Then after we shouted at each other, the team woke up and like, hey, chill, calm down. Then okay, this game, this ascent, okay, let's just have fun, let's stop this. We cannot be like this. We're better, We cannot be thinking that we might lose.
All right, thank you so much. Now, Zach, what do you have any questions?
Yeah, firstly, congratulations on your win today, and for qualifying to Bangkok. Hopefully we'll get to see you there. But it's been a very long journey for you. Since last year, you've been going around a bunch of teams. So how does it feel to come back stronger this year and finally qualify for the first ever LAN in APAC?
I was so scared because I choked a lot. For the past few years I've been playing, I was like, if I lose this yet again, if I won't be able to help my team and I choke again, it's gonna be my fault and I'll just retire, it's not for me. But then, I just trusted them. If I cannot aim today, if I cannot do anything today, then I'll just help them. I have my teammates, I have them on my back, I'm not alone, So I think this team is the best team for me because we're true to each other, we're honest to each other. When there's a problem, we always talk it out. Then no bad feelings for each other. We're real friends, We're not just teammates. So I think this is the best team for me.
That's really sweet to hear. And secondly, Tash was mentioning that you do have a coach working with you for the split. So how's that been so far with new IGL, new coach, everything, lots of changes?
So CA came right before the tournament, the day before the tournament.
Oh wow!
Wow. So he's helping us out during timeouts and after the matches. We were doing VOD reviews, and he did a lot. There was a lot of games that we made a lot of errors. Then CA, our coach, was just there to help us out. Then we understand him. He knew how to help us out. He knew what we were lacking, and he was there to fill it out.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. So thank you so much for sharing your experiences as well as your journey. Good luck after this because it's going to be very, very rough for you back to back. Hopefully you guys are able to maintain that momentum. We'll see you later. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. There you have it, guys. Our third slot to Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand for Game Changers Pacific. This is a very exciting one. I think we all had an inkling that these 3 would be there, but I didn't think that it would be this competitive to get those last 2 slots, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Especially with the Aura differential being the 3rd place winner the last time as well. I'm very happy that the remaining players of the team, even though there's been a lot of changes with individual players and the IGL and everything else, I'm very happy that they're able to keep that consistency up, especially for Grahams. It's so impressive that a player can have their first competitive tournament this year and qualify for their first LAN this year. So generally, congratulations to Grahams and a huge achievement for the rest of the team as well. You heard from Sawamura how much it means to her and for the rest of the team. So very, very happy for them. Like you said, there were a lot of close matches, a lot of competitive matches, and I'm pretty sure the next one is going to be the case as well. But yeah, before that, let me steal your job for a bit. Tash, let me give you a little bit of a break as we are going to be going to a bit of a break. We'll see you in a while.
You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and no, there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, watch me.
It's a very long day for these two teams, BOBA and Sisu, both heading into the second match for today. This is going to be an elimination match, and both these teams have qualified themselves to GC Pacific. But this determines who makes it to the grand finals tomorrow. Long 2 days for these teams, but only one can emerge victorious. I'm Tashbunny alongside Zahk, and we are your panelists for today, and I am very excited for this one.
Yeah, same here, Tash. Like you said, a little bit more of a low-stakes match here but then the previous one comparatively anyway, because like you said, both these teams have qualified for Pacific already. So right now it's just a question of that juicy prize money and who gets to go up against XIPTO tomorrow to get some revenge. So it's going to be a spicy game, especially since these two teams also faced off yesterday, I believe, in that upper bracket. So I think that was a very close game with games going to overtime and stuff. So I think both of these rosters have demonstrated that they've got what it takes. I think Sisu in particular is pretty impressive because they've been playing together for a shorter time. They've had like a lot of shuffles coming up, so I think both of these teams do deserve highlighting. I think both individual players alike as well as a team. So I would like to say actually like talk about the team a bit.
Yeah, for now, let's have a look at BOBA here. I think we've all seen them play this morning. They are definitely the team to watch after XIPTO. For a long time, it's been a story of rivalry between these two teams, ex-teammates going against each other, and a mishmash of some of the best players here from Southeast Asia. We'd have Ayumi and Luca, who used to play together for RQ Kaguya, Baby TZ from Sapphire, and Delbisky. I'm not too sure which team she was from, but she also had an impressive showing in the previous stage.
Yeah, I think that Delbisky joining the team, it was a little bit of a question mark heading into this particular series. I think she was part of Nick's Kyosai last year, right? I think we casted them during like
Nick's Kyosai, that's right,
yes. We casted them a little bit during that final tournament where they had like a last chance attempt to make it through. Unfortunately, not able to make it through then, but yeah, coming into BOBA, definitely fitting in well on the team and that kind of flex role here. So BOBA doing quite well, like you said, number 2 team in that last thing. Yes, they went down to XIPTO, but they were that runner-up in that second place. And Sisu, of course, back then playing under Aura Differential in split number 1 was the 3rd place team. So this is kind of like history repeating itself here, Tash. We got the 2nd place versus 3rd place team again in that lower bracket final. But the interesting thing is that this time around, Sisu was much closer to being able to take down BOBA.
I agree with you. I think this roster shuffle has definitely given an edge, bringing in a brand new IGL, bringing in some impressive firepower as well. Piety brought into the team. It's looking really exciting, as well as the return of Con to the big stage. Now let's have a look at two players that I really want to highlight here, and these are the two heavy hitters for the teams. And I'm going to be talking about Ayumi and Sawamura. I think these two is definitely going to be two players we want to talk about here. Sawamura is sharp, and she has always been sharp. She's always been a very, I would say, selfish, aggressive player back in the day, which has really now toned down herself, showing a lot more resilience and discipline. As opposed to Ayumi, she's a veteran. She's been playing for a long time, hailed as one of the best duelists here in Southeast Asia. And this time around, she looks a little bit more reserved, a little bit more quiet, and relies a lot on her teammates to support her.
Yeah, I mean, Ayumi always kind of fitting in that second aggressive player role, whether it was as a secondary duelist or whether it was as chamber in her terminal alter ego. And, you know, in her time on this particular team, again, like, you know, we've been seeing her on the deadlock and a couple of other roles here, but overall still like incredible aim, like really, really sharp shooting. And of course, she is that Raze player for the team here. So her versus Sawamura should be pretty interesting if it does come down to a Raze map here. But Sawamura in particular, I think, has been better in terms of finding those head-to-heads, opening frags here. And of course, highlighting particular players here. I mean, Kohibi, we have to talk about her. You know, her splitting from last year's SMG roster, coming into a new team and being able to, like, you know, be a part of a new team and still like be as consistent as she was before. Just an incredible player by herself. And of course, considering the role that she plays as well, you know, usually more of that, like, that sentinel support role these days. If you remember, Tash, we used to cast Kohibi playing like Raze way back in 2021, and now again, like, look at how far she's come.
Yeah, I think this transition from a duelist to other roles have been really great. I think we've seen it across the board from VCT all the way to Game Changers. She has always been sharp. She's always been doing a little bit more extra than just being a player. She's also coached as well. So it does show in her work and how she plays. But for now, let's have a look at Con. I think Con is also a very sharp player. I think a lot of the time we always see this dynamic duo, Con and Capricious, or otherwise known as Sawamura. Now they are both very, very sharp, but Con in particular, since her return to the big stage after, I think, taking either taking a hiatus or not making it up, I'm not too sure here, she has been showing us some impressive numbers. You can rely on her to rack up those multi-frags, you can rely on her to rack up those clutches, and what's most important is her impact as a Sova player. Her Hunter's Fury can tag 2, 3, even at one time. Her timing impeccable. She has these insane lineups that you can never really tell, and it's one of the most aggressive Sovas I've ever seen. Now let's have a look at the map pool here, reminding everyone that just a few days ago these two teams did match up against each other, and it came up in favor of BOBA. Now BOBA has played, I think they did have quite a rough, I think, series this particular time around compared to before, as other teams start to really, I think, shake things up. Everyone seems to be getting a lot better now, as we are looking here, where in BOBA they played one Haven and they managed to get 100% win rate, but it also happens to be the Haven they played against Sisu, which went into overtime.
Yeah, I think that Haven that you mentioned, right? It was like a comeback as well. I think BOBA were 3-9 down in the half, and they were able to come back, you know, win a lot of attacking rounds in a row, and eventually take it in overtime. So it was really, like, a really great game to watch. Kind of Sisu's game to have and lose there. So hopefully they'll be able to rectify those mistakes. But yeah, Sisu, we talked about their map pool before. Sunset, one of their better maps, 83% win rate here. Sunset as well, both Lotus and Sunset, I would say, are their strongest maps. Breeze doesn't count because it's not in the meta, and Ascent, of course, before this they only played one, but we saw them, like, find that incredibly dominant 13-1 win just in that previous series, so looking quite good on that map as well. So I'm happy to see that Sisu does have a pretty decent map pool in terms of depth. I think that they'll be able to at least hold their own as long as the Veto isn't, like, too one-sided, and I think because this is that lower final, we're not gonna have, like, the double ban coming in for BOBA, so I think that it should be pretty balanced in terms of, like, the map Veto.
Regardless, I think both these teams now are kind of like fighting for that final spot into that grand finals. And I think today, looking at both teams, I'm so sorry. I mean, I understand that BOBA did play up against XIPTO, but I'm seeing a lot of mistakes come through for that team. And I do understand that it is going to be that mental pressure coming forward, going up against a big team. But today looked particularly good for Sisu. They are a team that is so good at rectifying mistakes, very adaptable, a good mid-round calls as well, which is very exciting given the fact that Polly, one of their teammates, the IGL, CL actually what it was supposed to be playing for that coach role. Now coming into today, we're going to be looking at Haven first, which I'm very excited about. This is the overtime map that we talked about that came very, very close. Boba being able to come back. And I think for Boba coming back into that conversation I had with Baby TZ, their problem has always been themselves. They're overthinking it, they're overcooking it. Let's see whether or not they managed to fix that. Now, also granted that both teams had banned out each other's map picks before, which is making it very refreshing to see how these teams kind of adapt off each other. We're also going to be seeing an addition of Bind and Ascent.
Yeah, I think that I'm glad that we're going to be seeing the two maps that we already saw played last time banned out, because I want to see how much more do these map teams have in their map pool. I like the Icebox ban. It's not like the most comfortable ban here for the side of Sisu, so I'm glad that they're taking it out of the Veto. Very consistent from them, so I kind of like that we're seeing that from them. On the other hand, Haven, starting off on it seems great. Last time around it was quite close, so I think despite it being Boba's pick, unless they've really changed around the strat book, I'm hoping that Sisu have gone back, done some homework. We heard it from Sawamura as well. They have a coach now. They've been doing VOD reviews, so hopefully they've been able to look back at those mistakes, because that was a game that was very much in their hands, Tash. It was like 9-3 at the half, and there were a lot of rounds that looked like they could have gone their way, but at the end, unfortunately, once the team gets momentum, especially a team like Boba, they're just gonna keep going. And talking about momentum, right? I mean, that's something I have to consider in this match as well. That is in Zisu's favor, because they're coming in after a 2-0 stomp. They had a 13-1 map, and on the other side, Boba had like a 13-3 map as well. The only 13-4 map as well. The only problem that they were on the opposite side. They were the 3, not 13. So it's gotta feel like a little bit difficult for them. But this is Boba. Like, they faced worse.
Yeah, I think Boba is definitely a team, like Boba's, they can bounce back. Sorry for that pun, but I had to. so they are a team that can definitely bounce back. I think they have what it takes to really learn and just be able to come forward if they are able. And on top of that, they did have a bit of a break there in the second series coming in today, so they have some time to really figure things out. That is the benefit of coming in from the upper brackets. Now Sisu, the possibility of them riding that momentum is definitely high, but these two comps here are very interesting, almost a mirror in a way with the Breach as well as that Neon. But when you look at how Sawamura runs that Neon, to me it's just incredibly quick, and it's honestly really surprising when you aren't expecting someone just quickly just run into your face with a very, very high headshot percentage.
That's what I love about having Neons in the meta now, because it really speeds up the pace of the game. When you have a Neon running into side, everybody else has to follow, otherwise you're just gonna give them an isolated fight. So I like that it's kind of increasing the speed of the game, especially with, like you said, how aggressive Sawamura and Ayumi both like to play. I also do like the pick coming out for the smokes here for Sisu. They have that Astra on the attack, which means there's gonna be one more layer of that post buds available aside from just that initiator utility. So it should be interesting. I think that Killjoy versus Cypher is gonna be better on that anchor potential and for watching that flank. So Graham's especially gonna be interested to see how she's gonna be swapping over from that duelist role here. But overall, like you said, very similar team comps, Tash. And I mean, I'm very interested to see if history is gonna repeat itself from last time. Will Boba be able to win again, and will Sisu, still be able to find a dominant first half?
That's right, Haven was Sisu's to win, but it was Boba that came up on top. Let's see if history can change this time. Tay as well as Realize. What do you guys think?
Thank you, Tash and Zach. And if you can see, I am running because we are seeing Neon back in Haven, which has been the meta for maybe the past 2 years, but now it has, kind of decreased in popularity. Now it's back because of the buffs that it showed to Neon, and of course, it is so much viable in Haven because Haven is such a long map with 3 split sites as well. So, what do you think about this, Tay?
I think the biggest difference here right now, and I also do want to ask you, because I think I've already shared this thought way back before, but this is the first time I'm partnered with you. Are you a Cypher enjoyer or are you a Killjoy enjoyer?
I'm a Cypher enjoyer. I'm sorry, Zach will bash me for that, but I love Cypher way more than I do love Killjoy, because Cypher, I feel like I'm really anchoring. Meanwhile, with Killjoy, I feel like I'm playing with my with utilities. I'm just, relying on my nano swarms to do the kills. I want to shoot head, not grenade people down to the ground. But of course, they have their own, viabilities, and I think for Killjoy in Haven, it's still debatable which Sentinel is the best, but I feel like Killjoy is good for retakes. And for Cypher, it's better for anti-flank. It's better for stopping the site in towards the port.
Especially that the side of Sisu here. They don't really, or rather, for the side of Boba, they do have that Omen that could TP across.
Yeah.
I would say when it comes to those tripwires, but nonetheless, it really depends on the play styles of the teams that we have right here anyway. And let's see, it's almost a mirror matchup aside from the Sentinels that we have right now. But like the panel mentioned a while ago, we've seen Sawamura's Neon a while ago as well. That was pretty crucial for their win.
Yeah, and Sawamura was sublime on the Neon. In fact, she was excellent on it. And now C-site will be the focal point of interest, where the turret has been erected up there. Meanwhile, the Nano Swarm will provide extra delay, but it hasn't been popped because it was broken. Now Sisu, they put on their running shoes, wanting to rotate. Grams will be sent it towards Ayumi. Ayumi will catch her off guard. And this time the spike ushered upon towards grass. But where will this spike navigate to? Where will its final destination be? Because B site looks very interesting. They're poised to take Ayumi down, but Ayumi still just strafing around the side. Triple kill, 4 for Ayumi, but Piety will be able to take her down. It's a 4v1 now for Piety as the paranoia catches onto her. The rotations build upon, and she's just looking to survive as long as she could. The flash is perfect, but baby TZ is there to back Aluka up. Boba 1-0 with a pistol.
Boba really good at tucking themselves in as well towards the side. That's how Ayumi caught the first contact here, the first pickoff towards B. And again, in these types of scenarios and these types of pistol, it's still a 50-50. No matter how much players are still alive, maybe a 3v2, but nonetheless, they tried double swinging, triple swinging. It just wouldn't work out because Boba was there ready to hit heads, especially with Ayumi's 4 kills. And now she's just 1 orb away for that overdrive as well.
Yeah. I mean, look at Ayumi. Imagine the scenes cost if she can pop overdrive in the second round. I mean, Sisu might be counting those orbs against Ayumi, but of course, so it's going to be much more scary because technical pause. Yeah, that's the real scary thing, the technical pause. I mean, the overdrive, we can just shoot her head, but technical pause, you know.
Yeah, cannot get away from it. You know why? Because when we were on a 30-minute break here, realize.
Yeah.
What did you mention? It was fast today, right? Yeah. And
okay, so
everyone was shushing you out, basically, but it has been said already. And once you jinx it, you never go bad. It's your fault.
It could be both of two things because, you know, there has been curses either in the Filipino panel, in the Malaysian panel, in Indonesian panel, and our own challenger. There you go. See, in the challenger leagues, we always have these curses. You know, we know in the PH you have the Ray Ray curse, in Indonesia we have the Rere curse, and in Malaysia we have the, you know, anti-Tash curse. But for me, I'm more of the neutralizer. I'm the one who makes the curses gone. So I'm gonna prove it today because I think an estimation will finish by around 5 GMT plus 7. So,
oh my god, why did you say a time? Realize why? It's a first and only time together. But anyway, back to the game as Delbisky trying to deal with this already, shooting the recon, but she spotted out. It's more of a push than a pullback coming in from Boba. They know they have better gun advantage. They don't need to swing out any longer, but Delbisky will find one. That's towards Graham's. The wall setting in, and now as Sawamura goes in, she catches one already. 10 HP remaining onto her. She revolves around the site, and now it's just trades after trades, but Paulie, with the stun coming in, with everyone just hopping in on the fight, cannot do any longer.
Yeah, Boba, simple gun round, and thereby was rewarded with a win. Of course, not for Sisu. They get to lavishly purchase better guns for this round, but Sawamura at least was able to pull one back. So did Piety. So all in all, not a bad start, not a bad thrifty, or rather eco round for the side of Sisu. But Boba again, Tay, we have been talking about that overdrive. This overdrive could cause mayhem.
It definitely could. I mean, she's been holding on to it now especially after just one orb. But this aftershock will push Sawamura out of her positioning. For the meantime, Kon able to punish one, and that's towards Baby TC. There's still one more to punish, and Ayumi goes down. Crispy.
Yeah, beautiful take and beautiful tap as well.
We can do this.
Crispy one at that. And this time the players of Sisu crawling, creeping into C site. Only Delbisky left to do the task of killing these players. But there will be backup coming in from Kahaibi. Here goes the smokes and the runs as well. The recon towards backside. Delbisky stunned, dazed, but she will be able to pick one out. The trade comes in from Sawamura, and Delbisky doesn't stand any longer. And Aluka now, of course, having to clean everything up with herself. Piety low HP though, she's stunning, but can't take the timing to wipe Aluka off the face of the map. And BOBA, they face the struggles and Sisu get one.
Finally, they were able to secure that round, especially that was also the buy round coming in from Sisu here. I love the confidence from Kon, especially when she's hitting those shots. She knows she's comfortable. She knows she can win duels as well. And she's not afraid to take up space. We've seen that here, especially while Aluka was setting up. They just want to punish. And this is exactly what you need, especially if you want to fight up against a team that has, you know, like been there for much longer, I would say.
Yeah, they have been trying to just rattle on the fights. Kahaibi gets taken down, but before that she gets Kon in the process. Sawamura, half HP, will just get sprayed upon by Aluka through the smoke. Ayumi yet to pop her overdrive, still clinging on it. And meanwhile, Delbisky will tiptoe towards the backline of Sisu, but the trap wire, she can just TP around it, but she's still second guessing on the positions of Sisu. Well, Grahams will be the player to open up the lobby area. Aluka meets Polly, and the flash prepared to just catch someone off. Polly anti-flashes it, and Aluka still the guardian on the B side.
Just holding on to positions here. She still has that angle, but it could have been a preparation, honestly, coming in from Aluka right there. Especially she has the stun and flashes to play around with. But with that ult coming in, it's finally time to make the Q happen, make it side take happen. A quick turnaround of events though, as BOBA shuts down players left and right. As long as it's a 1v1 scenario, anything is still possible. Baby TZ knows exactly where Grahams is gonna be. The wide swing wins the duel. We are now on to a 2-2.
Good swing coming in from Grahams. I mean, Baby Tizzy was second guessing where she would be playing because the camera spotted her. She wanted to reposition in a much more aggressive angle so as to give an element of surprise, I would say, for Grahams, because she wouldn't expect Baby Tizzy to be there, but she kind of misses the first bullets, and then Grahams just takes the duel to herself and forces the issue. Of course, not for Sisu. They are in a much more better spot because BOBA, they have to climb for the hills with minimum weapons in their own hands. 3 ultimates though still stored, not yet used. Polly pops the stars and the smokes as well. The fast lane into the side only dissipates it from Polly, and Polly already trying to hold that garage area. Piety, Planet Spike will push back. Only Polly left inside with Sawamura, and Polly herself will even push towards garage. Baby TZ, will someone expect her? That Cypher trap is going up for her. Grahams catches 2, and it is gifted to her in a silver platter. Polly will try to dance to the death. Kahaibi gets 1 kill with the sheriff, but Sawamura just teases her with that movement. Insane! And Kahaibi won't be able to catch that flying fox, and that is Sawamura.
The confidence is showing off this time. I mean, they just had their match a while ago as well. Momentum-wise, after that 2-0 win against For Fun, you can see the confidence, the comfortability of the players coming in, especially with Sawamura as well on her Neon. a while ago, she mentioned that they were scared on the first map and they just had to go with it. I cannot really mention exactly what she said, but you get the thought process. The momentum just coming in, they're bringing it here on the third series.
Gotta go.
Indeed. Now for Sawamura, again, being the spearhead in the attack, in the executes. And this forces BOBA to play much more defensively. Look at them, they don't want to contest this side control. They need everyone to be on the same page. They have the Hunter's Fury to cancel out the plant. Will they use it? They won't. They hold on it. Oh, Baby TZ will pop it now, but it's a little too late because Polly gets the plant. And the teleport coming in from Delbisky with the Cosmic Divide as well. We'll just split the side into two. Polly opens up the smokes left and right. The drone will reveal her position. Delbisky, does someone know? Is someone aware of her position back? But Graham's as well. This is anti-flanks left and right. This could be very scary for both teams. And Baby DZ flies the recon. Grahams, this is your time to pop. There goes the first. Looking for the second one. Left and right. Bodies dropping. Delbisky left alone to her own devices. Looking for the third, but not enough. And more than three won't be into her pocket. As Sisu, they hold on.
They're just really good at wrapping around players from BOBA here. It seems like for BOBA, they're not quite sure where exactly the players are gonna come from. They find loopholes here and there. And again, such a beautiful stun for Grahams to punish players there. It was two that she caught, and that gave away the round itself for the side of Sisu here. A good post-plant take coming in from them, and BOBA has to adjust now. They don't have much money. They don't have money on that as well, as Kohaibi was able to really just try to hold it down, but at the same time, again, the gun differential, it's a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, of course, that is going to be the case whenever the economy of both teams are in disparity. Delbisky again having to just guard the seaside with heavy artillery coming in from Sisu. Delbisky spotted out. She's gonna die soon. The stun connects as well. Delbisky still holding on for dear life. She's still unexecuted. Tayrawr will get her. And Sawamura spraying to the smoke. Getting one and looking for even more. Baby TZ and Aluka. Aluka shows herself, but she gets the tap. Baby TZ follows up with two taps. The stun connects. She's still shielding herself, but Grahams will catch her beneath the stun. Sisu snowball, and 5 is what they got.
These pushes coming in from Sawamura here realize it creates enough distraction for the team or for the side of BOBA here to hyper focus on her. But you see the patience coming in from Sawamura as well to not hop out of the smoke, wait for the perfect timing until you have the rest of your teammates helping you out to get in the trades, and this is why they are winning those rounds so far. We haven't seen BOBA really have that 5-man retake scenario.
Yeah, those retakes are very hard to execute when you're all scattered across the map. For Sisu, scattering is something that they've been doing into the sights of BOBA. Grahams catches Baby TZ lacking, and this time around, Piety will of course be able to just supplement her duelist with the breach. But Delbisky also half HP.
Exactly where you are.
And the neural theft reveals information, costly information for Sisu and BOBA. They have to hold for dear life. Now Ayumi stunned, but there's a counter stun as well. Ayumi wants to take the fight to her own hands, but Sawamura will be able to catch one. Grahams as well follows up into the fray. 2v5. It is looking harder for BOBA.
Swing from Delbisky catches one actually. That's Sawamura to fall. It's still 4 players still alive and well for the side of Sisu, holding on to their post plants. Stuns ready, smokes ready up. Kon on the other hand holding the cross. It's just too good of a post plant and it would almost be impossible to crack through. Kohaibi tries to hop in. She knows there's gonna be someone on the right, but then again the cross that has been set, it's just too much players here.
Sisu is so strong in these post plants. Sisu has been so good as well in these executes. You could see how hard they strike fear in the hearts of BOBA, because BOBA won't even contest the first lanes. And take a look at Ayumi desperately wanting to make a play. However, it was all just in vain, because Sawamura is way faster, and a timeout called by BOBA. They have to be able to win these contests. They have to be able to win these fights. As Sisu, their re-aggressions has been so good, and you can take a look as well at their economies. This is building into a stack of bread in which they could just, you know, carry on to like 2 rounds to 3 rounds, like we saw in the last game as well. Like how they felt against For Fun. And for the ultimates, I feel like for the lockdown and the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Iluka and Kahaibi could be very pivotal, but it is up to how they want to execute it.
The stuns coming in from Paiti also has been deadly for the side of BOBA here. It's a good time to call a timeout, especially here on round number 9, where at least you have that certain preparation, especially for the next set of rounds when you have that full potential to make a full buy happen. And they do have some big utility plays here as well. Just a matter of time. Will they use it in this eco round? It really depends. Only if they probably get 1 to 2 pickoffs coming in from Sisu's side. But look at this early A take coming in from Ayumi. She doesn't spot anyone, trying to jump peek, just moving away. The setups are more of the initiator helping her out. And that's Baby TZ.
Yeah, Baby TZ. Of course, the sleeper agent, but they will leave B to avoid. Meanwhile, the spike still in middle. Oh, Khan catches Kahaibi, who was curious on what was happening down in that grass area. Sawamura looking to run into the side. Delbisky again left as the sacrificial lamb in C site. Meanwhile, for the players of Sisu, they don't want to take the risk. They don't want to take conclusions into one side. They want to explore their potential sites, but this time around Sawamura will just barge in and get the kills going. 2 kills to her name. Delbisky, a good tap, but Graham's wrapping around, and Sawamura with the triple.
They're looking very clean here so far. Realize they've been really punishing BOBA left and right, no matter what adjustment they try to do here. But we have to remember, it's also an eco disadvantage again for BOBA, and it's just hard to find momentum, especially when you keep doing eco rounds, buy rounds next to each other, and just couldn't win that retake scenario holding for the side of Sisu here. But maybe the story will be different coming into this round. Maybe the Rolling Thunder will be set in place, and even that lockdown, big potential for a retake.
Right there.
Yeah, the retakes now going to be important, but they have not won a single retake, I'd say. And this time the lockdown in the hands of Kahaibi will be important to assure that they have a good retake. And this time around, Sisu forcing their way in, planning the spike is going to be Polly, but the Rolling Thunder cancels the plan with the Hunter's Fury as well, trying to take down the lockdown. The lockdown still intact and destroyed now. Baby TZ gets Sawamura looking to tap away. Khan loses out, or rather wins out the duel against Baby TZ, but this time the spike scampered. The plant not success. And BOBA, they disperse back to their original positions because they would expect a rotation to happen.
Speaking of rotations here, Sisu still playing on that default. They do use from the shadows here from Delbisky to try and spot out what's been happening around the map, across the map. Aluka hearing some noise. She knows there's going to be at least 2 players towards C long. This gives info for the side of BOBA, knowing as well that it's 18 seconds remaining here. They have to do something. They have to take a side.
Yeah. They cannot gamble with so much time, or rather, so little time left. Kahaibi, will she be able to spray down Polly? It's right in front of her. The aftershock won't catch Polly. Polly will die and sacrifice herself. Graham's with a good position. 2 headshots in an instant. Ayumi with the operator now. Looking to seek out Grahams, and there you go. 1v2 still.
Go, go, go.
A heavy task
Coming through.
provided towards Ayumi. The fast lane provides cover. Oh, they commit the rolling thunder. Ayumi up in the sky she flies. Could she be able to defuse this? Rather, the relay bolt won't be much of a help. And Piety will close down BOBA. They haven't been able to win a single round after that 2-0 they got earlier.
I mean, it's a curse of a triple site kind of map, right? You have so much spaces to watch over on. You have at least some of the alarm bots, yeah, the trip, or rather the turrets here set up for the side of BOBA, but so far they've been also not winning the fights that they're taking here. Kohaibi trying to really hold down the fort here when it comes to Garage or even B, but the fire potential, the entry coming in from Sisu proves to be very deadly for them. But Baby TZ though, this time it's gonna be deadly for the other side. She takes 2 down, but it's a 2-to-1 trade here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the shock darts coming in. The drone driven towards A site. This could be the round where BOBA ends their drought of rounds. But Grahams still has something to say. Looking to close on the gap. But for Luca, it's just strafing left and right.
I know.
And Khan closes out. Grahams gets a Luca. Neural theft activated, information gathered. Yumi stares in front of the face of Grahams. Oh, it reveals her, but Graham's unable to capitalize on that recon or information, and they run back towards Seaside. Delbisky has to catch this. She has to catch the pace of the players of BOBA.
Polly even setting up that cosmic divide. Good catch from Khan here. Now we're left with a 3v2. And she can still cut off some of the rotations coming in. You do have that late lurk potential from Grahams as well. Unfortunately for Khan, it's not going to be this time around. It's a 2v2 scenario. Cosmic Divide already settling down. It's a hold towards C Long while they still have Grahams on Garage. A pull being set up here. Might be this time around that they actually trigger that. Overdrive being used as well. They want to secure this round badly. And Kohaibi, Elise was able to take the punish down, trade them up, and 8-3 it is.
Ooh. BOBA. They were in a tough spot with their guns, and also Sisu, who were looking to stack up even more rounds. However, you can take a look at how this retake was good, but this first set piece was also pretty immense and huge for the continuation of the round. Naomi just getting that flick, a nasty one. And finally the overdrive does the damage. And of course, taking into note that this is BOBA's pick, I would suggest that, you know, they start getting more rounds, because Sisu on bind is just another different beast. So we do hope that BOBA could eventually close out the odds. But so far now for BOBA, stuns in the hands of Luca. Only 100 Fury to the name of Baby TZ. They dash in. Sawamura, of course, looking to get even more ground. But Seaside is where they want to go. B is just a ruse.
B is just a ruse indeed. There's still trap set there. On the other hand, Kohaibi's already dead. And Sisu, they're holding on to the post plant positions immediately. BOBA, one last chance to close this off to an 8-4 if they can. And as much as you want to, if you want to make a comeback happen. But at the same time, Khan is proving to be a very deadly force going up against them. The lineup is there. The shots just doesn't connect. Baby TZ, instead, they're running in towards the side. Time is dwindling away. Ayumi, good for one, but Polly to retrieve it back. So much smokes happening left and right just to make sure that this defuse is going through. Ayumi just sticking it through, and that's an 8-4.
We have seen a back-to-back pros don't fake, but this time around Ayumi, it is much more of a protect the president scenario, and protected she was. But of course, a 4-8 scoreboard is something that BOBA do not really want to work with. So we'll ask Tash and Zach what they thought of that.
A nail biter, time and time again. Insane rounds, if you think about it. It started off looking very, very rough for BOBA, but they bring it back, especially toward the last part of that first half here, making it to a 4-8. Very, very respectable if you think about it. But honestly, a lot of those rounds were because of Sawamura's ability to just walk around the site and say, hey, the entirety of these 3 sites are mine.
It was less walking around and more sliding into your DMs, except that, you know, it was like less about sliding into the DMs and more about sliding and bopping off people's heads. So yeah, very, very great rounds from Sawamura in terms of entry. And overall, yeah, this is BOBA's pick. And Sisu, remember, last time around as well, they had like an overwhelming advantage like this. Last time around, it was a 9-3 though, so this time a little bit of improvement from BOBA. But, you know, this is where we get to see if, you know, Sisu have been able to go back to the drawing board and learn from their mistakes. Because if they're able to take this map from BOBA, map number 2 Bind is gonna be their pick. And like we talked about, they've got like this pretty interesting composition. It looks like they got a lot of things to do that we haven't really seen them on stream yet with Bind, but I would be very excited to see if they're gonna be still rocking the same composition as groups. But you know, talking about this particular map, Tash, I think that for BOBA, 4-8 is decent. It's Haven. They're gonna be swapping sides over to attack. They've got a Neon of their own, and Ayumi has been looking quite sharp going by the pistol. So I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, they really do need that pistol. If they're able to bring that pistol forward, they can just sort of like climb up another 2 more rounds to just really lessen the gap. But regardless, like it or not, Sawamura, they need to stop the aggression. They need to be able to control their sites. A 3 site means a lot of control must be needed, and being able to control Brahms in terms of being able to flank them has been something that they need to be doing for quite some time now. Let's see whether or not they can do that in the second half. So, Tay and Realize, on to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tash and Zach. Again, we're in for a nail biter of a match here, Realize.
Yeah,
BOBA
indeed.
needs that pistol round to make it to an 8-6 at least, or have that chance.
Yeah, and it all starts in the pistol round. I mean, attacker side, of course, kind of is more favorable, because for Sisu, they'll have to deal with the troubles of Neon Breach, same to what they had to face against. But this time, the problem is the Cypher. That Cypher is always going to be the counter towards Neon. And thankfully, they have the Sova. However, Delbisky wins the duel, and no more traps in C-side, as they will just run into the C-side. Planning soon going to be started, and they retake for Sisu.
It's gonna straight run in, flood in the site. That's the plan here for BOBA. Now time to hold the post-plant positions. While the rest of the players, you see that lurk coming in from Sawamura. This could be crucial, especially if she takes a kill here. But BOBA, well aware of the situation right now. They're just waiting for the recon. That's the perfect time to pull out a relay bolt as well. And Polly loses that duel as well. And now it's a Yumi Baby TZ left to really hold that post-plant down. It's an 8-5. They win the pistol.
That's actually kind of strappy, especially in that earlier fight of Delbisky versus Grahams. That is supposed to be won by Sisu, because look, they had 2 players, and Polly wasn't also able to capitalize on the kill before Grahams had to drop. But at least for BOBA, this is the start they've been longing for. And for Sisu now, they have to be content with only sheriffs in their hands, as a Yumi, an upgrade with the Bulldog, bursts away towards Sawamura. They will run forward towards a site. The drone will be driven and flown towards the sewer. And Baby TZ, she has to be careful, but Piety will get taken down. Kohabi with the 2. And a site all subjugated in the hands of Sisu, or rather for BOBA. And Sisu only has Rams with the Sheriff, looking to get a 1-tap. Sees a Luca for a brief second. However, now for Sisu, it is going to be a hard task of entering the side. A one-way smoke popped in towards A main. Graham having to deal with the stun, and this is going from bad to worse for Sisu.
It's just the waiting game here at this point for the side of Sisu. The stun also perfectly timed as well. Seems like both teams here have certain advantages when it comes to that attacker side, especially here on this map. And BOBA's just gonna run away with this win on the round 15, and Polly to die off from the spike. Well, this is going to be interesting now, realize, especially heading on to the next rounds where it's also going to be that full buy coming in from Sisu. I think it's more of who can make retakes happen. That's the storyline of this specific map as well, because obviously Sisu also had a good time coming in from the attacker's side, and BOBA had a difficult time on the defense, and it seems to be the same storyline here.
Yeah, I feel like for BOBA, they are much more comfortable on the attacker's side. Just able to shift away left and right, and especially for Yumi now, given the time and space to be as explosive as ever without facing dire consequences in which you otherwise wouldn't in defense. This time around, she'll break the trap, looks at Grahams, and Grahams catches it. The camera as well, pop and tag, and she will just traverse her way around. Oh, Grahams looking to set herself up, but Aluka gets 2 bites of the cherry, and BOBA, they stand strong at A site with minimum casualties. Only a Yumi gone to leave them in the back. Sawamura taken down by Delbisky. BOBA, game on as they seek out to win their bonus round. The stun towards Polly, aggravating the damage. And this time, I think for Polly, it's better for her to save.
Yeah, save perhaps. Especially with the bank really not looking that great for Sisu's side. This was supposed to be the bonus round coming in for BOBA, but as you can see, only 1 down for the team. It's only a Yumi that they were able to really shut down here, and BOBA's doing a really good job maximizing the potential of this map as well. They know if they move fast and really have that decisiveness to go in on a side, you know that you still have some rotations coming in all the way probably from C or B, and that would take quite a long time. There's not really much players from Sisu trying to fight whatever entry is happening here, and the times that they tried, it was basically Sawamura trying to take A long and being comfortable to push out, not knowing that Ayumi is also pushed out. You know, it's 2 Neons that can move fast across the map.
Yeah. These Neons will just juke it out to the death. But this time BOBA, their foot on the gas, not stopping anytime soon. And for Sisu,
got the spike.
With 4 sheriffs, they have to work something out. A stun, looking to look for something. Relay bot onto the backside with the high gear as well. The slide and the glide, but Sawamura will catch a Yumi, trading 1 back. The firing range is here. C-site, a bloodbath, but it is more bloody for Sisu as they lose 3. Khan and Grahams try to look for something, closing in their range, but that smoke dissipates as Grahams and Khan forced to back themselves off. The recon as well reveals themselves. And here goes the players of BOBA as they look to march into the dying night. Grahams will take 1 out with her. Oh, baby TZ, quad kill. And BOBA even out the score from a 4-8 deficit.
You usually see Baby TZ here on a Sentinel role way back, right? And this time around here on the Sova itself, proving really for the side of BOBA that these info plays are very crucial. Even when Ayumi gets shut down, she still manages to find the pickoff, create that space for the entirety of the team, and none other than that, that's really just the job description of a duelist, right? Make that space, make that entry happen. If you get a kill, then that's good for the team.
Yeah, kills has been dropping left and right, but for BOBA, it's more than just kills. It is a statement that they are back in the game. 2 kills by Luca and Ayumi. Lumi, and now BOBA.
I'm out of here.
With Ayumi also having that overdrive, they could instill even more infliction towards Sisu. Kohaibi making her way inside with the shock dart as well, destroying that trap wire. In tandem, they walk into the side. Khan, oh, and Grahams as well, trying to pull something out of the hat of the rabbit, and there goes Baby TZ. Thankfully, will again and again babysit with the 2 kills again. Piety having that flash and the stun and the aftershock as well. But this is nowhere near possible. Or is it? Because she wants to chance it. Tempting fate. With the stun as well. Connecting onto one, but Baby Teasy again. Back to back to back. Triple kill for Baby Teasy.
Good reaction coming in from Baby TZ right here. And the only time that Sisu was really able to punish players here from BOBA was with the help of that recon and allow them to at least know exactly where the players might be. But then again, the fast movements that we keep seeing here, just as I mentioned it towards A long, you see Sawamura dying off again in the same manner, in the same fashion. And they're both Neons are actually willing to fight for A main control, and I feel like they call on to the other teammates to help them out. Finally, this time though, Sawamura will win that duel. The movements coming in from Sawamura right here, but she just has to pull back. Debisky was able to open up C here, and we might be seeing them flooding towards the side.
Yeah, C side again. C stands for cracked, and it has been cracked open multiple times. Sisu no longer with the stronghold. BOBA are flying away with this lead. Meanwhile, for Aluka, she has the Rolling Thunder, and Baby TZ with the Hunter's Fury, with the lockdown and Kohibi as well. They don't even need to expand the ultimates, but there goes the ultimate coming in from Kohibi then. The Aftershock as well, zoning out. The retakes. Oh, Baby TZ pops the recon. Expects Sawamura to be here, but Sawamura wins, and she's forced back because of the lockdown. 3v4 in the hands of BOBA. They have to try to win this out, but the guns coming in, guns blazing, firing in all cylinders. Polly with the kills left and right, and the cut coming in. She's gonna stick it inside. Polly, she won't have the time and space to do just that. The Cosmic Divide won't be able to win it. And Kohibi jumps in, guns blazing. BOBA gets the double digits.
They had to pull back, and Sisu right now, this is honestly the closest so far that they were able to do retakes with at least not a disadvantage when it comes to manpower, when it comes to players that are still alive. But the fire potential coming in from BOBA here, the shutdowns coming in from Baby TZ, Delbisky also stepping up here, and Ayumi, who's just crack on Neon as well, always finding those first pickoffs. Maybe not this time around when Sawamura was able to punish her finally, but it took how many players? 3 players to help her out, make something happen towards A main control. But this is specifically the plays that you really want to do to make sure that BOBA doesn't have that big of a space, especially in this 3 kinds of 3 sites that we're looking at on a map. So it forces them to go towards C, but unfortunate for Sisu that Delbisky was able to pick up 1 kill on that.
Yeah, Delbisky was quick. She's stepping up huge to the occasion now that the games are getting more intense, and the Sisu as well. They're forced to concede like 8 rounds in a row, because BOBA was able to win 8 rounds now without even stopping a single second. And Sisu, what will they do with this? There goes the overdrive coming in from Sawamura. Aggression towards B side, or rather A side. First Sisu, but B side on the hands of BOBA. Oh, she takes down Baby TZ. Hunter's Fury out as well, but they will push on towards A side. They get the control and they get the rotation. Sawamura, triple kill, spike drop. Delbisky next on the chopping block. She electrifies. Haven could be the ace, but Ayumi won't be able to hold on any longer as Sisu gets the thrifty courtesy of Sawamura's overdrive.
Thanks to that overdrive, right? It's 4 kills, almost an ace, I would say, but Ayumi stopped her continuously as well coming in here. Sisu, especially Sawamura, you've seen that confidence from the first half that we were looking at, and maybe this time a sudden change, a sudden realization yet again that they don't have to be scared trying to find these fights, trying to find these angles, especially if they know they can win it as well. And it's the same scenario, it's the same play. They use up some of the jump peak potential coming in from Sawamura here to force out at least a stun and try to revert back together, make a pickoff happen, but it's not really the case onto A main this time. It's more on towards B.
Yeah, this time the B side again. Brute forcing their way, the stun connects, unflashed even. Ayumi playing too far and punished by Piety. Oh, perfect rolling thunder, countered, but Sisu, they step up. And here goes the defuse, they sticking in. Sawamura will be the one defusing the spike. And Sisu, near unscathed. Will they be able to get the 10th? And there they go, equalizing the scoreboard.
It's a 10-10, a very, very close and tight match is what we're looking at here. It's a spot towards grand finals, realize. So despite them being already representatives heading to Bangkok, there's still something on the line here. There's still
prize money.
Exactly, the prize money. Not only that, but also another chance to go up against XIPTO and maybe take away a championship against them, right?
Yeah, I think that is also some sort of a ambition coming in from the teams all in Game Changers. But for Sawamura, the ambition is to push up. Again, like how Tay mentioned, they don't need to be scared. Just play bravely. Oh, but the bravery will betray Sisu as Delbisky wraps 2 kills. And now Ayumi as well, tasked with just guarding that hell area. And this time around, Sisu, it feels like it's hard for them to make their way into the site. Con shrouded in the smoke, the shock dart will be flown away into heaven. The recon is ready for her, but will she make the jump? Will she make the leap of faith? She will, and she gets one, but baby TZ turns around with one more of her own. Piety and Grahams left with a very, very heavy lift to do. And Sisu, they will just relinquish this round. They will concede it. BOBA also running to safety, and saving is their best option.
Both of the teams saving their guns right now. Wasn't sure if before Con jumped in, was she able to pull out the recon bolt at least? Because that would have given them a lot of information actually, and a lot of space for other players from CT side to make something happen as they're being distracted, or they have to try and shut down that recon, but haven't seen it. Anyway, it's an 11-10 right now, and BOBA just coming back stronger here on the second half. On the attacking side, like we mentioned, seems like it's a trend coming in from the teams that we have right here, that their attacking is pretty much a stronger option for the teams that we have. Ayumi, 1 orb away for that overdrive, and now she has it, but she's dead.
Yeah, sadly enough for Sisu. The players of BOBA making their way in. No way. They don't check this. They're not checking this. And Con will make the best out of it with the quad kill. Spraying BOBA away to oblivion. And Sisu, on the back of Con's squad kill, they equalize again. Cat and mouse game again and again.
I swear, when it comes to the stuns coming in from Piety here,
so good,
has been phenomenal. Even on the first half, you would have to say that. It's just a matter of, can they actually have a good read against BOBA, against how they enter? Can they maximize the utility play, the stuns coming in to try and punish whoever wants to enter the site? And so far, they've been doing a good job handling that, especially with the stuns coming in from Piety. But this is another round. It's a match point round here, realize. Very important for both teams.
They need the match point to secure, of course, the first map. Oh, baby TZ catches Grahams, re-aggressing. And Ayumi already inside. They're uninvited, but they keep on coming towards this side. Ayumi will sprint her way in towards A main, as that nano swarm could reposition her, but that nano swarm is actually Kahaibi's. Now Ayumi, oh my goodness, trigger discipline. Kahaibi will pop the nano swarm. Ayumi gets the kill, and BOBA map point 12-11 as they will ease out. But Sisu this time, they have enough credits to at least pull up a fight.
Crazy timing as well. And position-wise, if you think about it, it's like Ayumi said, yeah, just give everything you got right here. I'm willing to take in the damage. It's less damage from teammates anyway, right? And who would expect for her to be there? Again, the movements itself coming in from the Neons here always seems to catch players off guard. It's like when you're playing, you have that mental timing and timer on your head and you just couldn't get it. But this time, Con, the one crispy shot that they need on that operator. A good pick-off, but a one-to-one trade. Con yet again with the help of Polly here, making sure that it's not going to be over for their side. Hunter's Fury being released. Polly to survive, and they move back, they reset, they get the kill.
She's able to bob and weave, and now Baby TZ again having to clutch this one out. The headshot is perfect. Polly is there. She's flashed as well, looking for
No
more.
way!
Baby TZ almost with the clutch, but Sisu will push us to the extra mile. Overtime, and Sisu, that was actually very good for them in the first few seconds. Polly again just blocking out 2 kills, surviving till the end. She was under the threat of a Hunter's Fury, of the weapons coming in, the bullets from the players of BOBA, but still she holds on. And we could also say that she played a huge role in winning Sisu that round.
Such a good pincer round, I would say. You see Sawamura, instead of taking A main like she usually does, she would rather take sewers here and make sure that they have enough pressure towards A main to really make that collapse happen for the side of BOBA. Now, OT for the first map that we have right here. Indeed, the lower bracket finals, a game to really watch over. And this time around, realize we are looking at a glass cannon operator in the hands of Ayumi.
Glass cannon, Neon, okay. I would usually assume that Jets would be the most viable with a glass cannon setup, especially in defender sides. But for the Neon, yeah, still has that mobility. Now Kahaibi, she embraces death in front of her, welcomes it with open arms, and the players of Sisu, they will just leave Polly as that free variable down the stairs, and Kahaibi wants to peek out. She sees Grams. The Sentinel battle won by Grams. And Seaside now under attack. Delbisky again. How many times shall we see her falter? Will she be able to hold? Will she be able to get 1 kill? She gets 1, but she cracks under pressure as Piety gets the kills now. Back towards the wall. And there they go. BOBA evaporate under a split second. Grams will be pushing forward. It's just Ayumi with low HP, 55. She has to work with nothing but herself. Sisu, they turn the script, they flip it around, and they get the match point for themselves.
Match point.
I feel like this time around, whoever wins the defense here first would win this overtime. And now we know that Sisu is going towards the other side. We're gonna have a swap yet again. And I am just not too sure what will happen when it comes to this matchup, but the mistakes coming in from the teams is what they have to really worry about here. Timeout for BOBA, the last one that they could use up when it comes to this match. At least for the time being, when you have OTs like this, it's really all about the execution, not about the money any longer.
Yeah, it's all about execution and how hard they can hold. You know, we can talk about the mentality as well coming into this. I mean, sure, mentality wise, these players, they know how to deal with these situations. I mean, Baby TZ, Yumi, Kahaibi, Luca, these guys are veterans. You know, Delbisky, of course, also stepping up in desperate times. And for Sisu, same goes for them as well. They have Polly, they have Piety as well, who are seasoned veterans. And for overtimes to happen, you know, it's always going to be the case in games like these and intense games like these, so to speak. And now for BOBA, they have to deliver under pressure. And this time, Sisu, much more free to do what they want.
I'm out of here.
Let's see though, ultimate wise, both are on the same page here as Ayumi already tries to take control of A main. They have that early recon as well. But I feel like this is going to be more of a push and pull yet again, waiting for another recon setup possibly, and try to creep up as much space as they can. You can see Delbisky all the way from C as well. And if this could be an open site, we might be seeing a rotation. It's more of a take going A from Ayumi's side though. They haven't seen a pick off yet, but Graham's did as Baby TC is shut down. They want to go towards A. Sewers control there for Kohaibi, but players from ISU or ISU now all the way to A.
No, this is not how you want to lose. They spot out Kohaibi as well, but Kohaibi's spraying down. It's a 2v3 situation. They have to collect the spike. Oh, Delbisky seeks out Polly, but Polly catches the kill. It's just up to Luca to escape this map. Oh, Polly unaware of Luca's position. 1v2. She is given the time to recollect the moments. The
30
drone
seconds left.
wanting to reveal a Luca that won't. The players of Sisu,
here,
they overthink this. Khan is looking at the spawn. Sawamura looking at sewers. Oh, she flicks it. Oh my goodness, Aluka fails to deliver. And Sisu, they get the first map.
Cannot. The wait, the patience coming in from the side here of Sisu. You know at that point that the last remaining player, which was Aluka, would probably rotate, right? But then it was a 2v1. Why bother rotating and just play alongside your teammates? Actually a pretty good decision coming in from Sisu here, and they were able to close that first map and take it away from BOBA.
Yeah, it's Boba's map pick, and I kind of fear for them because Bind, I mean Sisu, they are pretty good at Bind. This is a stellar map for them to play, and I feel like everything was going in shape and according to how Boba wanted it to be, because they were, you know, gassing up with the leads that they have. 12, they were first to 12, and suddenly overtime happened. A lot of things happened. The clutches left and right. And it's just out of control for Boba, and they have to concede that overtime, sadly enough. And now Sisu one more step towards that grand final slot.
One more step indeed, as we are still having a map number 2, which you already mentioned, which is going to be Bind. So hopefully teams, players can recover, because honestly also for the side of Sisu here, they just finished one whole series a while ago, and that could take a toll when it comes to the teams that we have. But obviously it's a fight for their life, especially that slot to the grand finals here. Realize they've made it this first map, but can they make it the second time around? That's gonna be the question. But right now we're passing you on to Tash and Zach to break things down.
What an insane map with such a back and forth. Again, this time around we see an OT on Haven between these two, but the script has flipped. It's gonna be Sisu that comes up on top with that insane round. Now coming into this one, I just really want you guys to bring your attention here. For pistols, both side Boba were able to win those, but it's those rounds where the rifle buys happen in round 3 that most of these teams were able to, you know, sort of like snowball over. But both can be said about Sisu as well as Boba. Boba did try to mount that comeback, unfortunately a bit too late.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it was a really rough start for Boba with such an excellent opening momentum that Sisu were able to find. I think that Sawamura was on fire on the Neon. We were talking about how fast-paced some of these rounds can get when the Neons are in play, and Sawamura was just running into B, getting a kill in Garage, going over to C, and then reflanking. So just absolute confusion where the Neon was on that defending side for Boba. And I mean, once the side swap happened, they were looking pretty good on attack. Couldn't close out the map, unfortunately, despite getting to match point first. And like I said, despite getting both pistols, despite getting to match point first, this has to be like a really good feeling for the side of Sisu, because this is the map that they lost in overtime last time to Boba, and now they've managed to redeem themselves and they've stolen away their opponent's map pick. So up next, it's got something that they've chosen, something that is very unknown as well, I would say, relatively, because they haven't played on Bind on stream at all yet. So for Boba, it's a complete question mark. While on the other hand, Boba, while they are fairly successful on Bind, they did lose that one time very devastatingly to XIPTO. I think it was like a 13-2 or 13-1 or something like that. So there is some VOD footage available for how Boba likes to play Bind, and they haven't really changed the comp too much.
That's right. So coming into this one as well, when you look at the games, it's very push and pull between both these teams. I think the playstyle also very similar. Always starts off with the opening picks by Sawamura, and then a readjustment by BOBA as well on the first half. And then second half, we see the same thing happen. But this time around, we're starting to take note of BOBA starting to adjust. We see, like, say, Ayumi go aggressive on A, and then suddenly the rest of BOBA just sort of make a beeline onto C. But whether or not they can hold that post plant has been a bit of a question mark here. And I think that for a lot of these rounds for Sisu, you really also gotta give it to Graham. Graham has been really good at not only anchoring a site, but also her lurks have been terrifying. Managing to catch 2-3 players off guards in those mid lurks as well, which has really put a dent on how BOBA want to play on this entirety of this 3-map hold.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think Graham's as well as I think Delbisky as well. Both of them have been having some pretty good timings. It's just that Graham's were just that lurky cipher, that terrifying creature that you run into in the dark when you least expect them. Not exactly what you want to see, but you know, today it's Khan's day. I don't know if it's her birthday or something, but she's certainly playing like it is. Absolutely popping off in the previous series as well. Was the MVP on Sova. Now on Haven continues to be the MVP on Guess Again. So continuing to keep that 30% plus headshot rate up. Like, girl, I need your aim labs routine or whatever the heck you use, because I need to get out of diamond. Please help me.
Yeah, I think when you look at Khan as well, as we look at the highlights, you're just running it back. Khan has just been, I would say, how I would define her in one word would be capitalistic. How she's been able to just catch people in these mid rotations, and also just that one corner, I believe it was in round 22, where Khan was able to hide in one single corner. BOBA did not check one corner, and she was able to drag 4. Now bringing it back to Sawamura as well, about her space taking potential, she was also able to land a 4K where she's able to just go aggressive, walk around the map with that overdrive, just completely obliterate Sawamura as well. And the same could be said about Polly with her multi-frag potential. Every single player of Sisu really stepped up today to the plate to play. There were not really a lot of these question mark moments, but more of these readjustments, and BOBA has had a hard time to really figure it out.
Yeah, I think that there were like a lot of really nice set plays that Sisu were pulling, you know. For example, these kind of crunches through Garage and Z-side. There's like a breach stud and people peek off of it. And it's like really well timed. So it's clear that they put in some work into this map. They look a lot better than the last time they played it. Last time they looked pretty damn good. This time they just look better. So kudos to them. Kudos to them for being able to find that vengeance. It really probably sucked for them that they lost after having like a 9-3 lead, you know. It goes to overtime and you lose it. This time as well, they had an 8-4 lead. It went to overtime, but they didn't lose it. So that's going to be like a huge buff heading in for them. And now we're going to be heading over to more familiar territory for them, Vine, which I think should be an exciting match because BOBA, they played it a lot. They have that experience. They did lose to XIPTO as well as I think they lost to Rima last split. But aside from that, it's been a fairly successful map for them. We have not yet seen Sisu on stream. And I got to tell you, they've got a really spicy comp. I don't know if they're going to keep running it, but they've got a Cloven Harbor for smokes. They've got a Fade and Gecko as initiators. No Sentinel, like hardcore Sentinel or even like a pseudo Sentinel like Viper. It is crazy. So I really hope they do run this comp.
I really hope so too, but before we see whether or not they do, let's go for a quick break. When we come back, let's see whether or not Sisu can bring this to a 2-0 or we'll be seeing a 3-mapper. See you later. You know, history often repeats itself, but this time around, the script flipped as we are looking at Sisu, who leads that overtime, bringing them to a 1 point over BOBA on this matchup. Third series of the day, Tashbunny and Zahk here at the Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia 2024 split number 2, where we're going to be looking at Bind as the second map. Now, the question is whether or not BOBA can bring it back. For a long time, BOBA has been the team second to XIPTO on this, I would say, on this platform, but for now, Sisu is looking to challenge that.
Definitely. I think that, you know, in split one as well, BOBA basically took out all the competition except for XIPTO. Aura Differential was the only team that gave them trouble. So it's very fitting that it's BOBA and Sisu once again fighting for who is going to make it to that grand final tomorrow. We were talking about redemption stories. Tash and Sisu have already written one for themselves on the map of Hayden. Let's see if they can write one for the series as well and, you know, lock in a confirmed top 2 finish here in this tournament. Like we said, it's about the prize money and about the bragging rights right now. Both teams have made it to Bangkok, so things, at least in that aspect, are a little bit settled for them. But yeah, there is some prize money on the line. There is that rematch against XIPTO on the line here for both of these teams. So whoever wins Bind, we're either going to see a map 3 or we're going to see Sisu getting a 2-0. Haven, of course, was BOBA's pick, and they had a really rough start. They were able to bring it back, but ultimately Sisu were the team to take it in overtime. So a very, very impressive performance coming in from them on that map, and especially, like, a shout out to Breach players who know how to stun enemies and not flash your own team, because I never get them in my ranked games. I don't know why, but that is the kind of Breach gameplay from both sides, by the way, from both BOBA and Sisu, that I would like to see, because it was phenomenal. Everybody was stunned, bro. Like, there was at least 3 people getting stunned every time Sisu's Breach like tossed out like a concussion. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's very insane when you look at how actually these teams play and set up off each other. There were some micro moments as well, how, you know, when you think Graham's Cam managed to tag Aluka, but they use Aluka as bait instead to really set up for themselves. So that was also very exciting to see as coming into this game. Now, going into Bind, an interesting one here is just coming into how both these teams play. Because if you look at, you know, again, as you mentioned earlier, Sisu is a team with question marks all around. They had a very interesting comp coming forward, but they barely played this map this split. And for BOBA, they played quite a bit on this map, and while they did look dominating, they did lose quite terribly to XIPTO, which is very terrifying to see. That they also had lost to Rima GC before, and coming into this one, still liking this fact that Sawamura will be on this Clove here, and it is a very question mark moment because, you know, she's the one on this duelist arc. But coming onto a Clove, what you can bring in terms of value is that you can use your utility selfishly and can give yourself a lot of space to work with, and the Not Dead Yet gives a lot of pressure to kind of keep BOBA off the site.
Yeah, I also think that as a Clove, you know, it's just a nicer controller to play, mainly because you don't have to worry about dying and not being able to smoke for your teammates. I think a lot of, like, people underestimate, like, the number of rounds that have been lost in VCT or in any pro game just because your controller is the first player to die. But, you know, playing Clove, especially with Sawamura being the aggressive player that she has proved herself to be, like you mentioned, duelist arc, I think that you can basically play Clove like a duelist. That said, though, I mean, this team composition, it's got a lot of utility, you know. It's got, you know, the DKs coming in from the Clove. It's got the Dizzy Flash from Piety. It's got double flashes on the Sky, the Trailblazer, and of course Graham's utility. So there is a lot of pressure that this team can exert on the attack, especially with the double smokes. You can keep cycling this to make retakes look even more difficult. I think that for BOBA, it's gonna have to be a question of them trying to hold on to the side. That's because they do have the double controller as well here, especially that Viper, which can just be so difficult to get through on that B side with the cycling smokes.
That's right, and of course we know how much value a Brimstone can bring on this map as well. Let's see which composition and which matchup will come up on top. 2-0 is the question here for Sisu. Everything on the line, ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the screen, because now we're going to be tossing it to our casters, Tayrawr and Realize.
We are in for a treat. We are in for a match, because here on map number 2, it's either we go one more or it's done and over with. Tayrawr and Realize here as your casters, and Realize, we finally see Sawamura actually on the Clove this time.
Yeah, again, like how the panel mentioned, especially how Clove can really operate as a pseudo-duelist. We've been saying this time and time again, where, you know, controllers, they have to play a bit more in the backline because you don't want the controller to die first. But then when you have the glove, especially with the ultimate, you can supplement yourself with that aggressive playstyle, especially with the pick me up. You get that extra shielding as well, that overheal. So of course you can use it in a much more aggressive way compared to BOBA, where they approach this in a much more traditional composition, minus the KO, which I think KO in bind, I'm not a big fan of KO in bind. Maybe that's kind of like a way to counter the Cypher. But then again, for Sisu, I really like this funky comp. It gives me 2022 bind vibes, where you would bring Viper Harbor and then you have the Sky, you know, the Pop Flash, you know, the late time type of play where you would bring, you know, Furia would bring this, or Loud would bring this, but now, you know, Sisu are trying to adopt this in a much more aggressive way with the glove.
Yeah, aside from that, we've seen time and time again the meta where Harbor puts in the cove, then the wingman plants the spike, allows them to at least have that spacing. But time and time again, the meta changes as well as we fight towards showers, and Ayumi wins a double here. They take control early on the rounds, and immediately 2 players down for the side of Isu, or rather Sisu.
Yeah, Sisu, they lose bodies. Baby TZ unchecked and double kill. For Baby TZ, meanwhile, Piety will push Baby TZ back to the teleporter. As she gets the spike, collecting it, trying to maybe claim this ultimate orb, but she won't. And she will just carve away into the side. This path.
Timing.
A long one, and the timing is not pretty good for Delbisky. She is still not conscious. She is not able to process the fact that Piety has walked past her, but will she be able to see Delbisky? No. Delbisky will just come out, and this is all in the hands of Piety to do whatever she does best, which is clutching.
Okay, rotation-wise, she's sticking through CT side here. A good post plant, actually, for her. If she can make this into at least a 2v1 scenario quickly, that would be huge for her, but there's already players rotating all the way to CT side. She can hear this. She catches one, and another here for Ayumi. Very low on the HP as well. She goes for a little bit of a swing, but she needs pressure coming in from behind. And Delbisky now left all the way inside. They still have that flash to play around with. The Dizzy perfectly connects. There's a Molly right on front. And this is right now Delbisky trying to overwhelm the last remaining player, and it worked out. BOBA securing that pistol.
Oh, that looked pretty scary for the players of BOBA, because Piety was able to isolate the duels into 3 separate 1v1s. I mean, for the case of Ayumi and Baby TZ pushing together, they were in tandem, but Baby TZ had to die first. But this was so good. This was kind of naive from Sisu to not want to clear that angle on the left side. And this one was kind of in the hands of Piety to just win it all, but she couldn't deliver because, again, you know, low HP. And we have to give her the benefit of the doubt as well. It is quite hard to clutch a pistol round with such low HP.
So far for the side of Sisu here, especially that the other team has that advantage. They again have to fight for their lives thanks to that flash. Made it a little bit easier this time around. They weren't able to pick up the gun here for the meantime, and the decay coming out from that Viper wall already trying to push them back. Even smoke being used up here, but the flash out to try and get the kills and make something happen here. Kohibi shuts them down instead, tucks them away, and Piety left alone to fight for her life. She managed to pull off one. The TP is there. Too much pressure, but a good eco round, I would say.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, you were able to get 3 players with full guns, and for Sisu, they're still able to collect a few kills. I mean, Ayumi got a pretty easy kill there behind the smoke. Kept top away, but Sawamura with a beautiful one-tap as well. And thankfully, Kohibi was quick on the backup. And this time, this is where the round starts, because in Haven, they only got 2 and wasn't able to really translate it into something even more. And this is where it comes to fruition, where Piety already has the Thrash looking to jump off from hookah, but no. The Thrash didn't make the cut, and this time Ayumi having to hold that garden area. Looking to just scope in. Khan gets Baby TZ. And Ayumi just jump spots that long area. Khan peeking and tapping slow. Oh, the flash is good, but no follow-up. Ayumi is not ready with her gun, and they line up for Sawamura with the 2 kills. And this could be an unscathed round for Sisu.
Such a good default setup coming in from Sisu as well. They weren't deep enough towards B long to be fully flashed coming in from that KO. And this pushed out players from BOBA to swing, but instead they met with their demise. Now with a kill is still Bisky, but she's only going to be able to take 1 away. That's going to be the round itself as Sisu gets the win on their bye.
Yeah, that bye, which was actually a good buy because they only lost grams in that regard. And for BOBA this time, they can again recycle and use the money to buy even more guns, much better guns at that point. And for Sisu, they are 1 away from that, not that yet for Sawamura. And the fact that Piety was able to already use the Thrash that quick shows to you how impactful she was in the first few rounds, with the ultimate orbs and the kills as well. Now Sawamura just expecting someone could be coming out, and Ayumi already in the teleport. I feel like I know this strat coming in from Ayumi, but we'll talk about that later as they try to march into the site, looking to just delay the plant. Kahaibi with the mosh pit, flash towards the backside. Kahaibi has to hold a dizzy in her hand. Can she stop the wingman? Wingman plant with the Cov, and there goes the Harbor Gecko combo. The Molly won't even stop the spike plant. And Ayumi will rendezvous with Kahaibi. They go for a retake.
A little bit late on that Molly, as we say it, but the Dizzy connects perfectly as well. Well timed coming in. Ayumi gets a kill towards that Painful. A tap on the spike to really force enemy lines here to swing out. But at the same time, no one really dying off aside from Aluka getting a kill onto Greyhams, and Ayumi fires off that showstopper. One last person remaining, and Ayumi with 30 HP with time pressure on her table. And now Polly runs away, but still the wallbang connects. It's up to Piety to play around the time here now. Halfway defuse, on its way. She has to stick it. No time. She gets the kills, but not the round.
Oh, how did Sisu win? How did Sisu win that? It was insane. Whatever happened right there. And for BOBA, they have to concede yet another round. But I was about to talk about the little set play that Ayumi did. So basically, they want to put Ayumi in the teleporter in case someone swings towards showers, in which it actually creates a false sense of security that makes Ayumi unexpected in the teleport. So it basically becomes a silent teleport. So they will just flash out shower, and when that flash pops, they will pop the toxic screen as well. And that is where the timing for Ayumi to TP comes in. And then she could go out guns blazing, but sadly for Sisu, none of them went towards shower. So that task, I think, failed successfully. But this time around, Grahams will try to jump in. The metal in the hands of Sawamura, looking to cut down the HP bars of BOBA. But remember, Sawamura does have the not dead yet, so that aggression could be warranted towards Grahams. A flash and a smoke being popped. Grahams has to be careful and be cautious of her hookah as they flood into the site. Again, Sisu, they plant the spike, and BOBA has to play retake.
They know they don't have hookah control here. They see some snake bites being pushed out. Grahams underneath, just patiently waiting for anyone to hop out. This is her job, this is her duty, and he's ready, and she's ready rather, and actually fighting that off. Now left is still Bisky, all the way from CT side. Not a chance any longer, as this was a flawless round from Sisu. I do realize that for Sisu's side, they tried to slice in onto the map slowly but surely. The execution towards Octa, just to make sure that whoever is holding there, if there is someone holding there, is gonna be flash, because you have a double flash anyway. You have that Gecko Dizzy to play around with and pick up again.
Indeed.
Right there.
For Sisu, yeah, it's like cookie cutting, you know? The way they just expose the angles and getting their way into the site with little to no effort. And for this time around, Sisu try to push up Khan with the Trailblazer and the paint shots as well. There goes the flash, looking to open up the space towards site. Grams so holding on to her satchels. There goes Polly with the kill towards the Yumi. The no command cancelled right away by Sawamura. A fight ensues in U-Haul, again won by Sawamura, still with the not dead yet, and it's just Baby TZ having to win this one out. Luca also falters and dies. Triple kill, and Khan will catch Baby TZ flanking from the back. Sisu breeze past Boba with the 2-round deficit.
Really good map awareness coming in here from Sisu's side as well. And again, it goes back to that setups that we're looking at. They go for the little bit of a push, making sure they have control on all the angles and making sure that they're not going to be caught off guard. They're heavily aware there's going to be someone on to hookah. You see the angles that they're playing at as well. And this kind of scenarios where you're being extra careful, making sure everything is clear before you even dive in on towards the side, is really paving the way for the side of Sisu right now. Even paving the way for a technical pause.
Ah, yes, a technical pause. I mean, you know, we wouldn't want to be let go quite
too
easily.
early, you know?
Yeah, we're not let go too early.
This match was scheduled at 6.
Yeah, and it's happening at 5. So
Yeah.
your time, right? Your time, yeah.
Now we're trying to get it back to 6, as you can see.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think if this goes to a map 3, but like I said, we'll still have around 26 minutes for my prediction to come to fruition, because I told you we will have finished by 5 GMT plus 7. But for a technical pause to happen, I feel like, you know, the Valorant gods, they have other things to say towards me.
Yeah, I feel so too. But this is actually the perfect time to talk about the defense here coming in from Boba. Because to think of it as well, even or despite not really having that sentinel, like you said, a pseudo sentinel perhaps when you have Baby TZ on a Viper, you just have to get that perfect timing, perfect groove when to pull it up, when to pull it down as well, especially in the take that, or in these takes that Sisu is doing right now. Just so happens that each and every time that Boba tries to make a read happen, like you mentioned how Ayumi wanted to play that TP showers, if they get that timing perfectly and correctly as well, that is such a deadly move coming in from Boba here. But perhaps they're not really blessed with timings currently until round 7 here.
And as well as, you know, the pick coming in from the KO. To be honest, I don't really like the KO here because you don't have enough stopping power. But like, they want to really counter a Sentinel with the KO and also other enablers or initiators that are strong enough with the utils. But Aluka hasn't been given the time and space to just operate properly with this KO as well in hand. And yes, we're talking about how Sentinels really creates a much more favorable position in defense when you want to play it. But for the players of Boba, they don't really have that stopping power like when you bring a Cypher, because Cypher is most likely going to be the Sentinel that you want to pick in Bind. And with a much more conventional composition, I feel like you can stop the power from the Raze and the Glove, but only with these two agents would you kind of suffer with the attack coming in. And Boba later on the attack might seem pretty strong, but if Sisu can rack up like what, 7 rounds, 8 rounds, it will really help them in their conquest to win out later on the defense. So I feel like for Sisu, their agent, even if it's aggressive later on the defense, at least they know that they're starting on attack. So with this aggressive comp, they want to make the best out of it in the first half, especially now still 3 ultimates unpopped, 2 more for these Seekers of Khan, and 1 more for that Showstopper. So yeah, you could take a look at how like Sisu would be all around your face, and it will be very hard for Boba to deal with.
It's a very cheeky comp, especially in a map like Bind, where typically you see attacker side teams or players or teams that starts from the attack side have a difficult time trying to find holes on the defense, but that seems to be not the case here for Sisu's side. Again, thanks to the walls coming in from Polly, the Cove plus the Wingman. A little bit of a delay coming in on some of the players here from BOBA to try and punish that plants or that spike plant, but it just wouldn't happen. The timings are just a little off right now, and I feel like it's more of, can BOBA adjust quite easily as well when it comes to the next set of rounds here, especially they are on an eco round or eco disadvantage yet again. They do have an orbital strike like we mentioned, and these types of ultimates honestly wouldn't be popped out unless really needed or unless they have a certain advantage on an eco round basically.
Oh my. And yes, of course, to operate the compositions, it is going to be indeed tricky. But what's more tricky is waiting out the technical pause, because yeah, this is taking quite some time, so please be patient. Usually I would give it around 2 or 3 minutes to dry out and to kind of fade out. But if it's more than 5 minutes, I get worried sometimes. I'm you know, my heart's racing. Could this be a long one? You know, I might have spoke too soon, so I'm sorry for the assumption that I had, and I did. But yeah. I think so far.
What did you do, Realize? What did you do? Actually, this is the perfect time. Chat. Calling up chat here. Press 1 if you're going for BOBA. Press 2 if you're rooting for Sisu. We have to know how the chat is feeling today and how the chat thinks of this matchup as well. I have a second monitor. I could read your comments anyway. And lots of supporters actually coming in from the teams that we have for today's matches as well. All the way from the first set of series up until here to the last lower bracket finals. We have a lot of viewers who really have players to root for specifically.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the fan base, it's very nice to see a growing fan base as well for game changer players. I mean, of course, for the boys, they kind of simp on game changer players because some of them are very beautiful. All of them are very beautiful, excuse me. But mostly it's because they're very great at playing Valorant. I mean, look at Enery, look at Alexi. If you want to take it outside, you can take a look at Florson, maybe. These players are very, very good, and of course, the fan base is growing, especially for XIPTO, because XIPTO is basically the Fnatic of game changers, Southeast Asia.
They're already looking for merch here. Speaking of merch, I'm wearing actually the Indonesian merch.
Oh, the
VCT.
Kremlin one.
Yeah. The Kremlin jacket one, yeah. So bigger shoutouts to Tanya as well for sending it out.
Tanya, yeah.
How was your... Wait, you had the LAN recently, right? For VCT Indonesia as well.
Yeah, we did.
And how was it, by the way?
It was insane, and it was great because we have underdog stories again. You know, Boom Esports and all the upper dogs. They just faltered to the lower bracket. So, yeah, it's very hard for the teams that are big enough to fall down, but it's good for the storyline, and of course much more emotional because people say that this could be the final challengers.
Yeah.
You know, because after this we are going to reborn it into a much
we're going back to year one basically.
Yeah, we're going back to year one minus the international qualification. So it is going to be hard to say goodbye to the local broadcasts. I mean, like to the local circuit. But yeah, exciting for a few things going on. And what about the Filipino playoffs, Tay?
Not yet done, actually. We haven't. We are set to make our finals around the 31st, so that's gonna be interesting. Also, some Filipino fans on site. So let's see if we see some Game Changers players there, because pretty much there's a lot of Filipino players here playing for Game Changers as well.
Yeah, so fun fact, yesterday, I think it was the second day of our playoffs offline. So usually we would have halftime interview, and you know who we interviewed? We interviewed Alexi, we interviewed Shirazi, we interviewed Enery, Shirazi, Alexi was there. Yeah, they were there, and there were a lot of people queuing up to take pictures with Shirazi, especially. I feel like Shirazi, you know, everyone is a fan of Shirazi, it seems like. But yeah, goes to show that everyone wants to enjoy some good Valorant, and then yeah,
no matter what region, right?
Yeah, no matter what region, no matter whatever the boundary is. I mean, the XIPTO girls, even if in the middle of a tournament they're chill. They went and watched on venue, so yeah, it's all good for them and also for the viewers.
Then it's gonna be pretty much exciting for also Valorant fans when it comes to Thailand whenever the teams fly in, right? So
yeah,
hopefully we get to see some good action-packed days there as well, and as well for the players to see them on site playing alongside each other. But we're seeing a lot in the chat here, a lot of ones, a lot of twos actually as well. Some Sisu fans up in the chat here and waiting patiently as well. They've been commenting since the second series as well. So honestly, the support that the players get as well coming in here in the comment section, I'm pretty sure after every game that they play, they tune in on the broadcast as well. So they are heavily aware of whatever we are saying here, whatever all the people are saying in the comment section in the chat. So give them the energy, guys. Give them the boost at least.
Yeah, they need the boost, and please wait out, guys. I mean, technical pauses do happen, and this time, unluckily, I spoke too soon, so you know, we get punished for this. We get punished. Imagine getting punished by other people's mouths and other people's words. It doesn't sound very good, but yeah, this is going to be quite some time for us to wait and work out the technical pause, because back then we have Pilski. So Pilski is usually the technician, I would send him to this Riot servers, and he would bring up and pull up with the screwdrivers and the hammers, and then clang, clang, clang. Under 5 minutes, it's done. But today we don't have Pilski. Pilski doesn't want to work overtime, so yeah, we have to wait.
Unfortunately, right? But it is what it is. Of course, it happens, and the players are in their own homes, in their own boot camps, and their own comfort. But nonetheless, match is about to start really soon. But right now, I think we're heading in for a very short break. And when we come back, hopefully everything is okay, and we jump in right back into the match. Again, this is the lower brackets, but right now, Tayrawr and Realize here. See you guys in a few.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei um recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，情况让人sen思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，情况让人sen思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。 团结 Team's the best 咱们值得 respect 我们之间有巨大的差别连我妈妈也叫我永远的神 Go Go 我一回家她说大儿子你很 tough 一直不带不能被取代比我更努力的人也不存在倒是我起来和点酸奶直接出了那战斗 Great I go way pop and paving my way to the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain if you wanna be me but I stand out you're on flat earth looking at my cloud Standing tall through the test Standing tall through the test Standing tall through the test 我的精神也很顽强地掌握不了我是宣扬天空变化莫测境况让人牵涉快失败了也都没办法你的安排像灾祸在我看来你帮就无奈你的胜利也不受崇拜我的精神也很顽强你掌握不了我是宣扬天空变化莫测境况让人牵涉快失败了也都没办法你的安排像灾祸在我看来你帮就无奈你的胜利也不受Standing tall through the test 咱们值得 respect Standing tall through the test 咱们值得 respect 精神也很顽强你掌握不了我是宣扬天空变化莫测境况让人牵涉快失败了你也都没办法你的安排像灾祸在我看来你帮就无奈 And now we still go ape hey Standing tall to the test Standing tall to the test 咱们值得 respect Standing tall through the test
We are finally back in action. As you can see here, realize we did a little bit of a rollback as well. A little bit of a tech issue a while ago, but we're finally back on track. And finally, it's time to start things again.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, so sorry for the inconvenience. But of course, we are rolling in to the round. Yeah. And as they try to approach towards A side, the spray down, Khan gets the first kill. Ayumi is down. Ultimates galore with the orbital strike as well. Aluka is down with the null command.
I can't use that.
Looking to work on this. It's how Amura will get Delbisky. The spike plan as well now. Trying to work on this. Baby TZ looking to just clutch this one out with Kahaibi. Kahaibi has the thrash, but this looks nigh impossible for them to work with. Because look at the number of players of BOBA and Sisu. 5 against 2. Kahaibi will present herself, her head just peeking out the tap. Beautiful. And Sisu will get the 4th round.
Cleanest taps here we've seen so far in the whole entirety of the series you're watching as well. And Con has been phenomenal for map number 1, even on the second series that we saw. Always crisp on the shots, especially when she's so sure where the players might come from here. A lot of the angles covered as well to make sure that post plan isn't going to be, or making the retake impossible for the side here of BOBA. And now we are back at the score where it's 4-2. And we're back on to Sheriffs here for BOBA.
Again and again. Rinse and repeat for them. That's the Thrash coming out now. Looking to linger upon the teleport. The Trailblazer as well, seeking out maximum information as the stun does connect towards Baby TZ. She has that snake bite with the flash as well. Oh, Graham comes flying in with the Reckoning as well to ensure that the site is clean of BOBA players.
Such a good dizzy again coming in from Sisu here with the help of that double innie setup that we're looking at. The duel, or rather the duo that we are seeing here, the dizzy coming out, the flash coming out as well from the sky, it all just perfectly aligns in how Sisu wants to play this out. And now Con patiently waiting towards Gabi on B side. They start off with the knife here, detecting 2 players at least, not allowing them to use up any utilities, but a trash available will make BOBA go back from CT side. Time is not in their favor here.
Yeah, time is ticking and dwindling, and no bodies left to be buried because Sisu, they'll just clean up the players of BOBA with that spike explosion. 5-2. They run around and run away with their advantage. And if you take a look at Sawamura again, still with the not dead yet, we pointed this out before the tech pause, that this could still be the tool for aggression. This could still be the tool to unlock the kill switch towards BOBA. Meanwhile, for BOBA, they have the Thrash, they have the Viper Spit, but how are they going to use this? And Sisu can still afford to lose 2 or 3 rounds because of how stacked up their economy is. Their credits bound to skyrocket after wins being experienced now. Graham's looking to pop the showstopper, still holds it. She misses that one. Kahaibi will stand tall. Hookah is her home.
Trash is also available for her for the meantime with a spike drop. She's a little bit stuck actually. Seekers being used, water being thrown. It's a lot of flooding towards side here, but they still have to find where Kahaibi is. This wall is helping her instead. And now she has to change the guns. 5 bullets remaining, and Ayumi just in time for the action to save the teammate that she has. BOBA secures that round 3-5.
Oh, BOBA now with some retaliation coming back into the game. And if we take a look at the replay, of course, Kahaibi good enough to just cancel out the showstopper and even gets a 3rd, able to just wrap around the cascade. And BOBA could be fishing for the advantage that they've been looking for. However, now Sisu still. When will they be popping this not dead yet? Sawamura yet to die. And forced to use this not dead yet now. Yumi. Shower control. Right now ceased. Because so far this cascade could be the main problem, but they have Kahaibi behind them, and Kahaibi will get Poly. They pop out the flash. Sawamura gets Kahaibi, paint shells, but Kon and Sawamura in unison gets 2 quick kills. Now it's all down to a 4v2. Aluka and Baby TC having to clean up the house, and this time this house is filled with Sisu players.
Showers control definitely there for the side of Sisu. Heavily aware that Baby TZ TP'd from a while ago. Now Aluka left to fend for herself. She doesn't catch the swing from Graham's here. Instead, we're closing it off to a 6-3. Good execution yet again coming in from Sisu. They seem to be unstoppable at this point.
Sisu. It's kind of a good thing, I would say, and I would argue. The fact that they stepped up so huge when it comes to one of the most important games in their career, one of the most important games off the stage. And this time Boba will call the timeout. They need this because they have been losing out in the duels. They have been, you know, they have that control robbed off of them.
Yep.
Quite a few times in the shower area. Hookah. You also have Kahibi and Hookah, and Kahibi has been stepping up pretty huge. So for Boba this time, at least with their ultimates, they can figure out a way to work around this cul-de-sac of Sisu, because they have been such a menace to play against, because the amount of punching power they have, you know, you have the rays, you have the club, the gecko, the sky, and the harbor, just to spice things up. This isn't your traditional smoker where you need to cover where you can cover up, you know, exact choke points. This is the smoker where it is kind of linear, but then again, it always works for Sisu because they have extra protection with the cove, they have extra control with the cascade, and then you have the glove to just, you know, fill in the smokes, fill in the voids to then execute towards the side.
Aside from that, it's a heavy attacking comp that we're looking at here for Sisu's side, honestly. And I'm gonna be surprised if they don't get away with majority of the rounds as well. Now the question remains, like, how will things look once the sides actually swap here for the side of Boba? Because this composition that they have, it's tried and tested through and through by lots of pro teams as well, but with this cheeky composition from Sisu, seems to be a menace, like you said, fighting against these players. Grahams positions herself again with a slice and dies from B-Long, as Sawamura was able to punish too. This opens up the side for them to take, and a post plant bound to set right now.
And not only the post plant, a retake bound to set as well for Boba, and a retake they don't want to do. They don't like this retake because it's been hard to play post plants against Sisu, or rather retakes against Sisu, because they have been so neat with the retakes. Look at that, Khan just holding the choke point in the tunnel rather than teleport. Lil Bisky and Kahibi, what will they do? How heavy can they lift this team up with the clutches happening? Polly, it's just a random spray coming in from the harbor player, and Sisu, they fly past Boba with 7 rounds in their score board.
This fight towards B-Long says a lot, with how Sawamura also pinning down. A while ago we were talking about like how Sawamura changes up the pacing here for the rest of the team, again with the neon picks coming in from her from the previous matches that we've seen her as well. Having that clove isn't that much of a difference. Again, if you have that pick me up, you also move quite fast, and Sawamura, it seems like she's more than prepared and have been using this agents for the past weeks as well.
Yeah, it feels like this isn't like your you know, all-nighter comp, right? This is a comp that they have been cooking. They have been trying their best to work on this composition, and so far for Boba, they are faced with the wrath of Sisu, who really wants to go to the grand finals. And now the spike planted by the mosh pit and the paint shells, looking to just push away the players of Boba. However, Ayumi getting the kill. Sawamura again and again, time and time, always being able to steal the kills. Polly with the headshot as well. Boba are crumbling, crushed to pieces, beaten to a pulp.
Cove? Delbisky trying to position herself around it, but Polly sees her out. Baby TZ, on the other hand, she has to make a clutch happen against 4 players, and Sawamura can revive herself as well. It's gonna be a hard take. Probably, perhaps a save at this point, since you don't have much economy following the next round.
Indeed, the economy has been deprived as well, dwindling. Inflation happening for Boba, because they cannot afford the basic needs, and in Valorant the basic needs are your rifles, your utilities. Sisu, they just run away, and this time around the explosion happens, and now Sisu, they are almost on the 9th round, and if you take a look at how Sisu really operates, there's nothing complicated with their setups, with their executes. It's just linear, you know, straight line plays where they just jump in with the raise, and then you have the club out of nowhere, out of position, getting 2 or 3 kills, and then the others just step up and follow to the occasion as well. So Sisu, this has been more of a brawl comp, I'd say, whereas you would usually see them execute much more complicated comps. This time it feels like they're more comfortable playing with this.
Early Viper spit coming in from Baby TZ here to try and stop players from entering. But this gives the orb control quite freely for the side of BOBA. Rather, for the side of Sisu as well. Trailblazer trying to spot out where Baby TZ is. Wingman tries to find her as well, but Sawamura still has that not dead yet. They're trying to follow the footsteps here, leading the charge in towards that Viper spit, but it seems so deadly for the players of Sisu here, as Kon is the only player remaining right now. The spike has been dropped right in front of Baby TZ as well. Problem for the side of Sisu.
The deadly poison of pools and greens down in B side, and Khan does look at the players of BOBA, and they will spray her down to the ground. Flawless for BOBA, and this time around they win the run convincingly off the back of a good Viper spit, I'd say, because a few players were looking at the hookah area as well, and then the Viper spit, you know, it was so hard for the players of Sisu to traverse around that. So yeah, it is very effective for Sisu to win, for BOBA, excuse me, to win that round.
It's an 8-4 here, halftime, as we pass it on to Tash and Zahk.
4-8, looking very convincing for the teams of BOBA, but Sisu is the one who's been in charge throughout the entirety of that first half. They look strong, they have a good protocol coming forward, and BOBA was just struggling throughout to keep them off the site.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a repeat of what we saw on that map one, just that aggression, as well as we were talking about the team comp and how difficult it can be to like dismantle, especially, you know, when you have like the wingman planting, the cove for the cover, and then you have those cycling smokes that really like slow down the retake as well. It's just so difficult for you to like really be able to defend against the side, and we could see BOBA like struggling. Yes, they had a couple of rounds that were really good, but again, like it's 8-4 here, and you have to like realize here that it's the same score as the last map, and again, they're in a position where they're forced to make that comeback. If there's any team that can do it, it's BOBA, don't get me wrong, but to be put under that pressure like time and time again, especially after losing that series 0-2, I'm not gonna say they can't do it, but you know, if there's any team that can do it, it's BOBA, because you know, they know how to dig deep for that resilience.
Yeah, that's right. And the reason, I think we all talked about comps just now, and I think the casters did too, about what each comp can bring to the table, about how BOBA brought a more standard comp compared to what Sisu brought to the table. But Sisu, they understood what exactly they wanted to achieve with this comp. As for BOBA, they were just playing their own game. So I want to see more teamwork come forward if possible, a little bit more good on that timing. Regardless, let's see whether or not a comeback can happen. We've seen it happen before. I wouldn't be surprised if it will happen again. So on to you guys, Tay and Realize.
Thank you, Tash, and also Zahk, and of course now for Sisu. How will they operate on this defender side? And they indirectly answered my questions. Why? Because I'm able to see on the minimap that they are preparing for a short push.
Let's see if it's effective, as Sawamura actually has a double smoke, a pick-me-up, a half shield, and even a ghost on her hand here. So it's gonna be an interesting fight. It's all gauging on her right now as well. And with that quick jump peek, Haluka at least triggered that smoke coming in from Sisu's side. It's a play for default and trying to find anyone to pinch through. But so far, it must be B-Long that they must recover some shots in, because the shots coming in from Polly will definitely connect. The walls are there, Dizzy's out, and now with a triple push coming in from B-Long, that's going to be completely dismantled from BOBA.
They just finished the players of Sisu right there. BOBA having to hold on, Sawamura pushing up, and BOBA, they win the pistol round. And this time around, BOBA, this could be the requirements for them to claw their way back into the game, because Sisu can't let them run away with the pistol round in this first half and the second half, because if they do get it, it's gonna be a 9-4, and then when you win your pistol round, you're almost guaranteed a buy in the next round, so that's gonna be 10-4. But this time around, the scenario is different, because BOBA, they're able to get that one round, which means they're ready for what would be maybe 8-6 is the best case scenario.
Best case scenario indeed, especially that they have that upper hand when it comes to the guns so far. Aluka trying to find any pickoffs yet again. BOBA on a very default heavy position here. And they have been successfully finding the shots anyway, especially we just swapped sides. You want to try to internalize where the Cypher might be, or where the players rather might be here for the side of Sisu. And they found one. Aluka ready for another here. They're trying to pincer down Grahams, and they successfully do that as well. Left with 3, trying to go and rotate all the way to A side. Post plan has been set here. It's going to be a difficult retake.
Yeah, difficult with 3 pistols as well. They are content upon the fact they have so much players now inside, and Khan might be looking for an opening down in hell, but Ayumi will just be ready to spray down the players of BOBA, or rather for the players of Sisu. And there you go, flawless gun round for BOBA, and this is where they might try to conceive their comeback. This is where they might be able to just chase the players of BOBA for Sisu down. This was actually a very good timing coming from Aluka. Sawamura, sadly enough, was smoking in that timing. So, of course, much more advantages for BOBA, and Sisu, they have to pick up on the pace.
They do have to pick up on the pace here, and BOBA changing up the pacing of how they do their takes here. Usually you see them being aggressive as a team, but you see them now playing heavy default setups, waiting patiently if Sisu's actually hopping out or maybe trying to take up space, and they try to punish that plenty of times. Piety in a good position to catch one and move away as she goes TP's back, making sure there's no one waiting for her. The Dizzy comes out as well, but she can pick that up. Now the timing from Delbisky is perfect.
Instant teleport coming in, and Baby TZ will put the multiple shots with the bullets as well. But Polly will follow up with Khan as well, hand in hand, getting the important kills. But does she know that Khan is still lingering in showers? And with that timing, Kahaibi can't dodge the bullets flowing and flying to her head. Sisu, they break the assumption that BOBA might mount a comeback as they get the 9th round. Take a look at Piety here, just unchecked. I mean, yeah, Ayumi was looking at her, but I don't really think that she would assume 100% that, you know, Piety would be there. Meanwhile, for Sawamura, simple shots at the end. And this time around, it's going to be Sisu with the Thrash ready and running.
Trash available for them. No Outlaw as well to really punish half shields here anyway. And for BOBA, it's a full-on buy for the rounds that we're looking at here. Khan, again, the way she plays the Vandal is also the way you see her pop the shots when it comes to this Guardian. On the other hand, that's a wall-bangable spot, and maybe DZ was able to find that as well. Now they try to rotate around, revolve around it. Sawamura, Peeker's advantage for the side of Baby TZ.
Ooh, they just roll into the site with no sweats broken. As Sisu, they were
no
confused as
too.
to how they lost the damage. Yeah, no damage, but there you go. The damage goes on to Baby TZ. She will be the ransack now for Sisu. As BOBA, they will stay tight and close into the site, and I don't think Sisu will take their chances. Most likely a save coming in from Sisu, because as credits go, not the best status right now, because Polly good for 2.6k, but then again you see players like Piety with only 250, and then Grahams with 150. So yeah,
I think
saving is the best option.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, especially in a 4v2 scenario, better safe than sorry, right? And
yeah,
numbers goes down quickly, especially with how the momentum shifts from the two teams that we're looking at here. We almost even had an overtime right here coming in, and I'm pretty sure that this is going to be also like a pretty much close fight. And even a possibility of map 3 is also waving around the corner here for the side of BOBA, but you still have that 2-round advantage for Sisu, and they're playing it really carefully. They want to make sure they have all utils, all money prepared for the next rounds here. But for BOBA, again, they don't really have that hard sentinel here for the side of Sisu. If they try to just disrespect the smoke and just push through, then it's just a possibility for BOBA. But this is a good kill, a good pick-off coming in from them. The good pincer from Grahams as well. No one to find as everyone is already on B.
Yeah, full control of B side. And how will Sisu approach this retake? Con does has the Seekers, does have the Seekers, but there goes the Thrash coming in from Kahaibi. Pop it for information, and Seekers countered as well. Here they go with the retake. The Thrash this time popped by Pyre, looking to detain a Luca. It misses though for an inch, and they storm the side, have control of that container area. Sisu just marching in and bulging into the side. Grahams will stick the plant, or the spike, the fuse rather, but she is cancelled. The pop flash doesn't work as perfection as ever, but there goes Biscuit with the spray down Polly. It's chaotic with the fight, and there goes Polly still not longing to hold any further. As Sisu, they won't be able to get past 9. BOBA still clinging on, and 8 finally in their scoreboard.
Such a good day coming in from them, and a good decision to really hold down onto sites here for the Pulse plant. Remember, they do have a harbor that could really use up a cove and just ninja defuse it all the way, right? So they really have to make sure they have someone on site here to fight off. And even or despite that wall coming in from Polly, it honestly just slowed down the players coming in from Sisu to go and push in. Now with the orbital strike, it's going to be a rush take that they want to do and want to create here. The chaos has been set, and now look out with a topple through the smoke. Grahams is also going to fall.
Unscathed almost though, because Kahaibi is low and Delbisky is down. The Pyre looking to just get an exit frag maybe, but the snake bite will force her to play the floor is lava. And this time around, the Dizzy is up. What could she make out of this situation? It's Baby TZ speaks her out, and a Luca gets one tapped. However, Baby TZ is quick on the trade. 9-9. Here we go. A replay of Haven. We might see again here in Bind, and so far it's BOBA always quick to just take their decisions, take their chances on executing towards the side. I mean, if you take a look at how Sisu really wants to play in this round as well, they don't have enough weaponry, I'd say, to just fight BOBA face on. And you can see Luca running in, sprinting inside, and spraying now with the Phantom, and she was able to get 2 kills. I mean, that would be different if Sisu had economy, because then I think BOBA would prepare some sort of a set piece, some sort of an execute to go into the site. But for Sisu, I think this time with the timeout, they are going to work something out.
And I was mentioning a while ago how we both have on the teams itself, BOBA and Sisu, not really a hard sentinel that you have here, but for BOBA, you at least have that capability from Baby TZ to have a little bit of a damage when it comes to these types of situation, right? The decay coming in if you pass through a wall. And that was exactly what I'm talking about. What will happen for the side of Sisu once BOBA decides that, you know what, let's not care about the smokes. It's just smokes that's trying to delay us at this point. But if we manage to at least swing out together and clear corners here, then we might be able to have that advantage. And I feel like BOBA is actually realizing that right now. And Sisu, with that timeout, can they adjust though?
Yeah. Again, this time around, Ayumi will push up with Kahaibi, seeking out that shower control that was so long contested by Sisu in the attacker side. Now they realize how important that choke point is, but the spike is being left behind. They don't really want to work with the time as well. So Grahams with a tough spot to play inside, and no executes coming in. Trailblazer will look for a kill. Grahams pops the dome of Delbisky. No smokes aside from the Viper. Now with Baby TZ having to just pop the Viper's pit soon. The showstoppers there for a Luca, or rather for a Yumi, looking for the second one, and she misses. an inch towards Graham's. Again, Sisu posted up with a retake situation.
Ooh. Viper Spit also set in play here from the side of Baby TZ, but with the Reckoning, they have to move further away. They have to adjust as well with whatever Izu, or rather Sisu, is throwing at them. So much utility play happening left and right, but can they really find the kills here for the side of BOBA as Polly punishes Ayumi? Baby TZ also goes down as well as the Viper Spit. This is a chance for the side of Sisu to recover. Aluka has to fight for her life here when it comes to the spike defuse, but that pain will connect perfectly towards her, and it's now a 10-9.
Yo, that shot from Graham's towards Baby TZ was disgusting. How did she manage to get that through the smoke without any vision and kill potentially the most important member of this post plant, which is Baby TZ, because she has to survive in order to keep the Viper Spit running. And Graham's again, two separate through the smokes. Killing without seeing is a skill set I really want to be able to do as well, but not for
as you
Sisu.
say, sana all, right?
Sana all.
It's a
Killing
skill
through the
set we
smoke.
all want to.
Yeah, killing through the smoke, sana all. But now Khan will get Baby TZ down to the ground, and Trailblazer, for information, Polly reluctant, or rather enthusiastically just TPs through the teleport. But a second layer coming in, and Baby TZ with her gone. Of course, smoke duty is on the half of Delbisky. Now though, Graham's, with a good peek. Second layer comes in, Khan in time to step into the ring and fight to the players of Sisu. BOBA left with nothing but themselves to bury. And Sisu 11 round, and this round is so far the most convincing.
Wow, Khan woke up today, really wanted to shoot heads here when it comes
so
to the
good.
match. Her performance has been spectacular through and through. From that second set of series up until here to the third. Like I said, she shoots the Vandal or the Phantom like how you shoot a Guardian. Just tap through the heads and it works. Each and every time she gets and managed to pull off these amazing shots to really stop BOBA to their toes, to stop them from pushing in onto site. Now BOBA left scratching on their heads here. At least they do have that full buy still. Sawamura ready to fight. She still has that, not dead yet, but they didn't expect that the trash will hit them right into their faces.
Oh, that thrash is so pivotal. 2 stuns.
That was 2.
And no members coming in from spawn. They're all flanking from behind as they will disperse. Now Polly looking to open up the space from short. Khan does have the Seeker once more because of how ridiculously good she is. But this time Polly looks to get a kill. Oh,
the answer
next
back!
again. Kahaibi. Perfect thrashes left and right. And Sisu, this time around they flip the script. Kahaibi with such a good thrash will give time and space for BOBA to get their 10th round.
You can use it 2 times, and she maximized every potential of that ult there. I think for the second time, it was also 2 players locked down, right?
Yeah.
Everything was caught. It was just one trash that paved the way for this round. And Kohaibi was just ready for it. And I feel like for Sisu, they are into thinking like they could win the fights. Again, they have the not dead yet here. But I don't think they realize that the trash is actually available.
Yeah. When you get detained and you can run to nowhere, of course it'll be so hard. And this Dizzy broken apart. Khan, will she show herself? She will get exposed to the crosshair of Ayumi. Khan down. And as well as Polly just deleted by Baby TZ. Khan will have to leave it for Grams. Ooh, the flick misses undamaged. And Sawamura will have to do the firing duties this time. Popstar not dead yet, and this time Grams. Will she be able to capitalize with the operator? Not dead yet, still running with the time. Looking to get a kill. Sawamura gets it. He wraps around, or she wraps around rather towards Shower, and the Yumi catches Fiery from behind. 2v3, looking quite a bit hard now for Sawamura with 21 HP left. And it's just Grams now. with the operator. Best case is to just save this operator. The credits on Sisu is not the best, and Boba could be presented towards them a match point as she tries to run away, and she is still safe and sound.
It's a save for them. And they don't really have much money coming into the next round here as well, so really, it's a must at this point. And Ayumi ready to hunt. She has 5k. She can do it. And that's how you cancel out the operator for the next round. A good hunt for Ayumi, a round for Boba. And now we are on to an 11-11.
Yeah, 11-11. My goodness me. And this time, they could just finish up the map and push us to Ascent. Sisu, they will gamble it. They will buy in this round. With the Seekers and Thrash active, they could seek to steal maybe a round and force the match point pretty early. And Boba, even if they lose here, they can still buy because the credits are pretty stacked up high. And this time Ayumi having one away, rather one more orb towards that showstopper Spike Planet as they prepare their conquest into the site. Pain shots left and right with the Molly as well. Oh, Khan, the timing is bad. They pop their way into elbow, but Khan will survive. Piety won't know. The spray on and shoes, and Luca gets the kills. 3v2. Boba still hanging on a tight rope. So is Sisu. Grahams, the timing, almost a whiff, but they stick with the poly. The poly as well going down. Snake Bite will just add more damage. And Sisu now backs against the wall.
Really good recovery coming here from Boba's side as well. And come to think of it, they looked like they had a hard time in this first half, just allowing Sisu to just run over them and go towards the side, make plans happen. But look at how they quickly recover the rounds here, making sure they're unfazed when it comes to situations like these. And Boba, for this last round that they probably have before we go to OT or whatever it is that happens, they have so much utility play, so much potential to really just flood the site here. The question now remains, can Sisu actually stop that? They do have a Trash, they do have a Seekers, but how will you stop the null command already? No utility usage for the meantime. All firepower, they get one kill. The showstopper connects, and Piety, she's still good for two. They know that she's gonna be on to Hookah here. They're willing to take the space. A lot of pre-fires happening here and there, but then she manages to pull off a double kill. Now with a Trash available, will she use it?
Looking for the ace is Piety. Thrash is active, and she might as well just use it now. Kaibi will face it without fear, and that fear will strike her. Give her the ace! Give her the ace, Polly! No!
It's not an ace, but it's an overtime. You know what?
Yeah, that's true.
You have to do what you have to do. If you have to win the round at that point, you do it immediately. Doesn't matter at this point, but Piety, so feisty in handling Hookah here, realize.
Yeah, she's so strong, holding her ground. And yeah, I do get the idea why Polly wanted to kill it directly, because they don't want to jinx it, they don't want to gamble and chance it. Kaibi might be off of the detain pretty sooner than expected. But for Piety to single-handedly win that round for Sisu is so insane. She holds the 3 to her own round, gets the 4th one as well. And just expects the re-push coming in towards Hookah. Now Sisu back on the side they excel. Just attack her side. Belbisky prepares to smoke a high B as well. Lingering in U-Haul. This time with a Dizzy. Looking to pop it out. And the Molly comes through now for Delbisky. Canceling out the mosh pit as well. Thankfully though misses, and the wingman will be taxed to no, the wingman! I was about to say he was supposed to plant the spike, but then the Molly was still cooking. And the wingman gone, but the spike still planted. Retake for Sisu in a very, very hard position.
Through the smokes, Boba Tries to hide beneath,
Uh-oh.
waiting for the rotation. It's a triple swing coming in from BOBA, but they don't know. Con is on the other side. They managed to pull it off, though. Now Baby TZ going crazy as well when it comes to the shots, but the hold coming in from Showers. This is all what it's gonna take. It's a 2v1, and Sisu yet again holds the post plant.
Switching
Okay,
sides.
I'm speechless.
Match
I'm a
point.
loss for words as to how clutch Piety is. You're in a 2v4, don't worry, you have Piety. You're in a 1v5, you have Piety. This player has been stepping up. Triple kills. She was just holding that shower area, and we would usually assume that Con was the one to try to put the damage in because her aim in this series at least was so crisp. But then Piety shows up uninvited, just thrashing the players of BOBA with that type of aim. The kills coming in back to back. She saved Sisu with the rounds. Previously it was on Hookah 4K, and this time it was on Shower 3K. So the multi-kills keeps on coming for her, and Sisu this time match point is in their eyes. Not only match point, but also the series point and the slot towards grand finals.
Come to a point of it as well where it is actually a good retake scenario coming in from BOBA there. They were able to pinch down a short, take control of back ends of the site, basically hiding through the smokes, especially for Delbisky, managing to pull off the molly, making sure that the spike is delayed when it comes to the plant. But up until the end, like you said, Piety just shows up in the most important rounds as well. And now they get and gain that match point advantage. 1 point away from making it to the grand finals here, ladies and gents. Let's see if they can do it this time.
And here we go. Will Sisu knock out BOBA in the lower bracket final? Or will they be the ones forcing another overtime? And here we go. Sawamura up in heavens, looking to hold. And the spike still dropped. BOBA, this time they don't want to take chances. They don't want to execute fast. They want to buy the time. They want to gather as much information as they could. But look at this gamble from Sisu. They're stacking 4 players in B. And Sawamura left to her own devices as the spike still indecisive where it wants to go. But it looks like the Trailblazer will catch the information now. Baby TZ not spotted. Trailblazer towards short, around it towards shower, and this could be a rumble in the jungle. Brian is going to be bloody tie.
Oh, the flash. It didn't hit. It didn't go through. Octa, that was supposed to be a double flash. And now BOBA just pushing and flooding in onto the side here. Alamo finds the last. And an easy pickoff coming in from BOBA. Waited patiently for that timing.
Switching sides.
Unfortunate for Sisu, though, because that was really supposed to be a double flash and a swing coming in from Piety.
Oh my goodness.
But you see the bird is just on the side.
Yeah. Piety, it was set up for her, and the team was setting her up for success. However, Baby TZ had something else to say, and for BOBA now to survive as long as she can hold, as long as they can hold, this is becoming much more scarier. Haven was a 14-2 scoreline. Now it could be 15-13, or we could even go the extra mile. Luca on B site as the spike marches on. Baby TZ jump peeking this, looking for information. Con off the Trailblazer, the Cascade as well. They didn't seek Baby TZ, I'd assume. And this time for Grams, making her way up to Hookah can be very significant. Kahaibi though with the backup.
Big contention point when it comes to this B long take, especially as Sawamura is holding A short still. But it seems like BOBA isn't really giving them the space to do so. But you see how deep Grahams is holding on to Hookah right now. She makes a little bit of a noise and maybe even get or timing I mean, get that timing when it comes to the rotation from the two players from B. This might be huge. Ayumi, though, knows exactly that there's going to be some players towards A short running in, pushing in. Polly setting it up for success, but that Molly will force her out of position. Now it's time to rotate all the way from the players here. Hookah control it is. She's been here for such a long time, Grahams. Now it's time to finally push in, take Octa control, but Baby Teasy is there right on her face. It's a 3v2 right now. Piety already throwing in everything that she got right here. There's no more time to plan. Spike has been dropped. Shotgun to the face. Aluka yet again for the last and final blow.
My goodness. You can take a look at how desperate Piety was.
Match point.
With trying, in regards to trying to get the spike planted. Because a stronghold again, this is such an important kill from Baby TZ. Had she not get that kill, I don't think BOBA would be able to win that round. But again, for Sisu, they call a timeout. And for Sisu to try to win this out, it's going to cost them more than just kills. BOBA on the front foot, Sisu on the back. And for Sisu now, this timeout could mean a lot because their defense, it has been based off of a few gambles and a few aggressive plays that hasn't worked in their favor, I'd say, because again, we talked about how aggressive this composition is, but if you don't get the kills, if you lose out on the duels, it all comes to vain. It all goes to vain. And you know, for Sisu, they really need to start up their engines and go again from square one.
And you see BOBA capitalizing on some of the mistakes. I would say a lot of the rounds that we've seen before, or even before this OT as well. The rounds, for example, where Sisu already has a crossfire set towards B, and once the paint shells, for example, from Ayumi just pushes through towards B long, instead of TPing out, for example, from Con, she swings out. So it's that kind of scenarios of decision making, like what are you gonna do? Are you gonna TP out since you have another teammate on this side, or are you just gonna fight it through? And these are the types of plays, like I was saying, it's a TP out for her. She has the space, and still you have that showers control.
Yeah, showers pretty much important, but the spike again being left behind. Now they want to take the fight into their faces, and this just baits out rotations coming in from the players of Sisu. Ah, there goes Con with the Trailblazer looking to lock down on Baby TZ, but Baby TZ gets the kill. This time around, Paul will step up with the Vandal kills. Two quick ones as they reposition and rendezvous. Polly low, but the other still beating. This smoke from the Viper is so disgusting to face. And Grahams will step foot on that paint shells throw. B-side on the hands of BOBA. Will they be able to push this one out? Will BOBA force a match point? As that one smoke lingering up top. Oh, the headshot is perfect for Grahams, but BOBA left and right. It's up to Grahams to clutch this one out. 1v1 against Del Biscuit with the cove. Up and running. Pain shells might be the time where Grahams could stick this one out. She sticks this, but where does she go with the headshot? There she gets it! And we go to the third overtime.
Wow. What a clutch coming in from Grahams right here. Well read and well executed as well.
Overtime.
She knows there's the read probably coming in from her. It's gonna be elbow. She throws in the paint shells. It buys her enough time to half defuse the spike. And she knows once this cove dissipates, or even if it doesn't dissipate yet, she has that advantage when it comes to the angle because she already has time after having the spike here. BOBA, it's a 50-50 at this point, honestly, guys. Sisu, some mistakes happening here and there. BOBA, some mistakes happening here and there as well. It's just a matter of having the perfect execution, exactly the pickoffs that you want to take out here. And let's see who or which team will get that.
Yeah. Now Con is looking to, again, pop the Trailblazers. Oof. This match is more intense than ever, as this time Still with the same formation, Tay. The free roaming player would be Kahaibi, looking to just support with the flashes, with the wingmans, with the mosh pits. But for the anchors, it's still the same. Baby TZ will play up close, and Grahams, can she create enough havoc to distract the Prince of BOBA? Baby TZ and a Luca. This site is all theirs, intact, untouched, and unfazed BOBA. They get the 15th round, and Sisu again having to trail from behind.
And you see, when Piety steps up to the plate here in crucial rounds, Haluka also pretty much ready to take on duels like these as well. The setups of the wall, again, you don't have that sentinel, hard sentinel, but you have that walls coming in from Baby TZ, and if you correct or like have that correct timing when it comes to the up of the wall, the snake bites, it's just difficult to really follow up on the entry that your duelist wants to make, specifically with Grahams pushing in onto site and dying off.
Yeah, for Grahams as well. Having to just carry the burden of entering is something that has been shouldered upon her. And this time around, they can't keep on clinging and depending on magical clutch moments. They have to win it out convincingly. And this time the Cascade will be pushed upon A short. Again, just dropping the spike from BOBA, looking to traverse around the map. And also looking for entries around the map. Yumi.
The flash didn't see anyone.
Yeah,
they're not sure.
Oh my goodness.
Coming
this
in.
Knife.
Is it gonna be time?
Become a recon towards backside. There they go, exploding into the side. Oh my goodness. Sawamura will die. And here goes the kills, the rampages, the rampants, pushes coming in. Wingman stuck, and they planted the spike. This time it's much harder. It's a 4v3.
30 seconds left.
Will look to re-enter the site.
Planted.
With 3 players already posted up in container. How will they deal with this? Still with the boombot to go, and the wingman as well. Polly on tender hooks. The timing! Polly, sadly enough, loses out on the timing. And this time Grahams with Piety has to clutch this one out. It's hard for them to do so. And Sisu will not be able to close this one out just yet. 2-0. The players of BOBA, they prevail.
That was such a long OT, realize. I mean, at this point, it's already sunset in your area, right? And it was bright a while ago when we started off. But what a match what we have right here, ladies and gents. Lower bracket finals, heading to OT, and now heading to map number 3. Every checkbox is actually ticked today with the tech pause coming in as well. So it's actually a perfect time to end the day with the last map that we have later on. But this series, man, this game that we have right now, it's just a quick rally between these two teams.
Yeah, it's a rally, non-stop one at that. And I know that my panelists right now, Tash and Zach, they're probably beating me soon because I was assuming and I was speaking too fast and I was talking too fast about how it would end at 5. I'm sorry. I know, guys, I'm just lying because I know you all are waiting for even the greater series because, you know, we can't keep up. We can't stop peeling our eyes on the screen because it has been a bloodbath. It has been a neck-to-neck game back and forth, the players all stepping up from Sisu, from BOBA, and the fact that we got 3 overtimes, so the last overtime being the ones going to BOBA means Ascent is next on the menu. But before that, we want to hear on what Tash and Zach has to say.
It's been a long one. It's very exciting to be able to see that one come into fruition. Looked like Sisu really wanted to end it at a 2-0, but BOBA seems to be biting back and fighting with their lives. Both teams showing us a battle of desperation, but it looked very convincing toward the end of the match, especially for BOBA, where they seem to have woken up, especially a little bit more, to see how their team worked together.
Yeah, I think that even though Sisu did look really good and they were able to adapt fairly well to a lot of the stuff that BOBA were doing, I think that BOBA were being very aggressive in those first few rounds of their defense, which netted them like I don't even know how many. Sorry, I don't even know how many rounds in a row Zahk they got, like 6 rounds, 7 rounds before Sisu even got one. So I think that kudos to them. They did a great job there. And yeah, it went to overtime. It got a little bit sloppy. Like Tay said, there were a few mistakes committed by both of these teams. But in the end, it is going to be map number 3 on the cards here. And BOBA not yet eliminated. They're going to be clinging on by the skin of their teeth.
Oh
and the key reason here is Baby TZ. Like
30 balls.
kills on the Viper. Like, yeah, she was the guardian of the B side, man. They just couldn't get in, and I think in overtime that was the biggest mistake they did. They kept trying to go B, even when clearly it wasn't working with like the 3 people holding a crossfire against them.
Yeah, I think again it comes down to that battle of desperation here. For Sisu, it was about being able to just really rally and go back to pull themselves ahead. But for BOBA, it was about maintaining their lead and being able to make less and less mistakes. And I think as time went by and as more and more rounds were being taken over by BOBA, you start to see Sisu really start to lose juice and just start to see the fatigue sort of like coming through toward them. And I don't blame them. They've been playing 2 maps earlier with only maybe a 15-minute break, and then finally another 2 series here right now, going 2 mapper and going potentially into a third mapper right now. So for BOBA, they're looking well, they're looking good. They seem to have really woken up. And like we did talk about how BOBA seemed very, very shaky. And when you talk about that shakiness here, BOBA is just one of those teams. It's very similar to global esports. They have one of the most perfect track records when it comes to pistols. They can win both pistols here. But at the end of the day, because their mid-round killings were not done very well, it allowed other teams to really overtake them. And teams like Sisu, once you allow them to overtake, they start to just gain momentum and start to go insane. And this is what we can see here throughout the entirety of the game just now.
Yeah, I mean, heat maps, you can see a lot of the action, mainly around sites. You can see that there's a lot of fight around the plant spot as well on that A side especially. So you can see that both teams have been actively fighting, and BOBA especially using utility as well as just willing to take the fight to deny that plant from even going down because they know the danger of that post plant. I think that was an adaptation they did really well, which helped them to get it to that 8-4-half instead of a 9-3 or a 10-2, considering how bad their start was. But, I think that for BOBA in particular, it's nice that they were able to like keep that momentum going, because on map number 1 as well, it went to overtime and they kind of lost there. But here, even though once again they got to match point first, once again it went to overtime, but this time they kept their cool. Really like the timeout that they called as well. It really helped them like kind of reset and find a strategy to push it to site and just decimate their opposition. So I think that timeout could be a key factor in them being able to like close out this map. So yeah, pretty impressive from both of these teams. And honestly, Tash, I'm kind of glad that we're getting a third map, because it would be such a shame to just see 2 maps for these 2 teams.
That's right. Now, Baby TZ here, not surprising to see how she is. I mean, coming this morning, she was complaining to me about how she's not able to shoot. Well, here you go, Baby TZ, a 30
I told you she's lying.
Yeah, she's lying, absolutely. I think if we go through track records of Baby TZ coming in from Sapphire all the way to her previous teams and here, she has always been one of those players who, when push comes to shove, she's going to be the one who's going to be able to take the front seat when it comes to kind of like moving through the game itself. Multi-frags all around, being able to fully anchor the site. And as I said before in the pre-show, she is one of the best anchors here we see in Game Changers Southeast Asia.
Yeah, for sure. I think that even on this Viper role, which is, yes, I know it's not technically a Sentinel, she was like incredible. Like her Viper walls and her smokes just made it so oppressive, like almost impossible for them to push through. Her mollies were like really clean, pivotal, and used in some of those retakes that we saw successfully go through, as well as just towards like doing damage and denying any kind of value from players being able to take space. So overall, like really, really incredible rounds from both these teams. But Baby TZ, yeah, just being able to get so many multi kills so consistently, and getting that Viper spit up and just using it to full effect, it was like really, really nice coming out of her and her team. I think that just the support there as well, like whenever Baby TZ was fighting, you could see Aluka or Kahaibi or someone else fighting as well.
Yeah. Also, another thing to note as well is I think toward the end of the rounds, right, of the overtimes, you start to see heroics come through from Sisu, and I don't blame them, because sometimes when your teammates are not doing very well, you gotta have to make up for it. And Paiti definitely did. We saw maybe 2Ks, 3Ks that really potentially did save the round. But then again, I start to see, again, as I said before, you start to see Sisu really running out of juice through the last few rounds there, where BOBA was able to have these flawless rounds, which is really, really convincing. We still have a few minutes as we go into the final map of the day. Let's see whether or not it's going to be a Sisu win as the new contenders up in the grand finals, or will BOBA defend their throne. Do not go anywhere, because we'll be right back. While both these teams already have qualified for the Game Changers Pacific, but there is still one goal in mind. That final slot to the Grand Finals tomorrow, as a battle up against XIPTO, is what these two teams are trying their best to be achieving. We've seen 2 overtimes today, once on Haven, once on Bind. Could it be another one on Ascent? I wouldn't be surprised. Now, looking at these two teams here, what's really exciting when you think about it is that for Ascent as well, both these teams have done phenomenal. Just earlier today, Sisu had completely demolished for fun on this map on a 13-1 scoreline.
Yeah, that was like a really fast-paced game. I mean, to be fair, the only times that this team, Sisu, has played Ascent is against For Fun, so, you know, being able to have a consistent record against them is at least nice, but yeah, being able to take down a team 13-1 is really impressive. That said, though, they're gonna have to deal with the likes of BOBA, which are no slouches themselves on this particular map, especially since they've been kind of running a new team composition the last time they played. They had a Euro in there. I'm not saying that's what they are gonna run, but that's what I hope they run. You know,
too.
I'm a Euro enjoyer.
Yeah, I really enjoy seeing these, unconventional comps. It always brings a different dimensional to the team, but there is a reason why it's very unconventional. It could be very win conditional as well, given the fact that, you know, you do need to enable that Euro. Regardless, coming into this one as well, BOBA is no slouch on this map as well. They are going to be the ones running on defense side first, and against Lilacs, they won a 13-6, which is quite dominating, and they managed to bring XIPTO all the way up to a 9, but falling short quite there. So that is quite a statement to be said about the performance on that map as well. Regardless, as I mentioned before, Sisu looking to overthrow BOBA as the second best team here in Southeast Asia, and by winning this, they do, which allows them that rematch they want against XIPTO. And the same could be said about BOBA as well, who really want this. If you guys haven't been following some of the players from BOBA on social media, I just found out that Kohibi is currently playing today with a hand injury as well. So seeing that how she's been playing today with her performance is definitely no small feat.
Bro, if I could play like 5% of what Kohibi does with the hand injury, I would be like radiant by now, but I digress, but that's just Kohibi being Kohibi. Either way though, kudos to her for being able to power through, knowing that her team needs her. But yeah, like you said, Tash, a lot on the line here. Map number 3, Ascent, 1 for all the money, quite literally as well, because the price pool does increase substantially if you play second compared to third. So a lot on the line here for both these teams. Like it said, that rematch against XIPTO, both these teams want it, but only one can go through it. Ascent will decide what we're going to be seeing here. And I mean, team composition wise, it's a pretty, like, usually this is a map that's very cookie cutter, and that is going to be the case with the side of Sisu. We saw them before as well. They just run the most basic meta Ascent comp that's been around for like 2 years, and it's like the policy of if it ain't broken, don't try to fix it. And I think that works perfectly fine for the Ascent meta comp. If you know how to play it, it's really strong, especially on the defensive side, and they've demonstrated that incredibly well in their game today against For Fun.
Yeah, that's right. I think also when you talk about BOBA, yes, we love those unconventional picks, every single player of BOBA is able to play such a deep agent pool, which allowed Coach Alex or Fal to be able to really run around and play with so many different styles and comps and experimentations. But then again, there is a reason why this map is usually played the way it does. And I think for BOBA, they're one of those teams that are really open to trying out new things, especially in a tournament this big. And I think it's a good thing as well, because unlike XIPTO, who has gone all the way to champions last year with the XSMG team, I think only 2 players for the team has gone far, and even then they haven't really been playing together as the XSMG roster did as well. So there's a lot of things that a team need to try out and try to bring to the table as well. But that's what makes it more and more exciting coming into this one. Now, coming in first here, I just want to say that we usually see a more serious comp coming up here toward the grand finals. I wouldn't be surprised if a different comp, a more serious comp, a more conventional comp will be used today, because like it or not, Sisu has really been challenging BOBA, and they can't do the experimentation that they usually do in previous rounds.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I hope that they don't try to overcook here and pick some weird compositions. I mean, Loud's done that. They're one of the main culprits, I would say, of experimenting with the most weirdest stuff on Ascent and somehow being surprised when it doesn't work out. I mean, respect, man. If you want to try that stuff on a VCT stage, kudos to you. If it works, great. But I mean, yeah, having the the capacity to try these things is one thing, but also when there's so much on the line, you have to consider, do you really want to try it? I mean, it could go great, but it could also go badly. So yeah, kind of high risk, high reward strategy that you're talking about. But yeah, this particular map, there's such a weird mix of comps here. There was a Deadlock Phoenix from the last split. I think there was a normal meta comp as well. I think that was the one they played against XIPTO, which is probably their serious comp. So I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing that coming into play. Like you said, Tash, you never know what we're gonna be getting with these teams.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about Ascent, it's again, while it's an old map, everyone has played it, everyone has their own iterations of it, but at the end of the day, everyone seems to go back to basics. We usually see mirror matchups, and this goes from GC to Challengers all the way to VCT. Well, these mirror matchups work very well is because it provides your teammates a lot of support, and you want to be able to support your duelist, especially to be able to take up space. Without the flashes, without the utils, you can't really take space, especially when you are on attack side, because it's a very execute heavy map. We saw some very high risk, high reward style plays coming in for Sisu, and they have been very, very creative with it. And we've seen time and time again how Sisu is really able to abuse when you don't really do your due diligence and not check those corners properly. These are very minor things, but with a team as opportunistic as Sisu, with players like Khan who can take 3 to 4 people very, very quickly, this is very important.
Yeah, I think all of us have PTSD from the crouching in the corner four kill there for Khan on that Haven map. So yeah, I think it's easy to definitely want to be a little bit more careful about that one heading into Ascent. But yeah, that said, I think it's gonna be a pretty interesting map. Like you were talking about Khan, I think that Khan definitely gonna be the player to watch out for, at least for me, from the Sisu side on this map. Sisu heading in strong, they've got that confidence boost. Yes, they lost the previous map, but they did push it to OT, so I just hope they're not too exhausted, because this is going to be their 5th map of the day. So possible 3rd overtime as well, the way things are going. Like you said, Tasha, I really wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, we're gonna hopefully give these players and us a little bit of a break before we head into the game. So yeah, let's toss the break and get some water, everyone, because stay hydrated. It's really hot outside.
wanna be a hero 自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take over game over
「
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
The world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना.
Sun for the rain through. Anyone cut my line. Running fist fire, scared no risk. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin'? Love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy, so pitiful. Wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, let's go. 24. Got more blood, but the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, boom, but 400 dash roll. Got through 100 D and move. Get lifted by the new pick cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Scared of my life. Skittle. Grape head flavor. Great. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spinner. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade, go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Got more blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, boom, but 400 dash roll. Got through 100 D and move. Get lifted by the new pick cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. 24. Got more blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit. Room, boom, but 400 dash roll. Got through 100 D
Apologies for the long delayed break just now. We're back here at the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia 2024. We have a little bit of some bad news for you guys. Unfortunately, as we go into map 3 of the third series of the day, Sisu versus BOBA, BOBA has decided that they are going to be forfeiting due to Kohaibi's hand injury and not having a sub to be able to play in. So we have our last champions slot that will be going up against XIPTO tomorrow, which is going to be Sisu!
So as a result of this forfeit, yes, they are going to be moving on in that lower bracket. Unfortunately, this means that we are going to have to say goodbye to BOBA, at least for this tournament, although we are going to be seeing them again in Pacific, so that is going to be nice. But yeah, today it is going to be Sisu moving on here. You know, we didn't see that Ascent coming through, which I'm a little bit sad about, but all things considered, I'm sure it will be a very fun map to watch for sure, knowing how these teams like to play. And I mean, it's been a long day for this team. They've had to play like, well, 4 maps in a row already so far, so yeah, it's nice to have a little bit of a break to be able to confirm that you'll be in that grand final tomorrow without, like, you know, having to play one more game on top of the 2 overtimes of the series that you already played.
That's right, coming in forward. Regardless, we do have some more to talk about. We do have the coach of Sisu waiting on, and I'm very excited to be interviewing him, given the fact of what Sawamura had told us earlier about how the coach came about. So waiting to just let us know if the coach... there we go. The coach is already here, so let's have him on the line. Hello, CS! Nice to see you again up here, this time as a coach in another Game Changers team. So making it here into the grand finals tomorrow. I know it's not the circumstances that you would like it to be, but tell me a little bit about how you feel right now.
Hey Tash, hey Zach, been a while. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, honestly, we should have closed it out on Bind, and we couldn't, and what we've all just been talking about is, for us, this is just extended practice, right? But really, all credit to them. Like MJ said, I just joined them like a day before the tournament. I'm just helping them out. I'm just the support here. They're the real stars. So they've been playing really, really well. And with each match, we're getting better. So you can't ask for more as a coach.
Yeah, I'm really excited to hear that from you as well. I'm sure as a coach you are feeling very proud right now. So share with me a little bit about how you ended up coaching them, because honestly, I would not have expected you to be in their team as coach.
I've worked with them last year before, 3 out of 5. So MJ, Capricious, or Savamura now, Con and Paiti in NYXQSA. And yeah, it's the off season going on. Like with my last team, we finished our season, and I was asking them if they needed any help, and they didn't need the help because Poly had shifted towards the IGL. And yeah, that's how, I mean, it wasn't really any elaborate plan or anything. I just wanted to help them out because I knew they were very talented. I felt like we didn't really get to show our full potential the last time I was with them, and yeah, things worked out.
Happy to see you be able to do that. So let's talk a little bit more about you shifting into that coach role here. So IGL, before this, the IGL was the coach, Polly, moving into the coach role and you coming through. So what are some of the obstacles that you faced with your team, and how was it hard to integrate you as the coach for a team, or did you just seamlessly go into it as a unit? Because the team looks incredibly good right now.
I mean, I think every team has its own way of functioning. But for me as a coach personally, my experience is like with setting up a structure and like going about like short-term and long-term objectives and blah-de-blah, which we didn't do any of. We sort of just went with the flow because they had their own thing going, and like I said, I'm just here to add supplementary stuff, not really replace whatever they had going, right? So maybe now that we have some time, like going a few months in, we'll look at more fundamental issues and macro issues that we face recurring, like sometimes our defense, you know, and fix those things. But I think all in all, they had a really good flow going when I was here, and just like you guys, I was very surprised to hear that just 1 week back they were struggling. So I was like, nah, you look good to me. When I came in, they look pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, given the fact that, you know, the change in the rosters, everything, restructure of the name, or rebrand, in fact, coming through. So now, talk to me a little bit about your expectations here. You guys are playing here, last split on 3rd place. Were you guys expected to go all the way to Pacific?
I followed last split as a spectator more than anything else because I know quite a few players in the scene who I personally like and would like to see flourish, you know. And for me, I think watching them, I thought they would go a lot further there. So coming into the team here, the expectation was the same. I think they're easily capable of being the best team, at least potential-wise, you know. Maybe not like in terms of right now where we are, but it can happen, and that's why I just wanted to help them make it happen. But expectations, I think for them was always specific, and I would say anything less than that is bad. But as a competitor, you always want number one, so anything less than that is, I think, not a fair expectation to have.
All right, so you know, tomorrow the only thing stopping you between being number one is XIPTO. What are your expectations? What's your game plan? Share with me a little bit without revealing too much.
Sure. I mean, expectations are it's a BO5 scrim. We're gonna have a lot of fun doing it because it's not exactly a scrim, it's match experience. I think really that's what the team needs more than anything else, and exposure to like the ups and downs like we had today, and just being able to weather out the storm because it's never going to be easy. You know, it's always going to be a bit difficult. So if we're able to get consistent against one of the best teams in the scene, then I think that really sets us up well for the LAN.
I'm very excited to hear that. So good luck for tomorrow, Coach CA. Thank you so much for coming by here to share with us a little bit more about your experience as a coach of the team. So good luck tomorrow against XIPTO. I expect to see a really, really awesome match from you guys. Good night.
Thanks, guys.
Congrats, good luck. Bye-bye.
And there you have it, a 3 series today with the final one unfortunately not being able to be closed, but it is very exciting to see that we have a new challenger stepping up to the plate for the grand finals tomorrow. So speaking of that, grand finals is going to be a very exciting one. XIPTO once again waiting at the finishing line, and it's not BOBA waiting for them there to meet them. It's going to be Sisu. Sisu has been phenomenal this entire split, really surprising us, especially since they just came in as Aura Official and finally rebranded into Sisu with a full Southeast Asian roster.
Yeah, I think that Isu has been like really consistent. I think the only time where they did get pushed to a map 3 was against BOBA, not once but twice. And I mean, yes, today BOBA might not have been able to come out on top, but Isu in that lower bracket has been like absolutely shredding so far. So I think that they are like in really good form, as CA said. I think that they're in the best form that they've been. They don't have too much pressure because they've already qualified to Pacific. They just want to get in as much experience as possible, like he said. So yeah, tomorrow best of 5 script. That's what we're gonna be expecting from Sisu's side at the very least. And my hope is that if they can at least, you know, take a map or 2 off, that's gonna prove that they're ready to go up against them by the time we get to Pacific. I know it's a very long shot. I know that it's gonna take a lot here in this best of 5, especially when you consider that XIPTO, you know, they're that SMG core. They've been around since last year. They have that experience playing together. They got that boot camp. They've got like, you know, so many resources that are like really like pushing them forward. And I mean, it's not just that they're crazy players, but you know, there's a lot that's also in XIPTO's favor. So well, it's gonna be a question whether tomorrow, you know, they'll be able to keep that record flawless, because so far I think Zeta Division and Game Changers Japan as well as XIPTO are the only teams that haven't lost a series, and even Zeta's lost like 4 or 5 maps. They just haven't lost a series yet. So yeah, XIPTO gonna be the only team so far that still has that perfect record, and tomorrow if they can keep it up, they will be entering Pacific as a team who hasn't dropped a map yet.
It's very exciting looking at me. We did hear in the interview about what the expectations are and what Sawamura wants coming into this tournament. Everything on the line, and I'm sure out of everyone in her team, she is going to be one of the most hungriest for that championship title. Regardless, that will be the end for today. Thank you guys so much for spending time and watching, and big apologies for the technical errors for today. Hopefully tomorrow will be a much better day, and we'll see you guys in the grand finals. Good night, everyone.
Smile and wave, boys.
One enemy remaining. 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 Last player standing. Up there, Avi. One enemy remaining. Back like I missed. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Satchel out. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Variable removed. One enemy remains. One enemy remaining. Block. One enemy remains standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.